Welcome to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the Auction Gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver-proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.
We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's time once again for your host, Richard English. It's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and Richard's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
Well, a very good evening. Thank you very, very much, team. And they're all in great voice and sounding great in the background there, ladies and gentlemen. So we have a fantastic show lined up for you. Look at this beautiful, colourful world of art in front of you. These aren't actually in the show, but if you want to request them, feel free. You can just dial the number 866-518-5933. These two are definitely in the show. This is the very, very rare hand-signed work by Salvador Dali, and it is actually created on lambskin. I've got to tilt that forward very, very carefully because it's quite a heavy piece, that one. But that's created on lambskin, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very rare article indeed. Hand-signed by the surrealist master, Salvador Dali. Let's go over to the other side. And over here, ladies and gentlemen, an incredibly rare Joan Miró. This Miró, ladies and gentlemen, is actually one of only 15 in the world from the Roman numeral edition, one of only 15 in the world, hand-signed by the master. And so you've got two Spanish masters there. I've even got the Picasso ceramic in front of me as well. This artist is not Spanish. But anyway, some great, great pieces coming up this evening. And we're going to kick off the show with a wonderful work. I'm not going to waste any time. Unfortunately, we don't have the visual of our art expert in Canada this evening, but as always, we will hear his wonderful knowledge throughout the evening as we did on Monday. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and please welcome our art expert, Mr. Nino Barrett. Good evening, Nino.
Well, good evening, Richard, and the whole team in Atlanta and all of our viewers that are watching. Yes, technology is not on our side this evening, so you only get my voice. Maybe that's a good thing. But I'll be sharing all that same information and knowledge with you, ladies and gentlemen, and that is exactly why I'm here. Now, we have very limited amounts of time with each work of art, and as Richard just said, we've got an extraordinary collection tonight, so we're very, very excited. I'm going to endeavor to take just a couple of minutes of each work of art, give you a little bit of background history on the artist, give you some information on that work of art. And of course, the purpose of everything that I do here and all the research that I do is so you can have some real confidence and comfort when you're bidding on your works of art. You're sitting at home, you're getting all this information. I'm doing the research on your behalf and sharing that with you. So you can go ahead and get your bids in while we are talking about the work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Let's jump in with this very first work of art. And we are starting with one of the great masters of the 20th century. When we talk about the most pivotal artist and most influential artist, inevitably the name Honoré Matisse is going to be a major part of that conversation. He changed the way we look at art. In fact, when we talk about the most important and really the most influential artists of that period of time, it's going to be Honoré Matisse, Pablo Picasso, Marc Chagall, Salvador Dali, and Miro. And you think about the collection that we have here today, we are including all of those artists, ladies and gentlemen. So it's really very, very exciting evening. Let's get started here now. When I talk about Honoré Matisse, I'm going to go very, very quickly because really I believe that everybody who is paying attention and watching the show is quite learned, and you understand the importance of Honoré Matisse. But let me give you a little bit of background. He was never intended to be an artist, and this is kind of a recurring theme we often hear with artists over the course of history. Their parents had other designs for them, other opportunities or other areas that they wanted them to pursue. And in this case, it was to be a lawyer, and off he went to Paris after primary school in order to get an education and to, in fact, be an attorney. And he came back after that primary education had lapsed, and he had gone over to his secondary education in Paris as a law clerk. He started the position, but he did not enjoy it. It was really not his calling. He was well aware of that. He had a case of appendicitis that same year that he came back from Paris with his law clerk degree that laid him up for a little while. And while he was laid up, his mother gave him the tools of drawing and painting. And it was then, really, that he knew that was it. That was what his true calling was. And he threw himself really right into it. As he said, like a child that plunges towards the thing that it loves. He had found his own kind of paradise. And it was really wonderful, and he became this incredible colorist. When we talk about fauvism, and there's going to be a lot of different terms this evening, that is the term that means the wild beasts. And it was a derogatory term. And it was coined when Honoré Matisse and André Derain and these other artists were using these bizarre colors to present, common things, like the sky would be a different color, the ocean would be a different color than we would expect. And they were called the wild beasts of the art world. Well, as his career progressed, he started to go into a bit more of a classicism area. And that's what we're looking at here. Now, he was born in 1869. He passed away in 1954. Now, this work of art that we're looking at is a 1920 work of art. It's an original lithograph. I always like to say at the very beginning, and by the way, just a little bit of a strategy for our viewers, first work of art in any auction, anywhere that you are, if you have an interest in it, that's the one you should be bidding on, because oftentimes you don't get a lot of competition yet, and they will join us shortly, and then you start to get more competitive bids. So nice opportunity for you at the very beginning. Now, a 1920 work of art in a lithograph. So let's talk a little bit about that just for a quick moment. Anytime you see original before the graphic term, and the graphic term can be lithograph, serograph, screen print, it can be an etching, an engraving, a dry point, an aquatint. It can be many different forms of creating multiple works of art, sometimes based on an original, sometimes not. But when you see the term original, that means that the artist himself, or herself, in this case himself, was actually the collaborator working on that work of art with the printer. It's a very important differentiation, and you need to be aware of that. It makes a big difference as a collector. You want to have an original lithograph if you can get one. The other term that I want to share with you is the 1920 aspect of it. That means that this was done during his lifetime, which of course had to be as an original, and also is of primary importance as an art collector. You do want to get works of art that are first printing during the lifetime if you can. This one ticks all of those boxes. Very simple lines on the work of art, which is what he was quite known for. What he was striving to do was to seek then to capture the essence of the model, but in the simplest way possible. And this is a great example. It's a very elegant, it's a simple rendering of a model in profile. The extravagant hat has shown up in many, many works by Matisse, so he's quite enamored with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, fully framed, a beautiful work of art, a lifetime impression, an original lithograph from the legendary Honoré Matisse. Let's get started. Richard, coming back to you. Hello to everybody in the studio, and let's get going on this Matisse.
Thank you very much, Nino. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for that little thing I like to call an auction. And all you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen, is call that toll-free number, 866-518-5933, and you can do that right now, because we don't have any bids on this one. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a hand sign. It is a sign work signed on the stone. In fact, by the artist, he actually hand signed it on the stone. So it's signed by the artist on the stone, Henri Matisse. Femme avec un chapeau, so the lady with the hat. It is a catalogue reference work by Duhuit. Now, the year of his life were 1869. He was born in France. He died in 1954. So he's been gone for 70 years. This is an original lithograph. It was printed in black ink on Van Gelder woven paper. It is signed by the artist on the stone. And ladies and gentlemen, it is what's known as a first state, a first printing. And this was executed 34 years before his passing. In other words, it is very much from the height of his fame. And ladies and gentlemen, he would have been about 50 years of age when he created this, 51 to be precise, in 1920 in Paris. So you're looking at a 105-year-old lifetime Matisse, signed by one of the greatest artists of the 20th century on the actual lithographic stone. Let's go back to Nino in a second. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, everything comes framed for you. We're going to ship everything for you as well. The team will tell you all about that. If you've never done this before, very, very simple. Call that toll-free number, 866-518-5933. You can do that right now. You don't even have to bid on this. If you're new to the show, register, get yourself registered. You do it one time. Takes about 30 seconds, and you never ever have to do it again. We've had people with the show for nearly 18 years now. They register one time, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Let's move on with the show. So far, Nino, 0 bids at this live auction. And as you know, the first piece of the night, or first piece of any auction around the world, whether it's a live auction or a television auction, ladies and gentlemen, people do tend to sit on their hands. That's what we say in the trade. So basically, all you need to do now, raise your hand, pick up that phone, and give us a call, and let's have an auction. If not, I do have to pass it out, and I will bring something else in. I'll give you 2 minutes to do that. Good luck. And ladies and gentlemen, here's Nino. 2 minutes with Nino. Good luck. Thank you.
All right, very good. And yes, you and I both know, in fact, I personally, when I'm attending an auction, and I'm a collector as you are, Richard, I love that first work of art for that very reason. We've got a whole room sitting on their hands typically, which means that I get a great opportunity. So I would encourage you to take advantage of that as well. That all-important certificate of authenticity that Richard just shared had some really vital information. Now, I want to go through my screen very quickly. I'm going to share some information with you, perhaps that will encourage you to get some bids in. This is an extraordinary work of art. Now, here is the legendary Henri Matisse, and he's working on a lithographic stone here. And I'm just sharing that with you to show you this point in his career. Look at the size of that plate that he's working on. Here he is working with the world famous Merlot at the Merlot Atelier, and he's proofing one of these works of art that you're looking at. Here he is again, creating on that limestone, which is what it is, with a greasy crayon, and then it transfers the image in a reverse to the substrate, to the paper. Here's, again, some great examples of the simple lines, and models were very important to Henri Matisse. They were his collaborators, and you can see the prices that accompany these works of art as well. Don't be surprised by that. It's very common. Now, Picasso and Matisse had kind of an ongoing friendship, a friendly rivalry of seeing who could, create a work of art with the fewest lines, but still showcasing the essence of the model. So I'd like to share a little bit of that information with you. And then the other thing I want to share with you, and this is really important as well, is, and I'm going here to just 2 portraits, Henri Matisse portraits. Now, he's a very prolific artist, no longer with us, of course. I've filtered on prints. I'm only showing you prints, not originals. If I'm showing you originals, we're going to be looking in the high hundreds of thousands or the many millions. But as you can see, prints command a strong price as well, ladies and gentlemen. I did want to share one other thing with you, but let's go to the auction first, get some bids in. Let's go back to the work of art and back to the auction. Richard?
Have had a very, very slow start, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm just about to pass this out. I think, John, if we can get something else ready, you've got to be very, very quick now. I'll give you 15 seconds. If I don't receive a bid, we are moving on. If we don't receive a bid in the next 15 seconds, I'm moving on. Here's Nino, very, very quickly then. I'll allow for the airtime. If not, I'm moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Nino.
Last thing I'm going to show you, the only thing I'm going to show you, I was going to show you some museums of works of art in the exact same form, but that's okay. Go to my screen for a second. I do want to show you a 1922 lithograph. So 1922 lithograph, you are bidding on a 1920 lithograph. Okay, so the other thing that I want to share with you, and I'm just going to scroll for a moment. This is, and I'm going to just expand that, this is signed in the stone, okay? So I want to make sure that you're really, really clear on that, because what you are bidding on, as Richard just shared with you on that certificate of authenticity, you are bidding on a work of art from 1920 that was signed in the stone. Now you're looking at a work of art from 1922 that was signed in the stone. And you can see what these are commanding at $15,000. So it starts to put it into perspective just a little bit, doesn't it? You really understand what the market is in the real world. You go into a gallery, you attend an auction, that's what something like this would typically sell for. Now, if it was signed, hand signed, well, now you're going to be looking in the 20, 30, 40, 60, 80,000, and then up into the many hundreds of thousands. But for a plate signed, a 1920, a lifetime work of art in the lithographic technique, a very fair price, as is evidenced by what you're looking on your screen right now, is going to be around that US $15,000 mark. Let's go back to the work of art that you're bidding on. Your frame on this work of art is probably worth at least $500. It is an immaculate rendering of a beautiful model in the profile. Ladies and gentlemen, get your bids in. Richard, it's coming back to you.
Great piece, it's selling now at 275. I'll take another 25. We've got to be quick now at 275, and we're selling at 275, 275, 275. You bidding? Armando, 275. I'll give you 15 seconds. We're selling at 275, at 275, at 275. 3 bid. At 3, you got a bid of 3 at 3 bid. At 3, you got a bid of 3 at 3, you got a bid of 3. 3, you got a bid of 3 at 3 bid. At 3 bid. At 3 bid. 325. At 3 1/4, 3 1/4 bid. At 3 1/4 on the Matisse. At 3 1/4, and it's about to go. At 3 1/4, give me 50 now. At 3 1/4, 3 1/4, anyone else? At 3 1/4, and we're selling. At 3 1/4, 3 1/4 bid. At 3 1/4, is there another 25 to move on? At 3 1/4, we're selling now. At 3 1/4, 3 1/4 bid. At 3 1/4, another 25, it's got to go. I'm selling now at 325 bid. At 325. 325 is bid, it's going once. You've got to be quick. Got to be quick now. At 3 1/4, going twice. Anyone else, John? Last call. Last call. Take 50 now. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. It's got to go. Give me your best and final bid. I'm selling now once, twice. Sold and gone. Thank you. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on with the show. And coming up next, we do have the American art legend, James Abbott McNeill Whistler. And this is the study of Stefan Mallarmé. And ladies and gentlemen, this is also catalogue reference 3 times. The Way catalogue, the Chicago catalogue, and the Levy catalogue. 3 catalogue references on the Whistler. And this one is an original, printed in black ink on woven paper, signed with the monogram on the stone by Whistler, and it was executed by Whistler in 1892, making this 133 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with the show. Congratulations to our Matisse bidder. Here is Nino with James Abbott McNeill Whistler.
All right, thank you very much, Richard. And yes, indeed, congratulations to the successful bidder on that beautiful Honoré Matisse. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the American in Paris. I mean, this was a phenomenal place to be in an incredible time when James Abbott McNeill Whistler went to Paris. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. We're looking at an original lithograph in black. Now, we've talked about that with the Honoré Matisse just a moment ago. So once again, we know that Whistler had his hand in the creation of this work of art that you are bidding on. But let me give you some background information on James Whistler. He was born in 1834. He was born in Lowell, in Massachusetts, and he passed away in 1903. Now, the house in which he was born is now preserved as the Whistler House Museum of Art. His father, his name was George Washington Whistler, was invited to Russia in 1842 to build a railroad, and James learned French in school while there. He went with his father. And he also attended classes at the Imperial Academy of Fine Arts in St. Petersburg in Russia. Now, following his return to the United States in 1849, he was inducted into the military, the academy at West Point, and his time there was not easy. He accumulated quite a few demerits, and he became a bit of a sore spot for the then commandant, Major Robert E. Lee. Now, he prospered. He did very well in drawing classes, but he failed in other areas. And in fact, he was expelled from the academy. But he was already fluent in French from his childhood years in Russia, and he decided to pursue a career as an artist by going back and studying in Paris. When he arrived in the French capital in 1855, at least a decade ahead of the great wave of his compatriots who would seek art instruction there, he enrolled in the Petite École, the small school where Charles Gleyre was the independent teaching atelier. And he would also meet there, and they would come into that school just following him, some names that you're quite be familiar with, like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir. They would follow in his path and study at the same school. So this is who he was, his circle that he was involved with. And his studies in Paris would propel him to the center of the avant-garde, and he would meet Manet and Degas and Cézanne. He already knew Monet. He would also meet Pissarro. And this association would lead him to participate in the Salon of the Refused, the very famous 1963 Salon of the Refused exhibition, 1863, pardon me, exhibition. And he was presented right alongside. His artwork was prominently featured alongside the art of Manet and Cézanne and Pissarro and these other rebels of the art world that were not conforming to the aesthetics or artistic tastes that were prevalent at the time. He was also a dear friend with Oscar Wilde. Lots of great stories back and forth of their biting wit back and forth at each other. Now, what we are looking at is the lithograph. We've talked about lithography, so I'm not going to dive into that again, but who is the subject? The subject is Stéphane Mallarmé, and he was a French poet and critic whose work inspired many of the revolutionary artistic schools of the 20th century, such as symbolism, futurism, Dadaism, even surrealism were very much inspired by the poetry of Stéphane Mallarmé. So that is who this subject is, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Whistler is known for his real striking portraits, the stylistically striking portraits. He was also the leader of the aesthetic movement, which kind of dismantled the idea that art had to be moralizing or had to tell a story. Whistler believed in art simply for art's sake. Now, he is an artist that commands huge prices in auction. His probably most famous work of art is called Whistler's Mother. It's currently valued at about $36 million. And it was actually Monet who introduced Whistler to the poet Mallarmé that we're looking at here right now. Very important work of art. Now, this is one that you're going to find in museums. So if you're not the successful bidder on it, but you enjoy attending, major museums and seeing what's happening out there, this is a work of art that you can actually visit. But I would encourage you to get your bids in on it, ladies and gentlemen, if you can. Now, what I'm going to share with you, I'm going to give you some examples of what the museums actually collect. So let's go to my screen for a moment. And we've got an original lithograph in black is what you're bidding on. So if you go to the Met, what do you see? You see a lithograph. You are going to see a lithograph right there. So that is exactly what you were bidding on here as well. And there it is, Stéphane Mallarmé. And that is at the Met. If you were to go over to the Brooklyn Museum, the same piece is right there as well. So this is what the museums, the Art Institute of Chicago, there's another example, ladies and gentlemen, right there. So very important artist. You are collecting what the museums collect. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's go back to Richard.
Okay, bidding is underway. Thank you very much, Nino. Lot 201. I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the research you've done. Always fascinating. Ladies and gentlemen, James Abbott McNeill Whistler, the great American art legend, is in every major museum around the world. He was born in 1834. He died in 1903. Been gone a long, long time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Stéphane Mallarmé. It has 3 catalogue references. This one is catalogue reference by Way, number 66, Chicago, number 60, Levy 101, and it is the original lithograph printed in black ink on woven paper. It was signed by Whistler on the stone on the lower right-hand side. It was executed by Whistler in 1892, making this a 133-year-old lifetime Whistler, ladies and gentlemen. What a great, great piece. Bidding's underway in the background. Who's in the lead, John? Let's get going on this one now. Ohio, nice to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, the superb Whistler is in the Smithsonian, is in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, he's in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, he's in every major museum in the world, and you're bidding on a lifetime Whistler. Now, Nino, I don't know if we've seen any results on this just yet. I apologise, I was distracted in the background there. Quick phone call from a viewer. But I would seriously, I mean, if I was auctioning this anywhere else in the world, I would say, I think I would struggle to get bids under 20,000 for this. It's got to sell somewhere in the region of 20 to 30,000 all day long for a lifetime Whistler. Here's Nino. I'll give you 2 minutes. We're at 750. Bidding stopped. Ohio's in the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Nino. Let's get underway. 2 minutes. Here we go.
All right, very good. You know, something like this, the rarity of it, it's really hard to even kind of convey that to our viewers, because I've got a pretty broad reach. You know that, Richard. I reach out to all of the different gallerists and the curators around the world when I'm researching for the works of art that we're presenting here. This is primarily in museums and in individual hands of private collectors, and it's not going to come back into the secondary market. So what we do in this case is we look at other works of art from this period of time, similar as far as execution goes, subject matter, and date, and also the signature on that. That's really what we look for. And you're right. You know, you're 100% right. Now, and this is a great example too. If I go to my screen for a minute, I'm going to show you guys original works of art. And this really sort of explains why, one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why artists do create graphic works of art, because when they become very important, very popular, they just really can't keep up with the demand, and the price starts to escalate out of the range for many of us. So these are some original works of art in portraits. You know, they're over $1 million, $2.5 million, $2.6 million. There is a portrait of an original work of art. Whoops, and my screen just went off. Bear with me for a quick moment. I'll come back super fast. There you have it. That's over $1 million. So these are original works of art. So now let's go over to prints. So as you can see, now I've filtered on prints, only on prints, because this is really apples to apples. I don't want to show you original works of art and compare something to, you know, many multi-million dollars. But still, take a look when we look at prints. So here you have a lithograph. Now I'm picking this one just because it is a figurative, and you're looking at a figurative rather than a landscape. James Abbott McNeill Whistler did both, figuratives and landscapes. So when you look at a lithograph here, you've got a hand-signed lithograph. By the way, this had an estimate of $70,000 to $100,000, but look at what it actually sold for with the buyer's premium, $251,000. That is a lithograph, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to really understand what we're talking about here. So when Richard says a lithograph such as you are bidding on, in a gallery setting under 20,000, yeah, absolutely. I can concur with that. That I would be in full agreement with that. And if you were at a Christie's, Sotheby's, Bonhams, Phillips auction, you would have a room full of viewers that were very familiar with that. Now I'm going to pull up another portrait. Here's another portrait. Now this again is a print. This one is an etching. It's a dry point, so it's a little bit of a different technique. But again, you can see the prices yourself. So when we are saying a work of art like you are bidding on right now should command, you know, around 20,000 in a gallery, let's go back to the work of art. You can see right now very, very clearly that they have sold for hundreds of thousands, ladies and gentlemen, the hand-signed ones. Now, the plate-signed ones typically are going to be in that range. You'd be lucky to get one under $20,000. It would be very rare to get one under $20,000, 20 to about 50,000 for a plate signed. That's how important the artist is, James Abbott McNeill Whistler, and how difficult they are to find. And this is the key. Now, you got to remember, too, you're looking at a 133-year-old, an antique that has been coveted, cherished, and is in phenomenal condition. Let's go to the auction, ladies and gentlemen, and good luck to our bidders.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen all the facts and figures, and we're still only at 1,000. We've got a new bidder. New York is in the lead now. Thank you very much, New York. Your little power bid there from $850 up to 1,000. I appreciate the bid. But, ladies and gentlemen, We are so far under what this is worth. It is unbelievable. But anyway, 1,000 is the top bid at the moment. I can't bid for you. New York, your bidder on line 6, you're in. I'm about to sell it, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because of the time lapse, for the signal to go up there, come back down, reach the TV. I'll give you 30 seconds, but I am selling. So Nino, this has to be a record low for a lifetime Whistler from 1892. 1892 is the year. Lifetime Whistler, New York, you're about to become the proud custodian. Here's Nino, 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's endlessly surprising for you and for me because we're keenly aware of what happens with these works of art, when you do attend an auction. So we really have a clear understanding of that. So it is quite surprising indeed to see something like that. I'm going to show you one last, and this one, again, is a work of art that is, excuse me, it is signed in the plate. But let's go to my screen just for a second, one last second, and get your bids in while I'm talking. Please don't wait for me to stop talking before you get your bids in. So here you have a lithograph by James Abbott McNeill Whistler on this work of art. This is an 1894 work of art. And you can see with the buyer's premium that sold for $24,000. So this is very much in alignment with what both Richard and I are saying. Let's go back to the work of art itself. You've had a chance to take a close look at the work of art. We can zoom in a little bit, we can pan around a little bit, you can start to experience that, but understand that when it's in your home, you're going to be very rewarded. It's much more crisp, the work of art, and seeing it through your screen. This is a fantastic example of what we would look for from a James Abbott McNeill Whistler from this period of time, ladies and gentlemen. So it's actually 2 years earlier than the one I just shared with you as an example. That was in 1894. This is in 1892. And this is the one that is in museums worldwide. Back to the auction.
Sean, it is quite remarkable. I think anyone getting this, I'll be honest with you, anyone getting this under 10,000 is quite remarkable. We got 1,200 and a new bidder in the lead from California at 1,200. At 1,200 on line 4. At 12, got a bid of 12, I'm bid. At 12, got a bid of 12, I'm bid. At 1,200, 1,200, 1,200 bid. At 1,200 and I'm selling. At 12, got a bid of 12, 1,200 bid. At 1,200 bid, 1,200 bid. You got to be quick, got to be quick. 1,200. New York, you're out at the moment. I got California in the lead. It's a yes or no verdict. At 1,200, I'll take 13 to help you. At 12, got a bid of 12, I'm bid on the Lifetime Whistler. At 12. 13, I'll take it. Thank you. 13 bid. 13, and where's your bidder from? 13 bid. California as well. Thank you. 13 bid. At 13 bid. At 13, got a bid of 13. At 13 bid. At 13, and I'm selling. At 13. Now I've got the other two bidders from California and New York. You're out at the moment. I've got a new bidder from California in at 1,300. Is there anyone else on this beautiful Lifetime work at 13? 14 with New York now. At 14 bid. At 14, got a bid of 14. At 14 bid. At 14. 14 bid. Which bidder from California is going to get it now? At 14 bid. At 14 bid. At 14, got a bid of 14. At 14, I'm bid. At 14, I'm bid. At 14. 15. Thank you, California. At 15 bid. 15 bid. 15 bid. I had two bidders from California, one from New York. I've got 15 with California now. At 15 bid. At 15 bid. Another one off anyone at 15. At 15 bid, and I'm selling. At 15, and it's going. At 15 bid. 15 with California, then going once. At 1,500, going twice. At 1,500, well, that is still absolutely remarkable for a lot. You know he's your most famous artist. You do know he's your most famous artist, don't you? 1,500 for your most famous artist from 1892, the great James Abbott Are you bidding? 16. Thank you. New York. 16 is bid. 16, and I'm selling. 16. Now, California, you've been a great bidder. Don't lose it now. 16 with New York. 16, I'm bid. 16 bid. 16 bid. I'll take 17 now. 16 bid. 16 bid. This is low. 16 bid and going. 16, the 1892 Lifetime 3 catalogue references. If you get one, That immediately pushes up the value. I've got 3 catalogue references with this work. Let me just show you on the certificate, because you have not. I need the certificate. Thank you very much. I need the certificate at $1,600. 1,600 bid. 16 I'm bid. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 catalogue references. Way 66, Chicago 60, Levy 101. 3 catalogue references, ladies and gentlemen. How can this possibly be only $1,600? A 133-year-old lifetime Whistler. It's going then. I'm selling at 16 bid. At 16 bid, another one. If anyone at 16 is there, 17 now. At 16, and quite remarkable, it goes once. At 1,600, it goes twice. At what was that? 1,600. Okay, well, they're out. Thank you very much. Thanks for bidding. 1,600, third of the final time. Sold and gone. Well done. Congratulate your bidder for me at 1,600. My goodness gracious. 3 catalogue reference Whistler. My goodness gracious. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on. Lot 202 is the next work of art coming up now. This is by the great Marc Chagall. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Rahab and the Spies of Jericho, the original lithograph catalogue reference by Merlot from 1960, the Merlot and Chagall collaboration. Look at the beautiful blues in that colour, in that piece, ladies and gentlemen. So here is Nino, and Nino, we move on. Quite remarkable, that last piece, the Whistler. Can you believe it, Nino? $1,600. Congratulations.
Yeah, no kidding. No, I'm absolutely gobsmacked on that. You know, in fact, I was going to say, Richard, at the very beginning, when I first saw the catalog for today, I see that it's really quite stacked. I mean, there's multiple works of art within the catalog today that could be, you know, that final premier work of art of the evening. There's at least 5 of them tonight. So we've got an exceptional collection here today. And whoever did get that Whistler for that price, wow, pat yourself on the back. You did incredibly well. Now we're moving on. When we are talking about, and you know what, I already brought him up. I brought him up when I was talking about the most important artists of the 20th century. I was referencing that when I was talking about Henri Matisse, and I had included the name Marc Chagall. Certainly, without any question, Marc Chagall, he requires very, very little introduction, as along with, you know, Picasso, Matisse, Miro. He stands at the absolute summit of 20th century art. And more than any artist of any time, Chagall was the master interpreter of dreams and allegories. And he would delineate these with innocence and purity. He had a very, very long and productive career. And he would turn mostly towards original lithography as his most favored vehicle of artistic expression. And that's what we have here before us. I mean, it was like he even said, one of his quotes, his famous quotes was like, when I held that lithographic stone, it was like a talisman in my hand. It was everything that I had hoped and dreamed of. He was very much enamored with the whole pursuit of original lithography. So he is considered to be the foremost color lithography artist of the 20th century. And he's also an artist that, you know, received so many of the most important commissions of the 20th century, which I think is quite fascinating when we think about artists like Picasso, who considered himself to be the greatest artist of their period of time. You know, must have been somewhat envious of Marc Chagall. But there was a mutual admiration there as well. And we talked a little bit about Fernand Merlot, the most famous, the world's greatest lithography workshop. And this work of art that you are working on was executed at that atelier, which is an invitation-only atelier, by the way. You can't just walk in there and go, I would like to have my works of art created here. No. You must be King Kong of the art world to be invited. We're talking about artists like Cézanne and Matisse and Picasso and Miro and Dali and Pissarro and Renoir. These are the kind of artists that were invited to the Merlot atelier. Now, Chagall, you can't really categorize him into any kind of a particular school or movement. There's a certain aspects of surrealism with his works of art, but he didn't want to be called a surrealist. He incorporates recollections of his early years in Russia, and that's where he was born. He's a Russian-born artist, but he spent most of his life in Paris. Now, this work of art that you're looking at, and this is really, really a fascinating one. This is a fantastic piece. This is from the Bible series. Now, the Bible was very important to Marc Chagall. And The idea of Chagall, being a Russian Jewish artist, taking on the monumental task of illustrating the Bible originated with the famous art dealer and publisher Ambroise Vollard. The French dealer had famously helped elevate the careers of other artists in the prior, like Picasso and Cézanne and Renoir. And Vollard had also worked with Chagall on illustrating a Russian novel and a collection of fables earlier. That was in 1931. But here's when Vollard approached Chagall, who was living in Paris at the time, this time with the idea of creating a series of works based on the Bible, specifically the Old Testament. Now, in preparation for this commission, Chagall would travel to Palestine in the spring of 1931. And that 2-month trip was a life-altering experience for Chagall, who had always been fascinated by the Bible and religion. In his own words, he said, "Ever since my earliest youth, I have been fascinated by the Bible. I've always believed it is the greatest source of poetry of all time. I've sought its reflection in life and art. The Bible is life, an echo of nature, and this is the secret I have endeavored to transmit." And when he came back to France from his time over there, he immediately began working on the series. And his passion for the project even led him to Amsterdam, where he intently studied the biblical art created by Rembrandt and El Greco. Now, between 1931 and 1939, Chagall completed 65 plates for his etchings and engravings of the Bible. Unfortunately, calamity would strike before he could complete the series, and Vollard in 1939 would die in a car crash, in an auto accident. And this tragedy, coupled with World War II, would force the Bible project to be put aside, at least for the moment. There are all kinds of problems. You had the Nazi Party gaining power in Germany, and Chagall, Jewish artist, he had to go basically into hiding. He was a perfect target. So, ladies and gentlemen, so he did finally get these completed, but he had to revisit them many years later. And then he did another suite called the Drawings for the Bible. Now, this work of art that we're looking at, Rahab or Rachel and the Spies of Jericho. Chagall turns to a bit of a lesser-known episode from the Bible for inspiration. So the heroine, Rahab, stands in the foreground at the left, led by the curve of her waist. You can kind of see your eye travels to the roof of the brothel beyond, where the two spies are hiding back there. And Chagall flattens the surface. He compresses the fore, the middle, and the background. He creates a real sense of immediacy. And when the king hears of Joshua's spies in Jericho, he sends men to investigate. So Rahab tells the spies to hide on a roof and points the king's men in the wrong direction to cover their tracks. So that's kind of the story. This is the urgency, the mystery of the drama unfolding on the dark streets and rooftops under a tiny crescent moon. That's the image that we have here. Now, Marc Chagall, ladies and gentlemen, is an artist that clearly and quite obviously, commands significant prices for his works of art. And I'm going to share that with you as well. So I think it's important. I think if I'm collecting, I would want to have this information. Let's go to my screen for a moment. And I have filtered on a couple of things that I think are of primary importance to you. And that is, we're looking only at Marc Chagall prints, okay, once again. And we are looking at only the Bible. The keyword here is the Bible. And I'm going to share this with you in just a moment. But you can see right now with your own eyes some of these graphic works, etchings here. I mean, look at that, $260,000 for a work of art. These are all from the Bible. I'm going to expand upon that in a minute, but let's go back to the work of art and let's go back to the auction. Richard?
Here's your certificate of authenticity, lot 202, and it is Marc Chagall, the French-Russian master, who's actually born in Vitebsk in modern-day Belarus during the days of the old Russian Empire, which was obviously under the control of the Tsars of Russia before communism. So he was born in Vitebsk in modern-day Belarus, son of a Hasidic Jewish family, and it was quite unusual in that day and age and from that background to actually leave the home and travel to live in France. But he was an incredible artist, and that is where you needed to be if you wanted to be the best in the world, which he ended up being. This one is one of his typical studies from Rahab and the Spies of Jericho. It is catalogue referenced by Merlot, number 244. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 0 bids, 0 interest, and nothing, no bids. Quite incredible, and it's a beautiful Chagall. Chagall ended up being the most famous artist in the world before he died in 1985. Picasso died in 73. and even Picasso said the greatest colorist in the world was Chagall. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's a pretty good recommendation. Original lithograph, printed in colors on thick woven paper, first date, first printing, executed in the studio of Fernand Merlot, the Merlot brothers of Paris, the greatest in the world in 1960. So you've got the greatest colorist in the world, the greatest printer in the world, and they joined forces to make this work. And here we are, 65 years later, we can't even get an opening bid. Ladies and gentlemen, the frame alone, with this Irish linen matting, the gold fillet, that will set you back probably $600 or $700 now if you go to a framer. It comes included in the hammer price. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in the Chagall, if you want to have a bid, you've got 2 minutes to do so. If I don't see a bid, I will have to pass it out. We've got to move on because we get delayed and we can't offer you all the things that are in the show. So if you want to have a bid, feel free, but it is a live auction with the emphasis on that little 4-letter word above my head, live. Here we go. You've got 2 minutes with Nino. Good luck. Here we go.
And such a unique auction opportunity for you as well, where you guys have the bids in your, you guys decide right there. So it really is a nice opportunity for you. I'm going to go super fast here. We do have an auction. We got to move very, very quickly. I've given you some historical background on the artist and on the suite, the Bible suite. So you're familiar with it. Let's go to my screen for a moment. I'm going to share just a few screenshots with you very, very quickly. Here is Marc Chagall, the master artist. And here he is working on a lithographic plate. I showed this with Matisse a moment ago. Here is the Merlot Atelier. That is the place right there where he was creating these works of art. As you can see, this is the most famous and most highly sought after atelier in the world for these artists to create their works of art. Now, it's one thing I wanted to share with you. The other that I want to share with you, and I was already showing you these images from the Bible, but look at these prices, $40,000, $41,000, and so forth. Now, I do want to point out, and I'm going to do it really quickly, I've got a gallery, very reputable gallery, that has some works of art from the Bible suite, the Bible series. Now, these are amongst the best prices that I have seen, so I want to share them with you. Now, it's a little bit hard to see on your screen. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, but you can see these are all from the Bible series, right here, all from the Bible series, and they are all original graphic works of art. So here you've got one, and these are all going to be priced at about the same, $14,500. But take a look at that frame that they're in. I mean, that is a frame that's about maybe a $200 frame. What you are looking at is a frame that's, as Richard said, at least a $600, $700 frame. That's a museum quality frame. But for the Bible, the Bible series, this is a fantastic price on these works of art at $14,500 on these. So I'm giving you quite a few different examples here, ladies and gentlemen, at $14,500. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's take a look. Now let's zoom in. And what you're seeing on the imagery here is classic imagery of Marc Chagall, kind of the dreamlike effect, the floating images that we see, and of course, the 20th century's premier colorist in the lithography technique. So an awful lot of elements here. Let's go back to the auction, and good luck to our bidders.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's on sale with you. $80, the lowest in the world that we have ever seen for a Chagall. 90, thank you. 90 bid, 90 bid, 100 bid, thank you. 100 bid, 110. 110 is bid. 110 got a bid of 110. 120 bid. 120 it's selling at 120. I'm not even going back to Nino. His time is far too valuable, ladies and gentlemen. 120 is bid now. 120 got a bid of 120. 120 bid at 120. It's on sale at 120 bid. At 120 got a bid of 120. 120 bid. 130. Thank you. 130 bid at 130. 140. 140 bid. 150 bid. 160. Thank you. 160 bid. 160. It's selling now at 160. At 160 bid. At 160. 70. 180. 190. 200. You've got it. 200. I'll take it. At 200 bid. At 200. 200 bid. I don't mind working for it. 2 1/4. 2 1/4 bid. At 2 1/4. 250 bid. At 250. 250 bid. At 250. 250 is a 75. 250 and it's going now. At 250. 75. 3 bid. 300 bid. 300 bid, 300 bid, 300 bid, 300 bid is at 25 now. At 3, get a bid of 3. At 3, get a bid of 3, I'm bid at 3, get a bid of 3, I'm bid at 3. At 3 bid, at 300 bid, and it's selling now on the Chagall, the beautiful Chagall, at 300 bid. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quite unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen, I've never seen anything like it for a Chagall. Nino, I'm going to give you 30 seconds on this. Have you ever seen anything quite like this? What did you used to sell these for in auctions typically? Let's go back 25 years. Something like this level, this grade of Chagall. Nino, I don't want to say it because, I'm the auctioneer, but you as the art expert, you've sold these in the past. What did they used to sell for 25 years ago?
Gosh, I've been selling these for 30 plus years, Richard, as you know, and 20 years ago, we were selling these $8,000 to $10,000 for these works of art, these very works of art from the Bible, the same suite that you're looking at here. 20 years ago, we were looking at $8,000 to $10,000 on these works of art. And there's fewer available in the market today than there were 20 years ago. So yes, this represents just an incredible opportunity to own an iconic work of art from one of the most important artists, not just of the 20th century, really, truly, when you think about it, one of the most influential artists of all time. Back to you, Richard.
Well, I'll give the audience the benefit of the doubt. I'll give you a 15 seconds, 30 seconds with Nino just to come to your senses. But obviously it didn't work. So I'm going to have to sell it anyway. 300 bid, 300 bid. Come on, give me your best and final bid now. At 3, get a bid of 3 and it's going. At 3, get a bid of 3 and it's on sale. At 300 bid. At 300 bid and last chance. 300, give me your best and final bid now. Going once then. It is selling. What a beautiful piece for the money. How could you possibly go wrong? $700 for the frame. 300, you've got the whole piece. I'm giving it away. You heard what they used to sell for. We did this all the time. $8,000 to $10,000 for this suite. $300. My goodness gracious. Here we go. Going once then. Going twice, anyone? 3 1/4, you're in. At 3 1/4, just in time. At 3 1/4, give me 50. At 3 1/4, give me 50 now. At 3 1/4, 350, 350 bid. At 350, and I'll take 75. At 350, going once then. It is selling this time. At 350, another 25. You've got to be quick if you want it. It has to go. It is selling now. It is going. Ladies and gentlemen, going once then. Going twice, third and final time. Enough. Thank you. Well done. Third and final time. You got it. Well done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Well, can't do more than that. You walked away with that one. Congratulations. Right, we move on with the show. Now something completely different, as Monty Python used to say. This is Andy Warhol, Chanel No. 5. It is a work produced in collaboration between Chanel Incorporated and the Andy Warhol Foundation from 1997. Our next work of art, a beautiful piece. I'm going to stand next to it just to give you an idea of the scale of the work, ladies and gentlemen. It's on sale. Let's get some bidding going on this. It is a beautiful piece created between Chanel and the Andy Warhol Foundation in 1997. Here's Nino to tell you more about it. Thank you and good luck. Well done on the Chagall. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we continue to be surprised, Richard. Whoever got that Chagall, wow, I'm just, I'm absolutely floored. But very pleased for you. I mean, that is a really wonderful piece to add to your collection. Hey, let's talk about Andy Warhol. You know, when we talk about American artists, and we had an opportunity of talking about Whistler here, but let's move way forward. This is the artist for so many people that is, I call it their could have, would have, should have artist, because they were readily available, these works of art by Andy Warhol in the 80s, the 70s, 80s. It was very easy and affordable to acquire them. Now he is considered to be the bellwether of the art market. You know, where Andy Warhol works go, so does the art market in general, along with Picasso. These would be the two primary artists. You've got an artist now that has established himself as an artist that has sold a work of art for almost $200 million. The Marilyn Monroe that he sold for $195 million is the second most valuable work of art ever sold in auction, behind Leonardo da Vinci. Now, Andy Warhol was born Andrew Warhola. He was born in 1928. He passed away in 1987. Of course, an American artist. He was also a director, a producer. He was a leading figure in the visual art movement that we know as pop art. He's been called the king of pop art. And this is one of his most iconic images that we see. Now, his works explore the relationship between artistic expression, advertising, and celebrity culture that flourished in the 1960s and a span of media. So when you think about his most important works of art, think about Campbell's soup cans, the Marilyn Monroe diptychs, the dancing Elvises, the Chanel that we're looking at here right now. He was born and raised in Pittsburgh, and he initially pursued a career, and it was a successful career as a commercial illustrator. After exhibiting his work in several galleries in the late 1950s, he started to receive recognition as not just an influential artist, but a little bit of a controversial artist as well. He had a factory in New York, he had a studio in New York that he called The Factory, which kind of plays into everything that he was trying to accomplish. Now, this became a well-known gathering place for distinguished intellectuals, but all kinds of playwrights, bohemian street people, Hollywood celebrities, wealthy patrons. They would all come to meet Andy Warhol. By the way, he is the person that is credited with coining the widely used expression that we know today, 15 minutes of fame. In the future, you will all get your 15 minutes of fame. That came from the mouth of Andy Warhol. Now, he became one of the world's most influential artists by collapsing the idea of high and low culture and bringing consumerist art to the masses. He was obsessed with celebrity, and he coined that phrase I just talked about which has been attributed to him over all these years. When we talk about Campbell's soup cans being very iconic, it was in 1962. He created 32 of those cans. The first one sold to Dennis Hopper. A gallery in Los Angeles bought all 32 of those cans for $1,000, so $31 each. One has now sold for over $11 million. So keep all of that information in mind. So making a familiar object into something remarkable is what Andy Warhol was really known for. And this is, again, as I said, it's a wonderful, wonderful example of that. Now, the Chanel No. 5 artwork was originally created in 1985 as part of his very sought-after and iconic ads portfolio. It was a series based on popular advertising campaigns and logos in American culture. Now, Chanel No. 5, if you look at the history of that, it was created by Ernest Beau for Coco Chanel in 1921, and it became the most treasured name in perfume. It became synonymous with sophistication, with luxury, and qualities that Warhol was inspired by in this series. Now, the Chanel No. 5 perfume bottle stood alone as an iconic representation of the pinnacle of Warhol's intrigue with American consumerism. And today, Chanel still it's very much a household name, just as it was during the Warhol era. Now, in 1997, Chanel revisited the image for use in an advertising campaign, which this artwork was created for. The Chanel No. 5 image is a quintessential example of the pop art mastery and creative genius of Andy Warhol as an artist. So a very recognized, there's no mistaking, a Chanel work of art, Chanel No. 5 work of art by Andy Warhol. It is certainly an iconic piece, without question. Go to my screen for a moment. I'll show you a 1985 screen print, okay? That's a 1985 screen print, Andy Warhol, right there. And as you can see, $269,000. That's not even the most valuable one. This is from the 1985. Let's go back to the work of art and back to the auction.
Underway, understandably, on this beautiful Chanel Warhol collaboration. Andy Warhol, then, the American art superstar, born in 1928. He died in 1987. This is obviously called Chanel No. 5. Lithograph colors, printed on fine woven paper and backed on linen from the design created by Andy Warhol in 1985. It was produced in collaboration with the Chanel Incorporated and the Andy Warhol Foundation in 1997. It is extremely scarce, beautiful colors here. And ladies and gentlemen, wonderful, wonderful piece created in 1997 between Chanel and the Andy Warhol Foundation. So these are all documented, very, very famous pieces indeed. And what a great, great work of art. Beautifully framed as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we've had these on the show in the past, John, and I seem to remember them selling in the $5,000 to $6,000 range. Would I be right?
That's correct.
Okay, around $5,000 to $6,000 we've achieved for these in the past. So, 1,000 is bid. Who's in the lead, please?
Vermont.
Vermont. Okay, we don't hear from Vermont very often, but lovely to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, here is our art expert, Nino, on the beautiful 1997 Andy Warhol. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is an iconic piece, and I like the scale of this work of art as well. Having you stand next to it gives us some really nice perspective. I like the framing that we've elected for this work of art, very simple. This is the framing that really Andy Warhol would have chosen himself for a work of art like this. So as I just shared, with you, and I'm going to share it with you again in a quick second, not just yet, but in a moment, I'm going to share with you that piece, the Chanel No. 5. That sold for $269,000. But what I want to share with you before that is, and this always surprises those that are unfamiliar with the market of Andy Warhol. When you understand he sold a work of art for $195 million, this is the artist, and I said it for a reason. I said this is the artist that kind of got away for so many people. And what I mean by that is, a lot of people, they didn't really understand pop art. They didn't think that it had staying power. I remember personally, my grandfather, I was talking to him about Campbell soup cans when I was a kid, when I was like in 1980, 82, 83. And I said, we should get one of these. They're pretty cool. And he goes, that's not art. And it's not going to have any lasting power. Boy, was he ever wrong. I sure wish he had have gotten one of those. Now, what surprises people is what the Andy Warhol print market is. Now, go to my screen for a minute. And this always shocks everybody, but be prepared. Go to my screen for a second. I'm just going to show you in general the Andy Warhol print market. So as you can see, I'm just going to highlight it. Only prints. I'm not showing originals. If I was showing originals, we'd be up into the 100 million plus in some cases. But still, look at these. These are screen prints. These are silk screens. These are lithographs. These are 4 million, 4 million, 3.5 million, 3.6 million. So it's quite amazing what these actually do sell for. Now, the 1985 work of art, there once again, $269,400 for that. Now, the 1985 ones are going to be a little bit higher sought after than the 1997 ones. 1997, if you could get one 1997 for under, say, $8,000, yeah, you're stealing it. You're doing very, very well. Let's go back to the work of art itself. It is beautiful. It is a spectacular, pristine condition example of what you look for in an Andy Warhol. The pop colors are there. The consumerism is there. The materialistic of it is there. The luxury, the pristine that we look for on all of these Andy Warhols, it clicks all of these boxes, ladies and gentlemen. So trying to get this, and I'm going to share an example in just a quick minute here again, but I want you to take a look at this and get your bids in before we go back to my screen in a minute. So we're only at $1,100 for a big, large work of art like this. And on that, when you were looking at that certificate of authenticity as well, you see that it is on a linen. It's backed on a linen. So this is a great piece. It is a collaboration with Chanel Inc. and the Andy Warhol Foundation. Very rare, ladies and gentlemen, to have something like this. So I would encourage you to get some bids in on that work of art if you would like to add. And, when I say coulda, woulda, shoulda, boy, oh boy, I mean that in every sense of the word. We get so many people that go, boy, I really wish I hadn't passed on an Andy Warhol. And there are, there's a finite number of them that exist. Not making any more, that's for sure. Go back to my screen for just a last second. I'm going to give you guys quite a few different examples of Chanel's here. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen, a couple 100,000. Now, many of these are the 1985 works of art, as you can see. 1985, 1997, you're going to be in around that 8 to 10 range on these pieces. Back to the work of art, please. Let's go back to the work of art. And don't let this be that time that you don't take action on an Andy Warhol. Those of you that have been watching our show for a period of years, you've seen fewer and fewer opportunities to get any kind of an Andy Warhol. Now, I've been doing this for 30 plus years. I've specialized in Warhol works of art in many regions of the world, and I'm not finding them anymore. They're extremely challenging to even acquire. So I would encourage you, if you like the work of art, if it means something to you, you want to acquire it, today's going to be a great opportunity for you. Richard?
New Jersey in the lead now. 1,200 is bid on the Warhol. I'm about to sell it, ladies and gentlemen. I think enough time has been spent on this, John. 1,200 is the bid. Well, we would normally sell this somewhere closer to $5,000 to $6,000 in auction. Just goes to show Valentine's night, a lot of people must be very tired because they're not watching the bidding here. Ladies and gentlemen, 1,200 is bid. They obviously spent far too much last night on roses and dinner. So, ladies and gentlemen, whoever's in the lead from New Jersey, you're very, very lucky. These normally sell somewhere in the region of 5,000 to 6,000. I'm selling it now. I'll give you 30 seconds now with Nino. If not, New Jersey, you've got it. Here we go. 30 seconds.
Okay, last 30 seconds with me. Go back to my screen for a second. I do want to share this with you. Now, this is going back to 1998 on this work of art. Back to 1998. Let me just go a little bit bigger here. As you can see, this was at Sotheby's. So typically, yes, it's going to be Sotheby's, Christie's, Bonhams, Phillips that will auction these off. Here you have the estimate was 5,000 to 7,000, and it ended up with the buyer's premium selling at just over 12,000. So that's going to be a good comparison. So one more zero as to where we are right now, and you would be right in the ballpark. Let's go back to the work of art that you're bidding on, ladies and gentlemen. You're only at 1,200 on this work of art. You cannot go wrong if you get a few more bids in on this piece before we bring the hammer down. So there you've got quite a few different examples. If you're looking to get a 1985 work of art, be prepared to spend over $250,000. If you're looking to get a 1997 work of art, you should typically be prepared to spend at least $5,000, and typically it's going to be right up around $10,000, as I just shared with you. Back to the auction, and good luck to our bidders.
1,400, it's with our good friends from Texas. Thank you. At 1,400 bid. At 1,400, New Jersey, you're out at the moment. Give me your best and final bids. I'm selling the Warhol Chanel collaboration. These are very famous from 1997. At 14 bid, it's at 15 now. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. I'm selling. Give me your best and final bid. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Last chance, last call. Best and final bid now. Best and final bid on the Warhol Chanel collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you 15 seconds just purely because of that time delay on the signal. You've got 15 seconds. It's make your mind up time now. Is there 1,500? Give me your best and final bid. Looks like Sammy's in the lead. At 1,500 is a bid now. Yes or no? Yes or no? Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. Last chance. Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. It's going then. Going once. 15 seconds is up. Going twice. At 1,500 it goes. Sammy, your bidder. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you very, very much. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. On we go. Coming up now then is lot 204, and it is a wonderful work, lifetime piece from 1919. 106-year-old work by the great Pierre-Auguste Renoir. Lot 204, your next lot, up with Nino.
All right, we are talking about the Renoir, ladies and gentlemen. Pierre-Auguste Renoir, one of the founding fathers of Impressionism, one of the original Impressionists is who we are talking about here. So we're going a little bit back in history, but again, you know, we are looking at a work of art that was created in 1919. So we have an antique before us, and also very important that I point out his birth date and when he passed away. He was born in 1841. What year did he pass? 1919. So the same year of the work of art that you are looking at here and hopefully bidding on here right now as well, ladies and gentlemen. It's an edition of only 375. That means that only 375 people in the world, including museums and major institutions, historians, only 375 of these exist. Renoir, very passionate about painting, very passionate about portraying beauty. When he was quite young, when he was only 4 years old, his family moved to Paris, and they lived right next to the Louvre, partly a royal palace at the time, partly the museum we know it as today, and that is the first exposure to the world of art for the 4-year-old young Renoir, if you can imagine. Now, at the age of 20, he would join the classical painting school of a Swiss artist in Paris and learn how to paint in the style of the old masters. Now, the art scene at this time was stiff. It was dominated by the establishment. The Paris Salon had exercised a very strong factual censorship in effect. Whereas if the artwork that you were creating as an artist was not accepted by the salon, you would have no chance of finding a buyer in the market. That's how important the Paris Salon was then, and really is still today. But there was a group of artists, Claude Monet, Alfred Sisley, Frederic Bazille, and Auguste Pierre Renoir, who revolted against the traditional art style. And they started painting outdoors, and that in itself was unusual. It hadn't really happened before, so it was quite revolutionary, plein air painting. And the first Impressionist paintings were created outdoors in the forests of Fontainebleau and at a nearby little lake. And they were trying, these artists that I just mentioned, to catch the impression of the moment and to show the ever-changing effects of light. And they would use quick brushstrokes and bright colors. And in the eyes of their critics, these paintings were unfinished and they were sloppily made. And therefore, the term Impressionism, which is a derogatory term, was coined talking about their art. And it was quite obvious that the Salon was not going to accept it. They knew that. Everybody knew that. So the Impressionists then established their own, the Salon of the Refused. And this exhibition would have no judges, and every artist would pay a small fee and they'd be allowed to show their works of art. It was tremendously successful, the Salon of the Refused. And Renoir really enjoyed the Impressionist style. He liked to paint outdoor scenes, showing everyday people, dancing, having a good time. But he never gave up his roots as a traditional arts craftsman and as an admirer of the old masters. And in the early 1880s, he had the feeling sort of that he had done it all with Impressionism, a feeling of exhaustion. And he decided to go to Italy for a little bit of inspiration. And when he came back, he changed his style to a more classical one. And that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at a study in a very classical technique. So now he would pay more attention to details and more elaborate lines. Now, later in his career, and we are talking about a true artist here in every sense of the word, he was severely stricken with arthritis, so he couldn't even hold a brush anymore. But he would have his assistants actually physically tie the brush to his wrists in order to allow him to continue to create. So he is a blue chip artist, unmistakably. He has sold a work of art for $71 million. And his goal always was, to create beautiful paintings, to create beautiful imagery. He wasn't interested in social critique. He was just seeking to portray beauty. And his printmaking, which he was way ahead of his time, his printmaking reflects the same sensitivity to light and movement as his paintings do. Now, this work of art, I'm going to share with you a few different things here. Let me go as quickly as I can. Go to my screen for a moment. We don't have any bids on this work of art. You're looking at a Renoir, ladies and gentlemen. Get a bid in on this. I would strongly encourage you to get a bid on this, especially tonight. We've seen some incredible opportunities here happen. There's a book about the life and art of Pierre-Auguste Renoir, which was written by none other than the legendary art dealer Ambroise Vollard. I don't have time to go into the whole story on this. I share this with you because I think it's fascinating for you as a collector to look this information up and to have this information at your disposal. And they knew each other throughout their life. Vollard was 29 years old and Renoir was 54 when they met, and he was his dealer. Now, this book, I'm going to switch over to here. Here is the actual book. It's a 376-page book, and on page 156 of this book, what do we see? We see the very same work of art that you are bidding on, the very same lithograph and the description of it and the history of that work of art. And this is on the life and the art of Pierre-Auguste Renoir. So there it is, the very same work of art that you are bidding on. Now, what do his works of art typically sell for? So this is going to be, I'm going to give you an example that's it's so apples to apples, but you can even see on your own screen, you can see that there's a few little issues here with this work of art that we're looking at. A few little bit of discolorations. I'm just pointing them out here and here and here. But this is a work of art very similar to what you are bidding on here as well. It is signed in the plate. It is a plate signed, not hand signed, that is signed in the plate. In fact, let me just expand this over here. This work is stamped signed Renoir in the lower right. So it is plate signed. And as you can see, the price on that is $9,500 on that work of art. And now that I've zoomed in, you can really get a better look at it, I would say, right there. So that is an excellent example and a comparison, really, so to speak, of what you are bidding on right now. So 9,500 US represents a very good price in that work of art. Let's go back to the work of art that you were bidding on, ladies and gentlemen. This 1919 piece, 375 examples. Now, what that means is the plate, and I've already shown you a lithographic plate. I showed it to you with Matisse and with Marc Chagall, that big, thick, heavy plate that is used to create the work of art after the 375, or whatever the edition size that a publisher and an artist agree on together, and printmaker. It's called the matrix that is used, that lithographic plate, and that is, it's cut or it's destroyed in one manner or another, so it can never be used again. And that's what gives you the integrity of the art. That's why having a limited edition is very, very important because of that. Otherwise, they could just create them forever, right? And it wouldn't make any sense. So you destroy the matrix, and then you get that examples of only 375. That's how many are in existence in the world. Let's go back to the auction. Richard?
Then, ladies and gentlemen, lot 204, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Étude des mouvements baigneurs. The 1919 work is 106 years of age now. This is a lithograph in black ink on Velendage's paper. No bids, by the way, after the original. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the first edition, one of 375 examples, published by Ambrose Vollard and executed by Émile Féquet in Paris on the 15th of December, 1919. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. There are no bids, and we'll give you a chance to bid on it. So you've got 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I can't bid for you. As much as I'd love to help you out, I'd come and sit down with you, have a cup of tea, and we could talk about where you place the first bid. But I don't have time. I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a bid. Let's have a bit of fun. Let's have a live auction, and let's go back to Nino. I'll give you 2 minutes. No bids once again on the 1919 Renoir, Nino. Ladies and gentlemen, up to you. There we go. Good luck.
And maybe I'm the only one, Richard, who would love to have one of the original Impressionists hanging in my own home, in my own wall, in my own collection. I mean, who wouldn't want to have a Monet, a Manet, a Pissarro, a Degas, a Renoir? You know, who wouldn't want to have those? Of course, everybody would. Now, what do the museums collect? Go back to my screen for a minute. Go to my screen for a second. I'll show you the Museum of Modern Art. I'm just going to give you one example. Clearly, Renoir is in most major museums around the world. But let's just take a look at this one. So here you've got Pierre-Auguste Renoir. It's a study, which is what you're bidding on as well, which is a study. This is a lithograph. So this is one study from a portfolio of 12 lithographs collected by the Museum of Modern Art. Ambrose Vollard was the publisher. Okay, we've already talked about that as with the one that you were bidding on. And the edition size on this is 1,000. And the one that you were bidding on, the edition size is 375. So I always do look at the museums as well. And I, you know, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again. If it's good enough for the museum, is it good enough for the private collector? In most cases, I would definitely say yes. Now, I want to give you some other examples of plate signed, stone signed, you can use those words interchangeably, of Renoir. So here you have Pierre-Auguste Renoir. Look at this. It's a 1919 piece right here, ladies and gentlemen. 1919 is when this one was done. This is from an edition of 1,000. You can see the price, 9,500. Let's go down here and just be really, really clear to make sure. Yes, there it is. Not signed. It is a not signed, hand signed. If it was hand signed, you know, we're going to add a lot more zeros to it. So not signed, a 1919 work of art right there, a larger edition, 3 times the size almost of the edition of what you were bidding on at 9,500. So you've got example after example after example. Here is another example at 9,000. And here's the first example that I shared with you, which is really very, very similar to what we have here, isn't it? Is it not? And this is at 9,500. And that is also stamped, signed work of art. So you've got 3 examples over $9,000, and all of them have much larger edition size than what you're bidding on. And none of them come with a frame. Let's go back to the work of art that we have here. So when we look at all of that and we think, as a collector, am I going to spend $9,500 on one that is spotted from an edition of 1,000 that doesn't have a frame? Or am I going to get some bids in on one here that is in immaculate, pristine condition? It is from the same year, 1919, and it has the same background, the same history, and we already know that they're selling for $9,500. I think the answer is pretty clear. pretty clear for a savvy collector. They're going to go ahead and try and acquire this. Now, the Bathers is another thing that he is very much known for. And this work showcases Renoir's really skillful use of delicate lines and sense of form. So what it does is it explores the figures in motion. That's what he's doing here. He's capturing that in movement, which is what one of the things that the Impressionists were striving to do, to catch the ever-changing effects of light and of movement. And that's what he has done so brilliantly with this work of art. So a 1919 piece, ladies and gentlemen, you've got 3 examples before you right now at 9,000, 9,500, 9,500. You got all the examples in the world. Get a bid in on this work of art. This is an incredible piece, beautifully framed, museum quality frame on that work of art, far superior to the examples I just shared with you. If you'd like to own a Renoir, now's your opportunity right here. I got to give kudos to our framer as well. We have a brilliant framer that showcases these works of art in the light that they should be presented, and he has certainly not failed us in this one. This is magnificent. It's coming back to you, Richard, a 1919 375 edition of Pierre-Auguste Renoir. Wow.
Nino, please don't remind me. Please don't remind me. I'm feeling very depressed. Ladies and gentlemen, the top bid is $190, and I'm literally going to sell it. Nino just reminded me that it is a limited edition example. Well, actually, I'm incorrect, because it's not a limited edition example of 375. It was a limited edition example of 375, but that was 106 years ago. Created in 1919, Renoir worked on this body of work with the great Ambrose Vollard and the greatest lithographers and engravers at the time, Émile Féquet. They decided to create a limited edition just 1 year after the end of World War I. So that's what you've got here now. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't bid for you. You've been a wonderful audience. I appreciate you watching, but we actually need bids on this now. So I'll give you 60 seconds, last chance, benefit of the doubt. If not, it's going. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds, I've got to sell. Here we go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this will be your last opportunity here. You know, Richard has given you that 1 minute. And inevitably what happens is people are sitting at home and they're thinking about it. They're waiting to see what somebody else does. And then they'll call in after the hammer has come down. It happens, sadly, it happens almost every night that we get multiple cases of that. If I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about this work of art and I'm listening to somebody who has experience and is showing me, tangible evidence of very same works of art selling for 9,500, it's not hard, to think about this work of art and go, should I take a chance at it and, throw $1,000 at it? Yeah, absolutely. The frame alone is going to cover at least half of that, $500-600 for that frame alone. And it really is in great, great condition. And the 1919 aspect of it is a big, important deal. Showing that it's in the book is important as well. So you've got all of that information, ladies and gentlemen. And if anybody has just kind of signed in here real quick in the last second, go back to my screen for a split second before we get our final bids in, before that hammer comes down. And remember, get the book. Get the book. You can get it digitally. You can get it through probably Amazon or whatever the case may be. But get the book here, and then you can see the evolution of art of Renoir, and you can really. It is fascinating to hear the dialogue between Vollard and Renoir over these years. And there is the very same work of art that you are bidding on. And here again, from the same suite, you've got that same suite at 9,500, ladies and gentlemen. And here again, one last time. Here's a 1919 work of art, and this has an edition of 1,000. It is plate signed, and it's at 9,500. It's kind of a no-brainer, isn't it? Back to the work of art, and back to you, Richard.
Then later on, I think enough time spent on this, and it has to go now. Last chance, last call. Is there another 25 to move on? Give me your best and final bid. It's got to go. You've got 10 seconds because of the time delay. I'm not even giving you 15 this time. 10 seconds only. Ladies and gentlemen, it's got to go. Going once. Going twice, then third and final time, and it's gone. Well done, you got it. There we go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on with the show. Something absolutely exquisite for you. Beautiful, beautiful piece coming up now. Lot 205. 205 is a stunning, stunning work by Jules Chéret. Let's have a look at the work of art here, ladies and gentlemen. These are highly collectible, highly desirable, original lithograph in colour on woven paper, signed by Chéret on the stone. And he created this work, this actual work, in 1896. Ladies and gentlemen, your opportunity to bid on the beautiful work of Jules Chéret, 129 years old this. Over to Nino. Thank you.
This is pretty exciting. This is really exciting in that we very rarely get a chance to show a Chéret. I mean, how many times have we had the opportunity of showing them? It's very, very rare that this arises. And it is because there's very few of these in existence right now that are not already in private hands, in private collectors' hands, or in museums. He is called the father of the modern poster. He greatly inspired the art of many to follow him, including Toulouse-Lautrec. And he was the very first artist to use colors in his lithography. So he really elevated lithography to heights that had never, ever been seen before. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Let's give you some background on Jules Chéret. French artist. He was born in 1836. He passed away in 1932. He was born in Paris in 1936. His family was quite poor, but they were a creative family of artisans. And since the family really didn't have the means, they didn't have very much money, his formal education, Jules Chéret's formal education, ended at the age of 13 because his family could no longer afford to keep him in school. His father was a typographer, and he placed him in a 3-year apprenticeship with a lithographer. That was very important. Now, although he was able, as he learned the process of lithography, to sell a few works of art here and there, some sketches to various music publishers in Paris, it really didn't satisfy Chéret. And he would leave Paris for London in the hopes of finding a more lucrative way to afford his career as an artist, because he knew his passion was art. Now, after a short period of time executing drawings for the Maple Furniture Company, a very frustrated Chéret returned to Paris with no more money than he had started at the very beginning. In 1858, he created his first poster for the composer Jacques Offenbach, and he was determined to continue his work as an artist. And he would design book covers for the publishing firm of Kramer, as well as several posters for the circus, for theater, for music halls, for actresses and cabarets, as well as a variety of different advertisement products. And advertisements were of a new kind, and these innovative and artistic efforts that he was creating led him to the next phase of his work. He would meet through a good friend, the perfume manufacturer Eugene Rimmel, who gave the artist the opportunity to design for Rimmel's perfume. And this is in 1866. So it was in a very bold and supportive move. Rimmel supported his protege, Chéret, in the establishment of a commercial color lithographic shop in Paris. This has never been done before. Now, as a result of this relationship between Chéret and Rimmel, Chéret's career was launched, and color lithography, as I said, had never existed, and it would now come to life under the mastery of Chéret in Paris. So he worked in 1 or 2 colors, and in 1869 he introduced a new system of printing from 3 stones, 1 black, 1 red, and the third was achieved by printing 2 colors on 1 stone, with cool colors at the top and warm colors at the bottom. It was a process of this color lithographic posters that he created through the 1870s and early 1880s. So remember, groundbreaking. He had achieved what no other artist had ever done before. And his work showed, delicate, powdery, graceful fluidity of pastel and hues that contributed to the uniqueness and the aesthetic finesse of his creative endeavors. The Impressionists, the Pointillists, they were all absorbed and impressed with his theory of complementary colors. So he is considered to be amongst the most important of all poster artists, but Art Nouveau artists. And I shouldn't throw that word around without explaining it, poster, because inevitably somebody is listening and they goes, oh, it's just a poster. No. Posters, ladies and gentlemen, the most important artists in history were renowned for creating posters promoting major events. Toulouse-Lautrec is just one. Picasso, Miro, Dali, Chagall, all created posters. Now, Chéret is credited with elevating lithography to an art form. Prior to him, it really wasn't considered an art form, and his innovative color lithographic process would be copied even by Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. It was in 1891 that Lautrec created his first poster, La Goulou, for the Moulin Rouge, and it was based upon Chéret. And that's where he got all of the influence from it. So he really caused a revolution, Chéret. And in fact, He caused a sensation in Paris. The charettes, the women that are portrayed in his famous works of art, these beautiful women, it really kind of very liberating for them, because prior to Charette, women in art were depicted primarily as either prostitutes or Puritans, and that all changed with his art. And his charettes, as they were called, were so liberated, and now they could wear clothes that they wanted to wear in public. They could smoke a cigarette in the open without being judged. So he really is considered to be responsible for that movement of liberation for women as well. He died in 1932 at the age of 96. He had a very full career, and some of the cabarets, the theaters, the posters he created were for places like the Eldorado, Olympia, the Folies Bergère, and of course, the very famous Moulin Rouge. Ladies and gentlemen, his works of art are in museums globally. Now, here you have an original lithograph in colors. So let me go back to what I was talking about with posters. I don't want you to think posters in the term of walking into your local mall and into Posters R Us and grabbing a poster. Those don't really have any value. I mean, the only value they have is if you like them, great. You know, the paper that they're printed on is the value. 100 years from now, they're going to have probably about the same value. That's not the case with these poster works of art by Jules Charette. These are original lithographs. So all of that process, and remember, he invented and he created that process of color printing in the lithographic technique. So you have one of the most important artists, period. If it were not for Jules Charette, we wouldn't have, the works of art, perhaps, of Toulouse-Lautrec, of these other great artists that came after. So great example, ladies and gentlemen. You have one of the Charettes. It's an 1895 piece. Let's go to the auction.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, well, here we go then. 500 is bid. Thank you very, very much. And that's with Arizona. Lot 205, Jules Charette, La Musique. The original lithograph. Ladies and gentlemen, there are collectors all around the world for these. Nino, if you pull up, there's actually a company in New York. I believe they're called Poster Auctions International. Very famous company. And if you pull up results for Posters Auctions International, their annual sale. Now these posters are hugely collectible by many collectors of the Art Nouveau and Belle Epoque era, but also anyone who loves Art Deco, Art Nouveau, and original posters. Well, Jules Charette was the man who actually taught Toulouse-Lautrec all about lithography. So when you look at the annual auction results of a big company like Posters Auctions International, you'll see there's probably 4 or 5 names which are the royalty of the auction world as far as collectors are concerned. At the top of the list, number 1, without any shadow of a doubt, will be Jules Charette. The original lithograph you see here is in colors. It's on thick woven paper. It is signed by the artist on the stone. It is printed by Imprimerie Chez of Paris in 1896. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not only beautiful, but it is highly desirable, highly collectible. Hopefully Nino will be able to show you, but you've got all the signature in the piece. You've got the information down the side here. Perhaps we can zoom in on that and have a good look at the actual inscription on that fantastic work. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously it's in French, but Atelier Charette, and that is the address there in Paris where it's created at the Imprimerie Chez. Ladies and gentlemen, so it's got everything going for it. It's from 1895. It's an original. Let's go back to Nino. I'll give you 2 minutes with Nino, but hopefully Nino will be able to show us some auction results of Charette and all the other great people that are collected by specialist collectors around the world. Very collectible piece. Here's Nino. Good luck.
This kind of poster art is highly sought after and highly collected. I'm familiar, of course, with Posters Auctions International. We have showcased them in previous auctions. We've brought up examples, having a little bit of frustration with their site at the moment, but I'm going to continue to work on that. But what I'm going to show you in the meantime is a couple other examples here of where you're going to find these works of art and what the prices are on them. So go to my screen for a moment. Jules Charette, ladies and gentlemen, where you can see these works of art. You can see them at the Museum of Modern Art. I'll get to that, Richard, on the Poster International. Give me 1 second there. But I want to see examples of these works of art. Okay, so here you've got some great examples at the Museum of Modern Art. Some other examples. We get it. I'm not going to continue to show you the examples on these works of art. But what I will show you is, what they typically sell for. So Jules Charette, as you can see here, and I know it's a little bit tight on your screen, small text, so I just kind of make it a little bit bigger. But as you can see, the prices here, hundreds of thousands, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 187,000. Now, these are a combination of prints and originals, but let's get just to the prints. This is really an excellent example of what we are bidding on here right now. This would be incredibly comparable to what you should be bidding on, ladies and gentlemen. So this is an 1897 work of art. It is a poster, okay? This sold now quite a few years ago. We're going back 5 years ago for this, and they got a great deal on the work of art as well. It sold for $16,800, and it sold at that very same, Richard, there it is right there, Posters Auction International, right there. That's what you were talking about. So $16,800 for that work of art, and that's a great price. Let's go back to the auction, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to give you a fantastic opportunity now. John, would you bring in our second piece? And ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely gorgeous, this one. Tarara Boom, Polka Americaine, G. Michaels, and ladies and gentlemen, this fantastic piece, I believe, was done a year later. Let me just check the certificate of authenticity. It is... Let's have a look at the certificate. This one is, ladies and gentlemen, Tarara Boom, original lithograph in colour on thick woven paper by Charette, and it's signed by the artist on the stone. It is printed in Paris in 1895. I'm going to give you the high bidder's choice now. You can either have the one on the right or Tarara Boom, ladies and gentlemen, the one on the left. I like this, the Polka Americaine. Polka Americaine. What a fantastic piece that is. This is gorgeous as well. And ladies and gentlemen, these are the originals from the late 1800s. Don't make any mistake on this. These can easily auction between, I'd say very fair, 12 to 20,000 for this level of art. So I'll give you the high bidder's choice. You can have the one on the right, the one on the left, or if you are the highest bidder, you can even have them both. Ladies and gentlemen, up to you. High bidder's choice now, and I'll give you 1 minute with Nino. I'm selling.
That is incredible, ladies and gentlemen, that you get this opportunity to pick and select from either of these two. Now, the example I just shared with you, I believe it was $18,000 for that. And that was a great price. That was a really, really good price. I want to show something else to you, also from Posters Auctions International, who specialized in these famous artists that were renowned for creating posters, promoting big events or showcasing different kinds of cabaret events. Go back to my screen for a second. Another work of art from Posters Auctions International, Jules Charette, as you can see here. Let me just build this up. So there you have the artist name. There you have that it is a print and that it is a poster. And here you can see what it actually sold for. Now that one sold for $60,000, and this one is a poster promoting an event in Montmartre. So that is a poster print from Posters Auctions International that specialize in this. So now you've got a couple of examples there I've just shared with you. This one shows you what a poster can sell for. These selling for $60,000. Some of the more famous ones, they're just not available at all, but they've sold for over $100,000 as well. But take a look there, ladies and gentlemen. That was in 2019. So we're going back, a period of time, some 6 years or so here. Go back to the work of art that you are bidding on. So now you've got examples at, $18,000 for very similar work of art, all the way up to $60,000 on these works of art. Now we're playing with the lights just a little bit in the studio, and we do that just to show you the effects. As you know, if you can manipulate the light in your home with a dimmer, great. And if you can't, that's also great, because as the day turns to night, you're going to see these different elements and the different effects on the work of art. We zoom in, we pan around looking for quality and getting a real nice touch of the imagery that you are looking at. What a time to be alive and to be in Paris, ladies and gentlemen, and it's all very evident in the works of art. You know, he showcases that period of time of gaiety so beautifully. Back to you, Richard.
Okay, I've got 1300 bid, 1300 bid, and it is with Sammy's bidder, 13. 14 I've got here, 14 here, 14 bid, 14 got a bid of 14 bid, 14 bid, 14 bid, 14 bid, 14 bid, 15 bid, 15 bid, 15 bid, 15 bid. Stay on the phone, because we need to find out which one you want. 16 is bid, 16 is bid, 16 is bid. Stay on the phone, because we need to find out which one you want. 16 bid, 16 bid, 16 bid. Anyone else? Now, Karen, just to be sure, you're interested, you want the orange one. Right, you're done. It's yours. 1600. Sammy, 1500. You've got the blue one. Thank you very much. 1600 to Karen on the orange. 1500 to Sammy on the blue. Sold and gone. Thank you very much. Nice and simple. There we go. Well done. They both wanted the opposite one, so that was great. Okay, congratulations to you both. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on with the next part of the show. It is lot 207 coming up now. Rafael Sanzio de Urbino, and it is lot Fleas from Sodom, ladies and gentlemen. And this magnificent work of art is an original engraving that was created at the Vatican in Rome in 1649. 1649, from the great designer Rafael Sanzio de Urbino. Here is Nino with Rafael Sanzio de Urbino. Here's Nino.
That kind of rhymed there, Richard. We have an original engraving, ladies and gentlemen, from 1649. Yes, your ears do not deceive you. If only the art could talk, right? If the art could tell the stories of the travels, of the hands that it's passed through, of who has coveted and cherished it and left it in this kind of condition in 2025. I mean, it's just magnificent to have something like this available for us right now that is not currently in a museum. Now, Raphael, does he need an introduction? Let's do it anyway. One of the great masters of the Italian Renaissance. He was a court favorite throughout his career. He performed, massive architectural commissions for Pope Julius II and later Pope Leo X. But there was steep competition for artistic genius in this period of time in 15th century Italy. Now, Raphael is considered to be one of the holy trinity of the Italian Renaissance masters, along with Michelangelo and the great Leonardo da Vinci. But while Da Vinci was 30 years older than Raphael, Michelangelo was about 8 years his senior, and he would become more of the rival. The bigger rival was between Raphael and Michelangelo. Da Vinci kind of was above it all, above the fray. He was too much immersed in other Renaissance exploits. The very famous biographer Giorgio Vasari, in his book The Lives of the Artists, attributes Michelangelo's commission for the Sistine Chapel to a very vindictive scheme by Raphael. And this is I think it's kind of a fun story. According to Vasari, Michelangelo, we all know that he preferred sculptural work. He avoided frescoes. He feared that he couldn't compare to Raphael. And it was actually Raphael that was given the commission from the Pope to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. And then Raphael went to the Pope and said, give it to Michelangelo. He wanted to force a direct comparison. Give it to Michelangelo, because Raphael was convinced that Michelangelo couldn't paint at the same degree, at the same level as he could, because he was a sculptor. Now, this miserable Herculean project took 4 years to complete, and it was very straining on the relationship with Michelangelo and the Pope. But what happened in the end? Raphael was proved wrong. Michelangelo triumphed, and one of the greatest works of art of all time is attributed to the hand of Michelangelo. But Raphael, now he in the meantime, completed more personal commissions throughout the Vatican. He was invited and commissioned to create the frescoes in Pope Julius, his own living quarters in the apartments of the Pope. And that included works like the Disputation of the Holy Sacrament, the School of Athens, one of the most famous works of art, of high Renaissance art, the School of Athens. That's from the hand of Raphael. Now, at the height of his productivity and extraordinary fame, Raphael ran a workshop of about 50 artisans, probably the largest studio of the day. And I believe, and many other art critics believe, that he was influenced by a visit from Albrecht Dürer, who came from Germany. He was the Northern Renaissance master, who came from Germany, came and visited Michelangelo, Raphael, and Da Vinci, and spent a great deal of time with Raphael. Now, at this period of time, Albrecht Dürer was already an accomplished printmaker, particularly in the woodcut technique. And we believe that he certainly inspired and encouraged Raphael to get involved in printmaking, which was highly unusual at the time. But Raphael, he managed to develop an even more intricate and expressive personal style than Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci. Even though these artists were very, very innovative and they had certainly inspired him, his paintings, they have this more intricate and expressive personal style. Now, this work of art, an original engraving, and this is phenomenal that we have this at all. It's an original engraving in black ink on a watermark laid paper, and this was printed by the Vatican printing presses, ladies and gentlemen, if you can imagine, the most important presses in the entire world. And it was executed by Nicolas Chapron. Nicolas Chapron was a printmaker, 1612 to 1656 was his lifetime. And this one was done in 1649. So now, after the death of Raphael, the influences of his great rival, Michelangelo, became a little bit more widespread. But make no mistake, when we talk about, what is regarded as the highest models of high Renaissance art, Raphael is right there, ladies and gentlemen. And look at the condition of this work of art. Now, this is done in an engraving. It's an intaglio technique in order to create what we see here before us. Intaglio means to incise or to cut into a surface and then to transfer that information over to your paper. So an original engraving in black, 1649, and we've got Sodom, fleas from Sodom on this work of art. Pardon me. Yeah, there it is. Lot flees from Sodom on this particular work of art. All right. Let's take a nice close look there again on this piece. And Richard, look at this. We've got $70 bid on this work of art. Can you believe that? On a Raphael from 1649. Unbelievable. Let's go to the auction, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, nothing surprises us here anymore. There we go. It is lot 207, the great Raphael, Sanzio da Urbino. The original engraving in black, Lot flees from Sodom. Original engraving, printed in black ink on watermark laid paper. This is the first state. It was the first printing. It was executed and printed by Nicolas Chapron in Rome in 1649, making this $100 work of art, beautifully framed, just 376 years of age. Oh, by the way, it was produced at the Vatican. $100. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as they say in England, you must be having a laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, $100 for a 376-year-old Vatican edition work. It was kept in the Vatican for over 300 years. Look at the condition of it. It's magnificent to think that that was literally created in Rome all those years ago in 1649. It survived from 1649 to 1749 to 1849 to 1949 and plus another 76 years after that. Ladies and gentlemen, 376-year-old work. Unbelievable work of art. Good luck, whoever gets it. I mean, if you get this, Nino, if you were in Rome and you went looking for something like this, you would have to go to an antiquarian fine art dealers, and they would probably not give you a very polite reply if you said, I've got 5,000, have you got anything about 350, 400 years of age by Raphael? Probably, unless you understand Italian, it probably wouldn't be very polite. Let's find out what Nino has to say. Nino, 5,000 wouldn't buy you this anywhere. Here we go. It's going to sell.
Oh, no, indeed. Yeah, no, I'm just picturing that kind of a scene, Richard, walking into a place and talking about that. Yeah. Go to my screen for a moment. Who collects these works of art? And there's very few of them in existence. There's not a lot of them out there, but royalty, the royal family in the UK, the Royal Collection Trust. Now, let's take a look at what we have on the screen before us here right now. This one, as you can see, so this was published in 1649. What are you looking at? You're looking at something that was published in 1649. It is an engraving. What are you looking at? You're looking at an engraving. Who did the engraving? Nicholas Chaperon, right there. So this is what is being collected by the major museums. This is in the Royal Collection. This is very much what you are bidding on here right now. So that kind of tells you the importance of it. That's great. That's good information to have. What do they sell for? Well, there is one that is available here, and it's from a gallery that has a pretty good reputation, I'd say. 83% positive ratings on these works of art, and they've sold over 3,000 of them. And that doesn't mean they've sold over 3,000 Raphaels. I believe this is probably the only Raphael that they have. That means that they've sold over 3,000 works of art, period. But this shows you a really good example, okay? And this is conservative. It truly is very, very conservative price on this work of art at $12,500. So here you have a 1649, you have a Nicholas Chaperon, you have a Raphael engraving. So it ticks all of the very same boxes that you're looking at here. It's actually quite nicely framed. I'll give it kudos where kudos deserved. It is a nice frame on it. It's a beautiful work of art. If you could get the one that you are bidding on, that's being presented here right now, in around this price point, you should be congratulating yourself. If you can get it for around 12,000, 13,000, that would be wonderful to be able to get it like that. Let's go back to the work of art itself. So there's a wonderful example for you, right in front of your face. You can't deny it. Now, the condition of this work of art, I would say, is superior. It's crisper. I'll talk about that in a moment. Let's go back to the auction.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you went to an antiquarian art dealer's with $5,000 and asked for this, you wouldn't get a polite response from them. But we're going to be very polite, and we're going to put this on sale right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've got 30 seconds to bid on this one to allow for the time delay. We have not even reached 5,000 or 4,000 or 3,000, not even 2,000. Forget it. We haven't even reached 1,000. I'm selling it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, so you've got 15 seconds now. Get on the phone if you want it. It's about to go. I'm not even going back to Nino. It is about to sell. I'll take another 25 to move on. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Give me your best and final bid. It's got to go. It's selling. It is going to go. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? 475 is bid. At 475, give me 5. 475, give me 5. At 475, it is about to go now. At 475, last chance, give you 10 seconds. 475, 475, give me your best and final bid now. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. 5 bid. 5 get a bit of 5. 5 get a bit of 5. 5 get a bit of 5. Take 50 now. Take 50 more. Yes or no? It's up to you. I can't bid for you on the Vatican edition from 376 years ago. 50, thank you. 550, 550, now 6, 550. 376 years ago this was created. Look at the condition. That's what you've got to look at. Not only is it 376 years of age, not only is it authenticated, not only is it certified and you've got all the information behind it, but the condition, considering it survived nearly 4 centuries, is unbelievable. I don't see any tears, any stains, any foxing. Ladies and gentlemen, the condition of that, how that was kept, in the Vatican Museum all those centuries, and now it's released here in that condition is unbelievable how they keep it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. It is about to sell. Take $50 bids to move on. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? Take another 50, up to you. Up to you. I can't bid for you. It's up to you now, John. Going once. Are you in, yes or no? Last chance, last bid. Last chance, last bid. Are we done? Sold and gone then. Thank you very much. Okay, congratulations, well done to you. Later on we move on with the show. Beautiful piece, that Vatican work. We move on with the show and a sensational work of art. Don't forget what we got coming up later as well. The very rare lambskin Salvador Dali, the very rare Roman numeral edition Miro as well coming up at the end of the show. But right now, if you love wildlife, this is called Urban Bear, and it is by the British art star Lucas Roy.
I would describe my style as all over the place, absolutely everywhere. I try anything, everything, whatever I gravitate towards. If there's a new material, technique, subject, I'll do portraits, I'll do landscapes, symbolism, surrealism, impressionism, and I would describe myself in my own lane as a bit of a style bender, and I don't mind doing that. If people say, well, why don't you do a cohesive body of work and be recognised for this? Well, that's not me, unfortunately. I don't want to pretend to be anybody else. I like to just do my own thing, go with my emotions, paint how I feel. So I'd say my style varies from, I can go from clean lines, Roy Lichtenstein-y, down through the Banksy street art stencil work, quick, sharp, symbolic, punchy in your face, and through Leroy Neiman to the bit more abstract, and then a little bit Rene Magritte with the surrealism, a little bit more refined in places. So my style is like that. It's been exciting to exhibit some of my works over in America in some of the galleries via my agents. Recently, I've literally just come off exhibiting in a local Kirkleatham museum, which was part of a nursing project to represent the local nurses, and we worked with nurses who were retired and currently working and developed an exhibition. And now my big 9-foot painting is in a local hospital, and it's really well received, and it's great to see. It's kind of meaningful work. There's no monetary value involved with this. It's a bit more personal, and I feel like it's going to have everlasting impact. Otherwise, do you know, I like to ride a little solo most of the time, and also we have quite a lot of our own, say, pop-ups in-house, underground kind of exhibitions with our VIP members who kind of subscribe to our email newsletters and things, and we try and keep the reins in our own kind of backyard, really. But yeah, I've got many more to come, and it's quite exciting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Just a real brief introduction to the art of Lucas Roy and hearing directly from the artist himself. I think it's always nice when we can kind of intersperse these little videos so you can hear directly from the mouth of the artist. We have a UK artist, clearly. He was born in Darlington in the UK in 1988. His school studies were all about art, photography, business studies. That was his interest, but he talks about in his biography about he never really excelled in school. He was uninspired by his studies, and that's when he joined the military. He joined the British Army, the Parachute Regiment, kind of an elite force. They're called the Paras. He was with them for 6 years, and he said he learned to listen and focus his hyper mind while he was there, and he had a very interesting and rewarding time. He served on numerous operations, right up at the front, and he discovered new places in the world and their cultures. Now, he would stay with them for 6 years, and had amazing experiences. Then he would leave the Army to be closer to home and his father. But thanks to the time that he had spent in the military, he had multiple qualifications and licenses that would allow him to serve and train as an advanced medical technician, so he could work in the ambulance service. And he did that for a few years as well, which, again, a little bit of an eye opener. So, trained to take a life, trained to save a life. But after these two experiences, he was looking for something that was a little less stressful, and he always felt that he had been an artist at heart. He had won logo competitions when he was a teenager. He had always been doodling and sketching and drawing, and once he had settled down from his Army and ambulance days, that's when he really focused into his artwork. And he even applied and got shortlisted for BBC's The Big Painting Challenge, the reality show where they're seeking out who the strongest artists are. So it's a competition, and he got shortlisted twice for that. So that really encouraged him. And then he started studying digital design and illustration and portraiture and graffiti and spray paint art and watercolors and all kinds, pastels, acrylic, stencils, you name it. So all these different mediums and techniques were very important to him. Now, his current work is inspired from popular culture, from counterculture, from fashion, all types of street art, graffiti art, urban art, and his personality, it shines through on these pieces. Now, what he prefers to work in is spray enamel and acrylic, and that is what you are bidding on here. That's what you have before you right now. So we have an original. We have an original work of art. It's really important that we point that out, ladies and gentlemen, because we can't all get originals, but here is an opportunity for you to be the only person that owns this particular piece here from a very important street artist, urban artist. And you can interchange those words, street, urban, graffiti artist. They're all reflecting the same thing. Now, it's really pop meets urban art when I look at these works of art with this bear looking right at us with the pop colors, but you've got the extreme, exaggerated lines that are very typical of a street artist, of a graffiti artist. And the reason for those kind of lines like that typically is because historically artists try and get out being undetected. And so they move very, very quickly when they're creating works of art without permission on the side of buildings or on the side of subways or things like that. Now, when we see the works of art of Lucas Roy, I think it's important that we look for what he's renowned for as well. What is his palette? What is it? He's very diverse. He's an incredibly diverse artist. He will do all kinds of different subjects, portraiture, animals, landscapes, you name it. But the color palette is always there. These are spectacular works of art. They truly, truly are. Let's go to my screen for a moment. I'll give you a couple of examples of works of art of Lucas Roy. And if you're thinking about urban art and street art, pay attention to the news. What's happening in the news with artists like Banksy, like Basquiat, like Shepard Fairey. All of these artists are newsmakers. There's a grill that looks very similar to the piece that you are actually bidding on here, ladies and gentlemen. And then he's Lucas Roy's gallery. Oh, here's something I wanted to share with you. This is the rise of street art, and it talks about street art and the importance of street art, Banksy, Brainwash, all of these artists. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because we have tight time, but Jean-Michel Basquiat, Keith Haring, certainly amongst the most important artists. And then who collects art? How does street art perform versus other works of art? Why is it so popular? I would encourage you to look up this article. Here's one I will read. Should it be considered an investment or just something to enjoy? Street art has perhaps the strongest investment potential than any other genre in today's market. Works from major players continue to appreciate year on year, and we see auction results constantly being broken and returns are constantly exceeding expectations in both the public and private market. And then this article I thought was really interesting as well. This is an art dealer in New York who literally did exactly and does exactly what that headline says. Why do our investors like street art? I'm just reading these articles, okay? Because 200 can turn into $500,000. Well, that's quite a bold thing to say. Steve Lazarides, there he is right here. He says, going back a decade, you take one of the artworks that I sold for $149.99, something of that value at that time would be worth upwards of 300 to 400,000 pounds today. So that's a pretty good return on his investment. That's a 266,000% increase over that period of time. So I share this information with you because I want you to pay attention to urban art, to street art, because it's a very powerful art movement. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's go back to the piece. And when we're seeing, Shepard Fairey and Banksy and Basquiat and Keith Haring, and we're seeing all these records being broken all the time, Who are the next artists that are coming right up behind them? Well, I'll tell you who it is. It's Carl Stryker. It's Magnus Wynn. It's Lucas Roy. It's Kef. These are the next artists that are making incredible inroads, and they're going to be the next darlings of the auction houses, ladies and gentlemen. So now is your opportunity, not later. I mean, I would love to have a Keith Haring. Can't afford one. I can get a Lucas Roy, and I can get an original. Richard, back to you.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, lot 208, it is Lucas Roy's original acrylic and spray enamel on canvas. Remember, actually, no stencil work with this. This is all freehand. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see why he's so popular now. This is the original acrylic and spray enamel on canvas, signed, titled and dated on the verso. A unique work executed by Lucas Roy in his Darlington, northeast of England studio in 2024. It is the Urban Bear, and ladies and gentlemen, what a lovely piece, beautifully framed. And if you like wildlife in a modern finish, then this could be for you. 2024 is the year. 2024 Urban Bear, the hand signature on pristine canvas, direct from the artist studio. Bids going on in the background. If you want to get your bid in, all you got to do is call that number. Ladies and gentlemen, have a go. It is a complete original, one of a kind, hand signed 2024 work, brand new, direct from the artist studio. Lovely framing on it. Actually, 2 frames set together with a gap in between it, ladies and gentlemen, a floating frame there. Beautiful piece, beautifully done, beautifully presented. And here is Nino. Nino, lovely piece. It is about to sell. You've got 2 minutes with Nino. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a fantastic piece. I love the work of art. It's beautifully done, well executed. It's very balanced piece. Now, his art's really been coveted. I mean, there's collectors all over the world. Fame's not what he's chasing, but it's happening regardless. You know, his work is vibrant. And he says if it distracts you from any negativity in your life, then his goal has been achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, what do they sell for? You know, that's going to be the question as well. Well, around the world, you're going to get a little bit of different markets on those. In the UK, there's going to be going for probably 10,000 plus. You know, even his prints, the graphic works of art in the giclée technique. Instead of me saying it, just let me show it to you. Go to my screen for a second. Let me just show you what a print sells for. And then you can kind of put this into perspective on what you're looking at, because you're looking at an original. You're not looking at a print. So here you have Lucas Roy, as you can see. Now, these are all prints. Now, here, it doesn't matter which one I pick. I'll pick any one of them. They're all about the same. But let me just zoom in here so you can see. This is a giclée. It's one of the most modern techniques for creating multiple works of art. This would be an edition of 200, so there'd be 200 of these created. They sell for $1,800 without a frame. So you put a frame on it, you're around $2,300 to $2,500 for a print. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, for an original, for a unique work of art, for the one and only, you know, one of a kind, such as you're bidding on here, of course, it's going to be more than a print, right? Let's go back to the work of art. This is why artists create prints, because the market gets so strong, they can't keep up with the demand on their works of art. The price starts to elevate because of that demand, and it's only one person creating on that original work of art. So they start to move to prints so more people can start to enjoy and appreciate and acquire their works of art. But the prints are selling for $1,800. Originals, you know, 10,000 plus for works of art by Lucas Roy. Consider all of that when you're putting your bids in on this unique original acrylic and spray enamel. Now, the spray enamel is an homage or a tribute to, you know, the street artists that came before, and also his background, his history as a street artist. And then the acrylic, of course. And canvas, by the way, if you're looking for substrate, what is going to be the most durable, what's going to actually have texture and hold the paint the best? Going to be canvas. So that is wonderful that this work of art, this original work of art, is done on canvas, ladies and gentlemen. So here you have at $550, you're at about a third, not even a third, you're at about a quarter with a frame on it of what a print would sell for. So the opportunity is obvious, and it's very incredible that we have this ability to be able to present these works of art. And it begs the question, you know, if an artist like this is selling these for 10,000 plus, in the UK, why would he allow us to sell it for, we're under 1,000 right now. Why? Well, the answer is very clear, and this applies to all artists. I don't care what your art is, musician, poet, whatever, painter. you want to show your art to as many people as possible. And therefore, you get this kind of an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, get your bids in on this work of art. Before that hammer comes down, Richard, it's coming back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We're selling now. Well, it's the bids are coming in, and ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful, beautiful piece. This is by Lucas Roy. He doesn't do too many of the wildlife works, ladies and gentlemen, but this is a lovely example. Urban Bear by Lucas Roy. Lovely colours in this one. Beautiful warmth to the piece. And ladies and gentlemen, it is about to sell. So if you'd like to bid, bid now. If not, you're going to miss out. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You've literally got, I'll give you a minute with Nino, but I will be bringing down the hammer, and I'll be very strict on the clock. 60 seconds now, just to give you fair warning. We are about to sell. Here's Nino. Let's go.
Yeah, very good. So if you are trying or thinking about, I want to get an artist that is manageable for me right now, but he's very popular. He's renowned globally. There's collectors all over the world that are acquiring the works of art, but he hasn't kind of hit that Sotheby's, Christie's, that Shepard Fairey level yet, or that Banksy level yet. And, it's not hard to go back in time and know that you could have picked up Banksy works of art in the 80s for, $50. You could have picked up Basquiat's. In 1980, he was selling original sketches for $50 a piece. Now you've got Basquiat's that are over $100 million for those, those very same works of art, the kind of chaotic, sketchy ones. So make no mistake, urban art, street art, graffiti art, very, very important, here to stay. So it's really, you're going to look back on this and go, so yes, I remember when Lucas Roy, I had this opportunity at a show, I could put in the bid myself. And then when we're looking at museums that are dedicated to street art, and there's already major museums that have whole entire wings that are dedicated to urban and street art, there will be entire museums dedicated to it in the very near future. Here is your opportunity. Don't miss out. Richard?
Now, Armando, you're in the lead at 1100. At 1100, it's with our good friend Armando. 1100 is bid, and I'm selling. I'll take another one if you're quick. Got to be quick, though. Best and final bids now. 11 is bid. Anyone else? I'm surprised this hasn't reached at least 2,500. I thought that would be very fair for it. Where from, my dear? California, thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling now. It is about to go. It is about to sell. Going to California then. Going once. Going with California. Going twice, certain the final time. Armando, your bidder has it. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on with the show, and we do have coming up now a wonderful work of art from Salvador Dali, the 1964 work of the Divine Comedy. And ladies and gentlemen, this is called Extravagance, and it is the original woodcut engraving in colours from 1964, published by Edition d'Art Les Eclairs of Paris, France. And ladies and gentlemen, 1964 Dali, and it's over to Nino. Thank you, Nino. Good luck.
Salvador Dali. I am a collector, as everybody here knows if you've ever watched the show when I'm on. I have been collecting my whole life, pretty much. It's really Salvador Dali is the reason I'm involved in the world of art in the first place. It was the Divine Comedy that actually stirred my interest in art. I came from a small town in BC. We had one gallery, art gallery, and one day I walked in there after school and it was just the Divine Comedy, nothing but the Divine Comedy in the entire gallery. My jaw hit the floor, and I started putting payments into a work of art, which I, of course, proudly own today, and I have more than one from the suite. To me, it's one of the most amazing suites in the history of art, and really not just to me as well. Dali even said that himself about the Divine Comedy. He talked about the Divine Comedy, and he said that the suite is considered to be one of the most important of his career, and considered by many art critics today to be his most incredible and notable work. Of course, the Persistence of Memory is the most famous work of art of Salvador Dali, and I can show it to you in a moment if you like. But let's make no mistake, over the last few decades, Dali has come to be seen alongside Picasso, Matisse as a very prodigious figure whose life and work occupies a central and a very unique position in the history of modern art. He's one of the greats. He's one of those handful of real amazing, innovative, pivotal artists in history. Now, his name, Dali, has become regarded as synonymous with surrealism. He was a great artist, first and foremost, but he was also a great self-publicist, and he was a showman, and that combination was an irresistible formula for success. He was a well-read student of Sigmund Freud as well, and he considered dreams and imagination as central rather than marginal to human thought. Now, during his career, he worked in a variety of different movements: Cubism, Futurism, metaphysical painting works, Surrealism, of course. And when he joined the Surrealist group with André Breton, his fame and notoriety made him the leading force in the Surrealist movement. He wouldn't last long with them, though. They would kick him out. And he would say later, the difference between me and the Surrealists, I'm surreal. That was his response. And, much of what Dali does has its roots in the great traditions of painting. He studied intently the works of art of Raphael, who we just presented a moment ago. He was a great fan of Raphael, of Vermeer, of Rembrandt, of Diego Velázquez. And his technique is how he created as a draftsman is very traditional. His treatment of surfaces very much recalls the work of the Dutch masters of the 17th century. And his drawings, they have Renaissance qualities to them. So Dali is an incredibly, incredibly important artist in the history of the world. André Breton, the leader of the Surrealist movement, said about Dali, "It is with Dali that for the very first time, the windows of the mind are wide open." So always looking to shock his viewers with his art and with his lifestyle. Now, you'll find his art in major museums, the Museum of Modern Art, the Art Institute of Chicago, the Metropolitan, the Tate Museum, you name it, plus 2 museums dedicated solely to his works of art. Now, the Divine Comedy, and we're getting a nice close look at this particular work of art. This one is called Extravagance. But let me talk about the Divine Comedy. The Divine Comedy is a very famous piece of literature that was written by Dante Alighieri. Dante Alighieri was born in 1265. He passed away in 1321. And this work of art was written by Dante Alighieri between 1307 and 1321. It's divided into 3 parts: Hell, Purgatory, and Heaven. And it comprises 100 cantos. And the story of it in a nutshell is Dante, who's lost in the dark forest of sin, explores hell, purgatory, and heaven in his attempt to find God. Virgil, the great Latin poet, guides him through hell and purgatory. And finally, the sweet and virtuous Beatrice welcomes him to heaven, where St. Bernard leads him to God. So during this incredible voyage, Dante meets mythological characters, each of whom personifies a sin or a virtue and describes their punishments and their rewards. Now, Dali was approached actually by the Italian government in 1957 to illustrate this magnificent piece of literature. And they made the deal, the contract was signed, Dali got set to work. And what he chose to do it in was a process of woodcuts. Now, I alluded to it a little bit earlier when I was talking about Albrecht Dürer meeting with Raphael and Da Vinci and Michelangelo and probably inspiring Raphael to take up printmaking. Albrecht Dürer is considered, along with Salvador Dali, these are the 2 premier artists in all of history in the woodcut technique. It is a very laborious, difficult technique for creating works of art. And in fact, it took some 3,500 blocks of wood to create the entire suite of the Divine Comedy. And the suite is amazing. It contains incredible imagery ranging from the grotesque to the sublime as our artist follows Dante from the deepest circles of hell up the mountain of purgatory and into heavenly paradise. Now, this particular work of art that you are bidding on right now, and I don't see a bid on it, which is shocking to me, but this particular work of art is from Purgatory. Purgatory, it is from Canto 22. Now, if you're familiar with Salvador Dali in any way, shape, or form, you look at this work of art and you see the Dalinian aspects of it. And here's an artist that has had words coined based upon his artwork. Very Dalinian, with the exaggerated long limbs that we see and the torsos as they are. This is Dali epitomized. Coming back to you, Richard.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lot 209 original woodcut engraving in colour, Extravagance from 1964. The original woodcut engraving in colours printed on BFK Reeves paper. It is a first edition, 1960 to 64, published by Edition des Arts Les Eclairs of Paris, France. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, this is actually catalogue reference. Now, Nino has been a big collector of Dali. Probably I would expect even more than myself. But about 25 years ago, I too was similar to Nino. I fell in love with the work. My first work of art I ever collected on a serious level was actually by Salvador Dali, and it's from the Divine Comedy. We've actually had one of the images on the show. I may bring mine in one day so you can see, and I'm not, not sort of joking with you, but original 1964 Dalis. I'll be honest with you, these images, they were typically auctioning between $7,000 and $8,000 originally when they first came available, because remember, there's only a finite amount of these anywhere in the world, and when they first became available, like to me in my auctions over 25 years ago, the bidding started slowly with the bidders, I'll be honest with you, $1,500, $2,000, $2,500, but then the penny dropped with people and they realized what these really were, and the bidding started to get in the region of $7,000, $7,500, $8,000, and one or two of the images out of the 101 that were painted by Dali would often go over $10,000. So that's just to give you an idea on the Divine Comedy. I love the Biblia Sacra as well, but I must say my favorite body of work from 1964 is the Divine Comedy. Now, this would be easily in the top 15. Don't forget there are 101 pieces, but this is a very, very collectible image, and this particular one has got all the quintessential elements you would look for in a Salvador Dali. It's got this horizon here in the background, the perspective that he used to love to do in his pieces. So you've got all of that there. I think is the greatest artist of the 20th century. Other people prefer Picasso. I love Picasso. In fact, we've got a fantastic one directly behind me coming up later in the show. Really is a nice one. But this, ladies and gentlemen, very collectible. I don't know why I'm talking. We've only got $20 bid. But anyway, it's over to you, Nino. See if you can do any better with your art expertise of over 30 years, will you? Over to you. Thank you.
I just wish I could just take it, Richard. I just wish I could have it myself. I mean, you know that I've got a significant collection of the Divine Comedy, which my two children, have already divvied up for them because they know I would never part with them. And I have been offered as much as $20,000 a piece for my works of art from the Divine Comedy, and I won't part with them. They're that important to me, and I know that I could never get them again. So it's really important to have them. Go to my screen for a minute. I want to share a little bit of information with you on the Divine Comedy. Now, remember, you've got imagery that comes from a variety of different, you've got hell, you've got purgatory, you've got heaven. So the beautiful, really sublime imagery will be in the heaven, and a little bit more of the grotesque imagery would be more in the hell aspect of it. I'm sharing this work of art just to show you what some of them have sold for as they become harder and harder to find, and they disappear from the secondary market, which is what we are right now, what you are, is acquiring these works of art. Look at what this one sold for. This one sold for $68,000. This is from the Divine Comedy. It took 4 years to create these, by the way, the Divine Comedy, 1960 to 1964. So I share that with you to show you, what is going to happen in the future for those of you that have these works of art. Now, this is also for serious collectors of the Divine Comedy. Go to Digital Dante. Get this on your own phone, your laptop, whatever it is, your desktop. And then you can go, and I just told you this one is Canto 22 from Purgatory. You can go in and you can learn all about the cantos and the gospels and the story behind that work of art. The other thing I want to share with you super quick here is, and this is going to be really fast, the decomposition. Now, this is a very difficult process to create a work of art using the woodblock technique. You have to have a different block of wood carved out like a stamp holding the ink in order to get every color, every element. So this is the final work of art here, and this is the breakdown, the decomposition. Each of these represent a block of wood that Salvador Dali had to draw and then carve, cut, and then use these stacked one on top of another in order to create the final work of art. So even just, the most subtle of little elements, like right here. Look at that. He had to do a whole different block of wood just for that, or for this, in order to create what you see before you. Now, I found some pretty good prices on these works of art. I think these are really nice prices. Now, this one at $12,500 is from Purgatory. It's Purgatory 20, and that is $12,500. There's one other I want to share with you, and it's here. This one is interesting to me, very interesting in this work of art. And what I want to share with you on it is, if I can, let's just see. I can't seem to make it bigger. Oh, there we go. So we have got an authentic woodblock print by Salvador Dali, 1964. Let me see if I can go really big here. You don't see a signature on there, right? No, there is no signature on there. No signature on there at all. And this is still selling for $11,000, ladies and gentlemen. $11,000 right there for a unsigned 1964 Salvador Dali woodblock from the Divine Comedy. So I share again that information with you so you have some real perspective and you have some confidence. Go back to the work of art. Go back to the work of art that we are bidding on. We've had a chance to take a peek at it, to take a look at the work of art now. And now you've seen, and as Richard was pointing out, those perspective lines at the bottom with the horizon, that is quintessential Salvador Dali. That epitomizes a Dali, as does the elongated looks of the figures that are within this piece. So if you're looking for, a Dali that looks like a Dali, that really does cover it. That really, truly does cover the work of art. The most famous work of art, I said I was going to share it with you, and that would be this work of art. Go back to my screen for a second. The Persistence of Memory would be the most famous work of art of Salvador Dali. Just showing it to you very quickly with the melting clocks and the ants, and there's so much symbolism within that piece. Let's go back to the piece that you're bidding on, ladies and gentlemen. So now you've got a few different examples. I've given you, I think, 3 different examples on the Divine Comedy, and the most affordable that we found there was at $11,000 with no signature on it at all. Back to you, Richard.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, enough time on the Divine Comedy. This is a fantastic opportunity, and ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe we haven't even reached $1,000 on this. To think that Nino and I would be doing auctions, actually not together at the time, but we knew each other. I knew of his immense reputation as an art expert. He knew of my immense reputation for many things. I'm joking. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we would typically be auctioning these different parts of the world. And as I say, $7,000, $8,000 was very typical. We haven't even reached $500. I'll give you 60 seconds, but that is it. I will be bringing down the hammer. 60 seconds, Nino, and here we go.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, the frame is worth more than the current bid right now. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. A very ornate, beautiful, heavy wooden frame that you see on here. All of the moldings, all of the different components of that frame is going to be exceeding the work of art price that we see on this current bid at $400. If you could get, if you could get an unsigned work of art like this, you can get it for under $5,000. Boy, oh boy. I mean, I would be buying those all day long. All day long, I would be getting those if I can get them at under $5,000. So that is, the bottom line, I think, on something like this. That's what I would expect today on a work of art like this. Fast forward into the very near future, you're just not going to have these opportunities anymore because he's not making them anymore. This was done in 1964. As savvy collectors start to understand and have these in their homes, or museums start to acquire them all, what do you think happens? It's supply and demand. It's not hard to put those connections together. So you've got an opportunity either kind of get in or get out of the market as far as Salvador Dali goes. I wish I had started my collection on this show right here because I've never seen any place in the world like this that has opportunities like this with prices like this. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got a work of art here that you just cannot go wrong with at under $5,000. Get your bids in. Richard?
One of the best pieces then from the Divine Comedy. Even John just said that there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's got to go. I'll take another 25 if you're quick. I've got to sell it now. The 1964 Divine Comedy. Look at the condition of it. Remember who it's by. The greatest surrealist artist the world has ever known. And it's Richard's favourite artist. Why on earth have we only been bid 400? My goodness gracious, it's got to go. Take another 25 off anyone. You've got to be quick if you want it. I see John talking to the phone team. Last chance, John. Last chance. I think we've given enough time to everyone. Going once then. Going twice. The third and the final time, and it must sell this time. Best and final bid. You got it. Well done. Congratulate your bidder. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. I will bring in my Divine Comedy, Divine Comedy one day, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll show you it. I've got it at home. It's a beautiful piece. I absolutely love it, and as I say, I've had it probably 25 years, ladies and gentlemen. So, next work of art. Now, we're going into the realm of super, hyper museum work. Now, this is one of the great Dutch masters. Look at the piece, look at the paper there. You are looking at a very rare, these didn't happen. Remember that it had to actually create a circular engraving. It is an original etching printed in black ink on cream laid paper. It is catalogue reference in the Holstein catalogue. It is a very, very collectible work from 1652. Look at it. I mean, yes, you can tell the paperwork, the paper is aged. Well, if you're 62 years old, you look aged. This is from 1652. That has survived many centuries. It is the wonderful Adriaan Jansz van Ostade, the Dutch artist born in 1610. He lived until 1685. And this is a lifetime work from 1652. The original etching. Now, Nino, I haven't had one of these works, I must say, in auction. It's got to be, I remember very early days in my career, around about 1988 to 1990. So it sounds amazing now, but we are talking about 35, 37 years ago. When you say 1990 is 35 years now. But in 1988, I started in the auctions in London, and I was taught all the valuation process, how to value things, how to negotiate with the dealers, how to do things called provisional bids. Provisional bids are when you don't reach the reserve price. Now, something like this, if it came in an auction in New York, in London, anywhere in the world, I would quite easily see a vendor, that means the owner, the vendor, asking me, Richard, I would like this in your specialist print sale, and I would like to see a return of $40,000 to $50,000. What would be a fair reserve? And obviously I have to negotiate with the dealers, and I would say, I think we could possibly get more than 50,000, but let's put a lower reserve on it at 35,000 and see if we can really get the bidding going. We'll start it under and take it over the reserve. But the reserve is the bottom line that the vendor will accept for the item. Here, this auction has nothing to do with big auctions in the world like New York and London, Sotheby's and Christie's, because here, everything, you can start it where you like, and whatever is the top bid after 15 minutes of us talking and explaining the piece, it sells. So it's a big risk. In major auctions around the world, the risk is taken away because you actually put reserves, minimums that something like this has to accept. So I might advise them, put a $35,000 bid reserve on it, but let's see if it goes over $50,000. When you get an auction and they put a guide price in an advertisement, they'll say guide price 10 to 12,000. The guide price and the reserve have nothing to do with each other. The guide price in the auction world is called the come on. What does that mean? It means to get you into the room, to be able to bid on these items against each other, because they know 10 to 12,000 is ridiculous for it. They expect it to sell 35, 40, 45, 50,000 or more. So that's how the auction world works, ladies and gentlemen. So remember that when you go to a big auction on something like this, you might see a guide price 10 to 12,000. That's just to get you in the room. The reserve has been set, and the reserve is never given out. That's secret between the auctioneer and the vendor. The vendor, once again, is the owner. So that's how it works, ladies and gentlemen. But here, what an opportunity, Nino. It's going to sell to the highest bidder in the next 15 minutes. I'm sorry I went on a bit, but I just wanted to explain the difference and the opportunities that you do get on this show. Here's Nino. Good luck.
Oh, they're unprecedented. I mean, they truly are unprecedented for somebody like yourself or myself that have, really dedicated our life to art, and we have spent the bulk of our career, almost all of our lifetime in this world. Yes, it's unprecedented, the opportunity. This is an awesome piece. This is an awesome work of art. I'm really excited. When I saw this in the catalog, I was just like, wow. And this happens occasionally where even I get surprised by what we're able to acquire and what we're able to present on this show here, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you really have an appreciation for what is before you. We're talking about the great Dutch master, the painter during the golden age of the Netherlands. We're talking about Adriaan van Ostade, ladies and gentlemen. He was born in 1610. He passed away in 1685. A Dutch genre painter and etcher, the eldest son of Jan Hendricks Ostade, a weaver from the town of Ostade. Now remember, it's not uncommon at that period of time to take the name of the place where you were born. But Adriaan van Ostade was actually born in Haarlem in December 10th, 1610. But he and his brother, they adopted the name van Ostade as painters because that's the town that they moved to. And he studied under Frans Hals, another very famous etcher and artist, in 1627. He was also very much influenced by a fellow student, Adrian Brewer, who was 1605 to 1638. And he joined the Lucas Guild in Haarlem, of which he was later the head of the guild on 3 different occasions, 1647, 1661, and again in 1662. Now, the art of Ostade, he typically depicts scenes of peasant life, of village fairs, country quarters, sometimes like tavern brawls, sometimes biblical subjects, portraits, and landscapes. But often it was the common person that he was trying to depict in a common situation. Now, later in his career, he adopted a warmer palette and a deeper kind of a chiaroscuro, or a high contrast effect, after the style of Rembrandt. The influence of Rembrandt in terms of light and shadow is clearly evident in the works of art of Ostade. Now, he passed away in 1685. He was very famous during his lifetime. He was a highly collected artist during his lifetime. Now, he falls into the category of old masters. Now, this is super exciting to me. I love anytime we get an opportunity of presenting any of the old masters, especially one in this kind of condition from this period of time, 1652, because it tells me so much. When I'm looking at the work of art, it tells me about who has owned this work of art and how much it has meant to them. Now, in art history, old master refers to any painter of skill who worked in Europe before about 1800, or a painting by such an artist. And an old master print, which is what you're looking at here, is an original print, like an engraving or an etching, made by an artist in the same period. So the term old master drawing is used in the same way. Old master applies only to artists who were fully trained masters of their local artist guild. And remember, he was head of that guild on 3 different occasions, and they worked independently. So it's a preeminent artist of the period before the modern, particularly Western European, between the 13th to the 18th centuries. And if you're looking, think about the auctions like Christie's Sotheby's. They typically divide their sales between old master paintings, 19th century paintings, modern paintings, and so forth. Now, artists, most often from early periods whose hand has been identified by art historians, but to whom no identity can be confidently attached, are given different kinds of names, like a master of Burgundy, or a master of Latin, or a master of embroidered foliage, stuff like that. But we know, in this case, the artist, we can attribute this work of art, which is key. It's really, really important that we're able to do that. And it is in magnificent condition. So I love old masters because it's intrigue. It's mystery. It's excitement. You know, you never know what's going to happen. You know, just to give you a little bit of an idea, the Salvator Mundi, the most expensive work of art that ever sold in the history of the world at $450 million, that was an old master. For centuries and centuries and centuries, it was an unattributed old master that bounced around from, you know, galleries and antique shops, and ultimately it ended up selling for like $1,500 before it was restored, and then it sold for $450 million. So it's the mystery and the intrigue of an old master work of art and the story behind it that encouraged me so much. Go to my screen for a minute. I'm going to show you some works of art just in the prints of Adrian van Ostade. So as you can see here, I'm going to just build this up a little bit so you can see I'm only looking at the prints. I'm only looking at the prints. And we are looking at etchings, original etchings. Take a look at these etchings. So these are all, you know what, I'll make a few of them a little bit bigger. So here you have an etching from Van Ostade. This is a 1653. So this is 1 year after the one that you are bidding on right now, ladies and gentlemen. And way back, so, you know, when Richard said that he's only seen one 30 plus years ago, it's no mystery as to why. Here's why I want you to be aware of that. Like, look at the date on this one. This is 2004. That's the last time when this work of art came into auction. The reason why there's no mystery is because there are only 50 etchings attributed to the hand of Adrian Jans van Ostade. Only 50. That's it. So they don't come up very often. So here is one at 46,000, ladies and gentlemen. And I can show you these all day long. Here's another one. 38,000. This is a 1664 work of art. Let's go back to the paint. Let's go back to the etching that you were bidding on, and back to you, Richard.
Spectacular. I don't think anyone has picked up on the true value of this yet. Nowhere near it. As I said, something in this condition, this rarity, I would advise someone, if they were placing it in my auction, I'd say, well, I think 35,000 is a fair guide price for something like this. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Jans van Ostade. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dutch master, born in 1610. He died in 1685. This one is called The Pig Killers, catalogue referenced by Holstein. 11 is bid, thank you. Original etching, printed in black ink on cream laid paper. 11 is the bid. Thank you. Executed by the artist circa 1652. Extremely rare. 12 is bid. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, Nino, as I said, if this was in my auction in London, I would have said easily to the vendor, the owner, okay, let's agree a reserve of $35,000, but I expect it to probably hit higher. But the 35,000 would be the minimum. I would expect probably a vendor giving me this into my auction. Remember, pieces are consigned by people to auctions, whether it's a painting, a horse, a house, a classic car, a bottle of wine. The auctioneer is the middleman taking the items from the vendor and basically marketing them by method of auction to sell them. So I'd easily put a reserve on this somewhere close to $35,000. I think that would be agreeable to a vendor. If it made more, they'd be happy. And ladies and gentlemen, guess what? The buyer's premium in auctions typically around the world for something like this would be about 25%. So even if you said 30,000, that would be a buyer's premium of about $7,500 buyer's premium on a $30,000 bid. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to sell, so let's get bidding on this one. Let's see what it makes. I don't think it's going to make $35,000, but you're in the fortunate position. You're at the fine art auction, and it is going to sell in the next 2 minutes. Here's Nino. Good luck.
Yeah, it's such a great piece, and it's got such history behind it. And so these kind of auctions that, both Richard and I are talking about, and when I mean that, I'm talking about the old master auctions. So if you go to Christie, Sotheby's, Bonhams, Phillips, they annually have these old master auctions, and these are the treasures. These are the exciting ones. These are the ones that I always get really amped up when I get an opportunity to see something like this. And it's been in great shape. It's been in great condition. We're looking at $1,400 right now. I can't see anything even like that. Remember, the rarity of them, only 50 attributed to his hand. That's it. Only 50. And the dates, go back to my screen again, just for a second, because here's how rare they are. Like this work of art that I'm showing you right now, which was done in 1664, this was auctioned off in 1992, and it went for $38,000. And then the other one that I showed you is 2004. But guess what? There's none that have really come up since. There was one that came up, I think, in 2017, and it was around about $60,000. But 2004, 1992, and these are etchings, ladies and gentlemen. These are etchings. These are exactly what you are bidding on here. Original etchings in black ink on cream-laid paper. Sotheby's, Christie's, Bonhams, that's what they are bidding on these works of art. This one went for $46,000 and change. And this is the part that Richard was talking about when he says, what would you put an estimate on there? $19,000 to $30,000, but that's going back 21 years ago. 21 years ago, they put an estimate of $19,000 to $28,000 on it, and they ended up achieving $46,000. So we share all this information for your benefit. We do it for your benefit, not for my benefit. For your benefit. I have this information, I have this knowledge. I want you to have it before you put your bids in so you can be very comfortable and confident. Let's go back to the work of art, ladies and gentlemen. We're only at $1,500 on a 1652 antique by a world-renowned artist that is in major museums all over the world. The British Museum has a great collection of Adrian Van Ostade works of art, as do many, many museums. Somebody gets bragging rights and says, I have this in my home. This is in my home. Tonight, think about tonight. Somebody gets to say, yeah, I have a Raphael on my wall. Somebody gets to say, I have a Van Ostade on my wall. It's really quite extraordinary. Richard, back to you.
Took a long time on this one, just purely to really sort of give you a real idea of how the auctions work out in the real world and your opportunity here. Anyone in their right mind would be bidding on this and be very happy to acquire it under $10,000. Nino, your auction results there, the last one I saw was about $45,000 achieved. That was back in 2004. So as I said, ladies and gentlemen, I would be very happy to advise a vendor to place this piece in the auction with a minimum reserve of $35,000, and I'd be very confident of achieving, as I said, $50,000. So there we go. I can't bid for you. It's your opportunity. We don't make these figures up. There's all the facts and figures. If the top bidder wants it, I will get those results from Nino, and we will include those in with your certificate of authenticity. I'll get you all the results, the auction results there, Johan. I easily think anyone getting this under 10,000, you should be jumping for joy. 26 is bid with Jenny's bidder. 26 I'm bid. Armando is out at the moment at 26. Michael, your opportunity. Michael, your opportunity. 27 from Michael's bidder. 27 is bid at 27. 27. Give me 3,000 and you're way on the low side. 28 with Jenny's bidder at 28. Come on, Michael, give me 3,000 now. At 28 with Jenny. At 28, get a bid of 2.8 and I'm selling. At 28, get a bid of 28. 28 bid at 2.8 bid. 2.8 bid. At 2.8 bid. 2.8 bid. 2.8 bid. 2.8 Jenny has the top bid. At 2,800 is Michael out. 2,800 is bid. 2,800 is Michael out, last call. 2,800 with Jenny then at 28, get a bit of 2,828 and I'm selling. 2,8 I'm selling. I'll give you 15 seconds. It looked like a call has just dropped from Michael. He's out. Thank you. Thank you for confirming, Michael. Great job. 2,800 with Jenny then. Well, spectacular piece by the Dutch master. And ladies and gentlemen, here it goes then. You did very, very well. 28 is bid. Sold and gone. Thank you. So I hope you didn't mind a little bit of auction education of how the auction world works out in the real world. But later on, honestly, the way this show works, I couldn't believe it. When I came over here 6 years ago and Ray told me, he said, yeah, you know, we just auction everything and they start at wherever they want to start and it'll sell where it sells. I thought, marvellous. It's an auctioneer's dream because literally you don't have to be going and marketing these things and expected to get $35,000 and $50,000. There you see it, $2,800, that last one. Great piece, well done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is lot 211 coming up now. See, we go from 350 years ago right up to current day. This was released by the Peterborough Museum and Art Gallery on behalf of the Banksy. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously everyone knows who Banksy is, the most talked about, most famous artist in the world today, and this one is called Trolleys. You don't call them trolleys over here, do you? Are they shopping carts? Yes. Shopping carts in England, they're so silly, aren't they? They call them trolleys, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a trolley in England, not a shopping cart. So if you happen to be visiting England and say, have you got a shopping cart? They might understand it. Otherwise, it's called a trolley. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Urban Art, 11th of December 2021 to 29th of May 2022. The Peterborough Museum and Art Gallery, hosted by the famous Brandler Galleries, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the wonderful Banksy. And it's over to Nino. Congratulations on that beautiful Dutch master. Here's Nino.
Indeed, very much congratulations. You did extraordinarily well on that work of art. Banksy, wow, man, what an enigma. Banksy, what can we say about Banksy? Let me just take a look at the image here. This is one of his most highly sought after. One of the most famous images by Banksy is the work of art that we had before us, Trolleys, where it's got cavemen, hunters, they're stalking a herd of shopping carts. or trolleys, as the Brits call them. And it is amongst the most famous of this mysterious graffiti artist. And for those of you that are uninitiated, you're not very familiar with Banksy, great mystery surrounds the artists, he, she, them, whoever they may be. We do not know. The most controversial street artist in the world is the world of Banksy and the works of Banksy. It's kind of a bit of a subculture in their own right. There's stories and messages behind the works of art, political statements behind the works of art, very disruptive, when we talk about works of art of Banksy. His art demands that you and me, all viewers, we must face discomfort. We got to reconcile that feeling that's ever present in his imagery and in his message. And I'm just saying him as ease of conversation. I don't know that it's a gentleman or that it's a woman. I have no idea, or that it's a group of artists. I don't know. Somebody does, but I do not, because he has maintained this elusive identity throughout his career, which is going back into the 80s. But very powerful, often controversial images that we see. It encourages their kind of rapid spread across the internet. And his works are iconic. They've been reshared and repurposed beyond measure. We started to see works of art in the late 1990s of Banksy. So we assume probably born around in the 1970s, something like that. There was a 2010 documentary, a very important one, called Exit Through the Gift Shop. I would encourage you, if you're a Banksy collector, watch that. It examines the relationship between commercial and street art. He's kind of taken what Andy Warhol did and he's taken it to the next level. And it's characterized, the artwork of Banksy, by very striking images, often combined with slogans. And he often engages in political themes or satirically kind of critiquing war or capitalism or hypocrisy or greed. Any of those elements you're going to see in the works of art. Banksy's worldwide fame has transformed his art from acts of vandalism to very highly sought after pieces. That show, by the way, Exit Through the Gift Shop, was nominated for an Academy Award. So he is the enigmatic and the elusive king of street art. There's a kind of a unique power to the works of art of Banksy. Anytime you see his works of art anywhere, it's going to cause a sensation. I mean, people have purchased buildings because Banksy artwork is on the side of them. People have also torn down walls that have a work of art of Banksy, and they've replaced the wall in order just to be able to collect that work of art. You probably all know the very famous story of the work of art in 2018 that sold at Sotheby's for $1.4 million. And right as the hammer came down, the work of art started to shred. Yeah, it had a shredder built into the frame, and it shredded halfway down. So it was like everybody in the audience was just shocked. That very same work of art that sold for $1.4 million and then shredded sold again in 2021 for $25.4 million. That is the Banksy effect. Now, we talked earlier when we were talking about Jules Charette, about posters, and we were talking about how important posters have been in history, you know, Toulouse-Lautrec, Picasso, Miro, Dali, Chagall. They've all worked in posters. That is what we have here before us. Again, we have a lithograph in colors of this very, very famous work of art known as Trolleys. Go to my screen for a second. I'll show you his one statement here on Trolleys. Let me just pull this one up. There it is, Trolleys, the original 2006, 2007. So there you've got the prehistoric hunters stalking the shopping carts. And here's what Banksy had to say about this. We can't do anything to change the world until capitalism crumbles. In the meantime, we should all go shopping to console ourselves. That is... that is the wit and very typical of Banksy. And then this is a great article, by the way. Whoever is the successful bidder, look this article up because it dives deep into the meanings behind this particular work of art. Let's go back to the piece itself. So the poster promoting an event at the Palazzo del Cultura in Catania, in Sicily. Pardon me, that's not right. This is at the Peterborough Museum. Yes, the Peterborough Museum, pardon me. This is the piece. So now when we show these works of art and we show the prices on these works of art, I think you're gonna be a little bit surprised, but you shouldn't be. Remember, it's Banksy. And I'll show you that news article as well here in a minute, if you like. I think it's just kind of fun to show that to you. But go to my screen again for a minute. I'm having a little bit of computer funniness happening, but let's go here. And we got Trolleys. So we've got, now this is he's revisited this theme multiple times, but take a look at the prices here on these works of art. $36,000, $45,000, $49,000, $42,000, $55,000. Very, very typical for Banksy. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's go back to the piece. Now this one is promoting the Peterborough Museum, that special event that happened there. Let's go back to the auction as well. We've got a bid on this work of art. Let's go back to the auction. Richard?
Lot 211, Banksy, the British art star, born in 1974, and obviously still never been identified to this day, so that's the enigma behind him. This is called Trolleys. You now know what a trolley is. Offset lithograph in colours on thick woven paper from the deluxe edition, executed for the Urban Exhibition at the Peterborough, that's how they pronounce it, silly English, there we go, Peterborough Museum and Art Gallery in England in 2021. So ladies and gentlemen, an extremely rare item. We're lucky to have this here. Let's see who gets it. $250 is the top bid at the moment. I literally give you 2 minutes now with Nino, and I wish you the very best of luck. Let's see who gets it. $250 the top bid, Nino, on the Banksy. I think that's a deal. That's what they call it where I come from. A deal, a steal. It's the sale of the century. Here's Nino, 2 minutes.
Getting anything Banksy, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the opportunity of getting anything that is a legitimate Banksy work of art, I would strongly encourage you to do so. I mean, if you like it, you get art because you like it, of course. You're getting it for yourself, or perhaps you're getting it for a loved one. But just having it, and while I always encourage, and I believe very strongly, and I collect following this principle myself, that I collect what I want, I collect what I like, I collect something that speaks to me. I never ignore the other aspects of it. And what I mean by that is this a popular artist that is elevating in price year after year after year? Yes. If it is, I want to be a part of it. I don't want to miss that train. So keep all that in mind as well. Go to my screen for a second. I promised I was going to share this quick little article on that half-shredded Banksy. But you know what? It also illustrates the Banksy effect, the importance of Banksy. So that is the work of art. That is, it's auctioned for $25.4 million. If you look down here, it's called Love in the Bin, and it previously sold for $1.4 million. And the crowd was shocked when the shredder built into the frame activated and the sale was complete, and it shredded, and then it sold again for, $25.4 million. Pretty good opportunity for that collector, getting it at 1.4, selling it for 25.4. I would say they did very, very well indeed. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, there's some more Banksy. I'm just showing you, the Banksy market. Look at these works of art, 5.8 million, 1.8 million. When we look at the poster aspects of it, and look at the records too, Banksy records. So this is a fairly recent result. And this again talks about what has happened with this particular work of art by Banksy. So it had an estimate of 1.9 million to 2.5 million, but what did it sell for? 12.2 million instead. So that is the Banksy effect. I mean, collectors are actively, avidly, and eagerly acquiring and seeking out works of art by Banksy anytime you get the opportunity to do so. There's that work of art again. And then we go back to trolleys, looking at trolleys. Oh, there was one I wanted to share with you. Here it is. Take a look at this. This is one of the high records on the trolleys, on the screen print. That one sold for over 130,000. Now, the posters promoting the events, very, very difficult to find. Let's go back to the work of art itself. Very difficult to find, to acquire these works of art. That was a really successful show, the Peterborough show, by the way, extremely successful show. And those typically, if you can find them, you'd be lucky to get them for under 5,000 for those works of art. If you can get an offset lithograph in colors that is promoting a Banksy event, so that gives you a little bit of, where you're thinking, where you should be thinking on this work of art. Right now, we're at $275. That's about 1/3 of the frame price, or maybe half of the frame price on that work of art. It's really interesting to see what's going to happen with Banksy. Are we ever going to know who this person is? Or will that ever be revealed? The mystery behind it certainly adds to all of the intrigue, but also what Banksy does, traveling to war-torn places, somehow gets into these places that are restricted and then creates works of art that are providing a statement about the current state of affairs that's happening in that place. It's really quite amazing, the access that Banksy has. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 2021 work of art. It's a fantastic story on the trolleys, the piece behind that. I would love to go into detail on it. It's kind of very comic, and it's a nod to consumer society's predilection for and reliance on, highly processed, branded, packaged food products, and our inability to fend for ourselves anymore. So that's one of the many, many messages in there. And it illustrates, the artwork illustrates the hunter's lack of common sense. Instead of searching for edible goods, they're targeting the empty symbol of consumerism. Those carts are empty. You can see that. The men holding weapons, it also suggests to the viewer that these primitive folks might compete violently with one another for food. But again, there's nothing there. They're chasing nothing at all. So there's an awful lot of social commentary within the work of art, and you better be prepared for that if you're going to be acquiring Banksy works of art. That's what it's all about. It makes us think. It's very thought-provoking. It can be controversial. All of these different elements come into it. Let's go to the auction, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen all of the examples that we can give you here. Let's go to the auction.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is amazing. Oh my goodness. Here we go. It's got to go. I'm not even going back to Nino this time. I'll take another 25 if it helps you. And ladies and gentlemen, don't miss this opportunity. Do not miss this. John, are we done? We've got to move on. We've got to be quick now. I'll give you 15 seconds for the benefit of the time delay. 15 seconds, everyone. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? Give me your best and final bids on the beautiful Banksy. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that this piece was literally released by the Peterborough Museum and Art Gallery. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I was just talking with John in the background there, about, our very own Banksy, if you like, Kef. Kef, I don't know if you're familiar, ladies and gentlemen, but next year here in America, you are hosting the World Cup for soccer. Now, Ray sometimes shows things on the screen, but Kef was involved. He was selected by FIFA. They're the governing body of world soccer. And he was selected by them to represent Germany. And he did the goalposts, and it was done over in Qatar. Argentina won the World Cup. But you're hosting it here in America next year. And there are 8 of the matches being played in our city, in Atlanta, including one of the semi-finals. So I want to give you a little bit of a heads up. We believe Kef is being selected for that. We were just talking because these street artists, they're so powerful now. Their message appeals to people of all ages, their social commentary. But Kef, I love his artwork because really no two designs are ever the same. Same with Banksy, he always thinks of something completely new. But ladies and gentlemen, you're hosting the World Cup next year. Now, I'm a bit of a soccer fan. I watched 2 games today. Then I had a little power nap this afternoon, and I'm ready for you. 5 hours of this show. But the World Cup is huge. And when you think these artists are selected, it's like being selected to be the official artist of the Olympics. They're equally as powerful. There were 5.5 billion people watching the World Cup last year. Kef was selected for that. We believe he's going to be selected to be doing something very special in Atlanta. So we're waiting for confirmation on that. But ladies and gentlemen, don't miss this artist because Kef is here, Banksy's here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your last opportunity. 30 seconds and then I'm selling. 30 seconds, 25 more, yes or no. Anyone else, yes or no? Last call, last chance. Last call, last chance. Anyone else, yes or no? Going once. Got to go then. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's just been released by the Peterborough Museum of Art, and it is about to sell then. Going once. Got to be quick, got to be quick. Going twice. Third and the final time then. Thank you very much. Best and final bid. Well done. Congratulate your bidder there. And you did very, very well. Thank you. On we go. On we go. So, yeah, a big, big deal that. The World Cup, ladies and gentlemen. For him to be selected, Kef, for the last event in 2022, it's amazing, time's flying. But ladies and gentlemen, we're very proud of him. I think you're going to see something major. And I know we've been saying for a little while, you're going to see the first $100,000 painting. I believe next year, without a shadow of a doubt, you are definitely going to see it. So keep your eyes on Kef. What is coming up with him? We're going to have some sculptures soon, aren't we, John? Coming our way from Kef. So we had the prototypes maybe, I want to say 3-4 months ago, but I believe we're actually getting the full edition now, and they'll be coming very, very soon. Some exciting new things coming from Kef from his Berlin studio. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on with the show, but first of all, let me just say, this is very rare, beautiful. We're very lucky to have these works in the show. It's a hand-signed work, but this is not paper. It is actually produced on lambskin. And this series of works, as I said a couple of weeks, maybe 2 weeks ago now, I hadn't had one of these in my auctions for over 30 years. To have the lambskin edition, I don't know how on earth we managed to find these, but I'm glad we did. They're hand-signed. Whoever gets that is a very, very fortunate bidder. So enjoy that if you get it, ladies and gentlemen. And this equally is a beautiful, beautiful Miro, hand-signed, and that is a rare Roman numeral edition of 15 in the world. Only 15. Typically, his edition size is 75. That is one of only 15 and a beautiful hand-signed Miro. So those are coming up later in the show. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on with the show. And coming up now is a beautiful lifetime work by the great Aristide Maillol. Here is Nino. Good luck.
Yeah, it's a very exciting piece. We're happy to have this in the auction here today. Now, Aristide Maillol, known as a painter, also as a sculptor, maybe even primarily as a sculptor. But this is really a rare piece. It's a really unique piece. And in fact, it is a study for one of his most famous sculptures, which I'm going to share with you. But let's go back into the history of Aristide Maillol himself. French artist, of course, produced art that is very historically significant art. You know, sculptures, paintings, prints. This is the period of the late 19th, early 20th century. He was born in 1861. He passed away in 1944. Perhaps most well known, as I said, for the large scale kind of allegorical representations of female nudes. Now, approaching the classical Roman female form with a modernist, abstract, and realist treatment is what he's known for. And the style of Maillol reflects the preceding and contemporary movements of Impressionism that came before him, symbolism and post-Impressionism. He was born in France in 1861. He moved to Paris when he was quite young. He was 20 years old. He moved with the intent to study art, but he was poor and he lived in poverty over the course of several applications to the world-famous École des Beaux-Arts. Finally, he was accepted. He was accepted in 1885 after multiple attempts to get in. And while there, he studied painting under Jean-Léon Gérôme and Alexander Cabanel. But his style shifted significantly when he would come into contact with who would become really important in his life, the fellow artist Paul Gauguin. We're all familiar with Paul Gauguin, of course. Now, he later began working in tapestry and sculpture. He opened a highly successful tapestry workshop in 1893. But he would abandon textiles 2 years later to really fully pursue his art and sculpture in primarily. And this was after beginning to experiment with the material terracotta. That's why he was very much enamored with it. So around the turn of the century, he started producing large-scale statues of women, the first of which were based on his wife. Now, reconsidering the classical form, he approached the subject with what was then experimental combination of abstraction, geometry, and seemingly stable yet unbalanced composition. He was commissioned for war memorials after the end of World War I and also produced a much-admired monument for Paul Cézanne in Paris upon the highly revered painter's death. Now, his legacy, Maillol's legacy, left a significant influence on the work of later sculptors. I mean, when you think about the works of Constantine Brancusi or think about Henry Moore, think about these artists, and it's very evident the influence that they got from Aristide Maillol. Now, many of his works can be found in outdoor spaces as well as the grand staircase of the New York Metropolitan Opera House. If you've ever get the opportunity, go and visit one of his grand pieces there. And he's had multiple retrospectives at major museums. The Museum of Modern Art, the Hirshhorn Museum have all had major retrospectives. The Guggenheim Museum as well, the Art Institute of Chicago. I mean, the list kind of goes on and on. Now, he focused almost exclusively on a single subject, the female nude, which is what you're looking at and what you're bidding on here. The edition size is only 150. It's almost 100 years old, this work of art. So, and it was really a handful of models that he would employ again and again, and that he depicted in his works of art. And it was a means, the female form was a means to explore the way mass, volume, line, and contour occupy space. Very much influenced by classical art, his work evokes its serenity, its harmony, but his own approach in the human form opened up a new perspective in modern sculpture. Now, the work of art that we're looking at here is a sketch for the memory of the Debussy monument. Now, who was that? Claude Debussy was a French composer. He's often referred to as the first impressionist composer. And his music was non-traditional. He was creating during the times of the Impressionists. So he didn't actually like that term, being called the first impressionist composer. Nevertheless, it has stuck. And you can also see very much an influence of Gauguin in the works of art of Maillol. And when Rodin had passed, Maillol was widely regarded as his greatest successor. Now, studies are really rare. They're really super rare. They're really, really hard to find. This particular work of art, take a look at it, and then go to my screen. I'm going to show you what this is the study for. Okay? So go to my screen, and there it is. And let me just make that a little bit bigger. Monument to Claude Debussy, right there. So that is what after he took the sketch of what you were bidding on right there, which is a hand signed, and it's an original dry point etching, by the way, very important, then this is what he created. By the way, you can see what the sculpture sold for in 2018, sold for $2,652,500 right there. Let's see. Here is another Monument at Debussy right there. So these are all from the sketch that you are bidding on, ladies and gentlemen, right there. And there is yet another. So we did a series of these works of art. So this is when we mostly look at Aristide Maillol, we're looking at sculptures, or we're looking at a study for a sculpture. You can visit his works of art in the Met. Major museums around the world are going to have works of art by Maillol. Let's go back to this, the work of art. We're going to get to that certificate of authenticity in a moment here, but the key points that we need to articulate: original dry point. Okay, so we know that Maillol worked on this right here. This is a lifetime piece, so that's very important. Hand signed. All right, that's a big deal. Really important that it's hand signed in this case. And the edition size. The edition size. This is number 28 of 150. So a very, very small edition size on this work of art. Let's take it to the auction. Richard?
Say, we have not got a bid on this, but let me explain how important the piece is. Nino, if we can find out who the museum is that owns this sculpture and say we actually have the hand-signed piece from that sculpture that they own, which is priceless, how much do you think they'd give for this? Nino, I'll let you think about that one, and then you can deliver that pertinent information to the audience. The hand-signed piece created by Maillol for that sculpture. Let's find out who the museum is, contact them. If no one bids us $5,000 to $6,000 for this tonight, let's at least contact the museum and give them a chance to acquire it, but quote them 10. Here is lot 211. Lot 211 then, ladies and gentlemen, Aristide Maillol, and it is the French sculptor extraordinaire, born in 1861. He died in the middle of the last century in 1944, 1 year prior to the end of World War II. This is double catalogue referenced Souvenir du Monument de Debussy. Wow. Catalogue referenced by Guérin. Original dry point etching in black ink on tinted. I believe the phone is ringing, John. If someone would like to answer it and say, hello, you've reached the fine art auction. Would you like to bid me $10,000 to get me underway? I will accept the bid. Okay. Original dry point etching in black ink on tinted laid paper. It is hand signed. How much?
Yep. $30.
Could you bring in the airbed, please, for me, John? Just put it by the easel, the airbed, because I can have a nap now. And let me know when it reaches 5,000 and we'll start the auction. $30. Have a look at this. Original dry point etching in black ink on tinted laid paper, hand signed by Maillol. Numbered in the lower margin, 28 of 150. It was executed by Maillol in 1928, making it a 97-year-old work of art. Nino, for heaven's sake, find me the museum that's got the sculpture. Give them a quick call. Let them know we've got a bid on this one of $9,500 right now. They can have it for 10. Is that fair? Look at our bid, $50, Mike. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Here's Nino. I'll give you 2 minutes. Good luck.
Well, when you think about, the works of art and the sculpture are going to be in the many, many millions of dollars, yes. And the rarity of getting any kind of a print from Maillol, there's very few that exist because what he was creating these for was as sketches and renderings to be turned into sculptures. Go back to my screen for a moment. This was Peggy and David Rockefeller were the owners of the work of art, the first work of art. Now, there's not only one of the Claude Debussy imagery, but this one is exactly from the sketch right here. And Hirshhorn Museum has that work of art. So that really shows you. Now, so this is from Peggy and David Rockefeller. It was auctioned off at Christie's. This is in 2018. 2018, it sold for just shy of $3 million. But when we are looking at prints, they're super, super hard to find, period. Here is one. Here's a print. But it's going way back in time, Richard. Like, we're going way, way back in time. Like, we're going back to 2012. They just don't come up. You just don't really find them anymore. But here is a print. Whoops, let me get rid of that. And this one had, back in 2012, this Aristide Maillol print had an estimate of 8 to 10,000, but it sold for 20,000 plus, 20,500 for a print. Now, that's more in line with what you would expect right here. But this one that you're looking at right now, I'll go back to it, this piece that we're actually bidding on is actually more important than that work of art that I just showed you. That work of art that I just showed you, it's a woodcut print. It's a standalone print. There was no sculpture that was created from it. This work of art that you actually are bidding on is from a very small edition. It's only an edition of 150. And it is the sketch that was used to create the works of art of Aristide Maillol in the sculpture technique. Go back to my screen for a second. I'll give you a couple of different examples. So there's the first one I just shared with you moments ago. And there's another. Different material on this one. And this one has much more of a patina finish on it. So if you're talking about print prices, there gives you a good guideline. About 20,000 for something like that. And I think you can agree with me. I hope that you agree with me that the work of art that you're bidding on right now is significantly more important than the one that I'm giving you as an example, because of the resultant sculptures that are housed in major museums and auctioned off by major institutions like Christie's and Sotheby's. Back to the work of art itself. Back to the piece itself. And have we had a chance to zoom in, take a nice close look, get that signature? We want to see the signature. You want to see the number. Let's go. Let's pan into those two areas. There you have it. And while you're looking at the signature, I want you to look at the quality of the paper as well. Very important. Remember, this is almost 100 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it 97 years old? And you want to be looking at the quality of that. Then you go over to the other side and you look at the edition number, and let's go back to the auction.
16 is bid. 1600 is bid with Maryland at 1600. 16 with Maryland now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, someone just called in and asked what this little white speck is. I can tell you that we are going to give that back to the framer. Inside, there's a little bit of dust or something got inside between the museum plexi and the matting here. So we'll send it back to the framer. They're going to remove that, clean it, and place it back in. And look at that, it's in perfect condition. You've got the numbered edition of 150. Hand signed with his famous monogram. This is how he signs the sculpture, with the monogram signature. So his sculpture that sold for millions of dollars, it's with that signature on it. Ladies and gentlemen, I got 16 then with Maryland. I'm selling it. I'll give you 30 seconds with Nino to allow for the delay in the signal. So 1600 Maryland, you're nearly there. Here is Nino. Final chance, America. 30 seconds, then I'm dropping the hammer.
All right, very good. Go back to my screen one last time, and I'm just sharing this so I can see. We've got people from all over the country that are watching the show. I shared with you a couple of different museums you could find it. If you're in Toledo, you have a version of the monument for Debussy there as well, as you can see. And that, again, is another example that was based upon the etching that you are bidding on here right now. Let's go back to the work of art itself. Man, I would be just gobsmacked to see this go for less than $5,000. Something this important. From this period of time, from Aristide Maillol, the rarity of them, how few ever come up into auction. Just watch this show. Do a little bit of modicum of research yourself and look at Christie's Sotheby's and see it's only the sculptures that they ever get. They don't ever get the sketches. They're very, very challenging and hard to find. And trust me, I know, because I reach out everywhere trying to get information on these. This was a real coup for us to be able to acquire it and offer it here in auction. And something coming from such a small edition, hand signed by an artist of this magnitude, is really important. Coming back to you. Good luck to our bidders. Get your bids in on this work of art, and good luck to you.
17 on this museum piece, I've got North Carolina. 17 is bid. 17 with North Carolina now. 17, Maryland, you're out. 17, North Carolina's in. At 17 bid. 17 bid. 17 bid. Anyone else, yes or no? It's going this time, John. Going once then. Anyone else? Got to be very, very quick. Maryland, it's yes or no. You've been a good bidder. Don't lose it. At 17 with North Carolina then. At 17, going once. At 17. Fair warning, America. Going twice. The third and the very, very final time. And it is sold and gone. The Mayol is yours. Well done. Thank you very much. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on. And coming up now, a world famous... Now, different form of artwork for you, but I know this artist personally. He is an incredible character, and this is the world famous, globally famous photographer, Filip Kulisev from Slovakia. And ladies and gentlemen, I met Kulisev in person. I would say it's got to be over 10 years ago now. He and his wife, they travel the world. They've got a marvelous life, really. Not all the time, because sometimes he goes to the most extreme places on the planet, and he will hole up there for sometimes a month at a time just to get the right light and get the right shot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece is from Japan, and it's called Arashiyama, and ladies and gentlemen, it is a dye sublimation on aluminum panel, or aluminium. Aluminum panel, ladies and gentlemen, signed and numbered along the lower edge, and it's an artist-proof edition. He's only done 25 in the world. Now, there are some famous photographers out there, and some of their works, the edition sizes are quite large, and in their galleries they charge tens of thousands of dollars for these pieces. They're beautiful. They are really, really beautiful. But I would actually say that whoever you may regard, there's a particular one in America, I won't mention his name, but is amazing. But I would say Kulisev is equal to any photographer in the world when it comes to this work. He has won awards internationally. Prince Albert of Monaco is a huge collector and good friend of Kulisev. And when the Monaco Grand Prix is on, or the Monaco Yacht Show, Kulisev is there exhibiting at the Palace and in the Grand Casino in Monaco. So he's very much a high-end artist. A lot of people love to collect photography now, and this is a beautiful scene of Japan, hand-signed by Kulisev, and an artist proof, one of only 25 in the world. Here is the tremendously talented Filip Kulisev.
We are thrilled to welcome the incredible fine art photographer, Filip Kulisev, to the Fine Art Auction. His work is truly awe-inspiring, and we are proud to bring you exclusive and exciting works from his collection. Kulisev is known for his stunning landscape photography and his ability to capture the beauty of nature in its raw and untamed form. From the majestic mountains of the landman Ologa to the rugged coastlines of the Arctic, his work showcases the majesty and splendor of our planet. His latest trip to Antarctica is no exception. With his keen eye for detail and his masterful use of light and color, Filip has created a body of work that truly captures the essence of this remote and inhospitable environment. The stark beauty of the icy landscapes, the harsh and unforgiving weather, and the unique wildlife that calls this region home are all captured in his stunning images. We invite you to explore the work of this talented artist and experience the beauty of the world through his lens. Keep an eye out for exciting updates and new pieces from Kulisev as we bring you the best in fine art photography from around the world on the Fine Art Auction channel.
So a real quick introduction there, and that information that Richard shared with us in advance, all very important key information. Photography art is really quite explosive. I mean, think about Man Ray as an example as to photography art. Now, Filip Kulisev, Slovakian artist, born in 1973, is amongst the most important in the world. Perhaps he is the most important working actively today. He strives, to find and photograph the most wonderful and unique sights of our planet for the benefit of all nature lovers all over the world. Now, through his photographs, he's raised awareness also of issues, related to biodiversity, natural resources. Many different awareness opportunities come from him traveling the world. He's an adventurer. He's a photographer. He's collected, as Richard was sharing with you, by royalty, by celebrities and collectors of photo art globally. He has provided material for more than 200 individual exhibitions around the world. In 2013, he was selected for the International Masters of Photography project in Las Vegas, which features the top photographers of the entire world. He is the only of that area from Slovakia to receive such an honor. Now, here's the other thing that's really big. He's been awarded various international certifications, including, and this is what I'm talking about, the Master QEP title. Now, what is that? It is the highest award for professional photographers that you can receive. He became the first photographer from Central and Eastern Europe to be awarded that highest qualification and title of Fellow from the British Institute of Professional Photographers in London. He was also selected as European Landscape Photographer of the Year. That was in 2012, and he's the author of 9 exclusive monograms which present the beauty and uniqueness of our planet's various natural wonders. His work, his publications, part of the collections of Pope Francis was a collector. Prince Charles, now King Charles, is a collector, as Richard mentioned, His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco, big fan, huge collector. Vladimir Putin is a big collector as well. The list kind of goes on and on. The famous composer, Hans Zimmer, big collector. Pierce Brosnan, the actor. Will Smith, the actor, as well. So highly sought after, highly collected, ladies and gentlemen. What the Prince Albert of Monaco, what he had to say in his own words was this: through the beauty and purity of his images, Filip Kulisev gives substance to those treasures we all too often ignore and that may disappear tomorrow as a result of our reprehensible inactions. I am certain it makes a significant contribution to alert all people of goodwill to the state of our earth. So that's the message from Prince Albert of Monaco in discussing Filip Kulisev. He is a genius. He is a genius photographer. This is an artist proof. This is an edition of only 25. So what that typically lets us know is that the regular edition would be about 250. Artist proof would typically be maybe 10% at the most of what the regular edition is. So it has added value, significant added value in that. And here's a piece from Japan. Now let's take a look at the works of art of Kulisev. Go to my screen for a moment. And here we have, there's Filip Kulisev. Amazing Planet is the website, by the way, and just take a look at the spectacular, amazing imagery. I live very near to Vancouver Island in British Columbia, and he did a whole showcase of Vancouver Island, which was just phenomenal. This is French Polynesia, this is Saskatchewan River, but just look at the imagery. Just look at the imagery and how he captures it. It's just truly, absolutely magnificent, ladies and gentlemen. And when we talk about, photography, it can command a very strong price. This Man Ray, that's the record, $12,400,000. That was in 2022, a Man Ray. These are all photographs, by the way. List of the most expensive photographs, 12 million, 11 million, 4 million. I mean, they go for millions and millions of dollars. Richard Prince, an American artist there, at almost $4 million. Let's get back to the work of art itself, and let's take it to the auction.
The great Filip Kulisev, and I don't just say that just to throw away a word, the great Filip Kulisev, but he is regarded as one of the leading photographers in the entire world. You can see why. Go to his website, it's called Amazing Planet, and you can see, if you like his work, have a look at Amazing Planet. It is an amazing website. It shows his travels and where he has gone to around the world to capture all of these extraordinary images. Well, I'm glad you like it. We've got a bid of $100. Artist proof, hand signed, ladies and gentlemen, one of only 25 in the world. It will sell in the next couple of minutes. So here's your certificate. Filip Kulisev, the global leading photographer from Slovakia, a wonderful guy, really, really nice man. And this work is called Arashima. Let me get it right. I haven't practiced my Japanese lately. Arashiyama, that sounds better. Arashiyama, from Japan, and it is an original dye sublimation print on metal. It was signed and numbered along the lower edge. The example is a limited edition artist proof, one of only 25 in the world. Now, John, our producer, he knows that I'm a big, big soccer fan. I told you that of just now. I played it for many years. In fact, when I was 20 years of age, you won't believe this, ladies and gentlemen, 6'2", I weighed 147 pounds. I look like I've eaten that person. But anyway, the reason I was getting to Japan, because it holds a special place in my heart, because actually the final game I ever played at 40 years of age, I played against Kobe United, who are a Japanese professional team. So to say they were a lot quicker than me is an understatement, but at 40 years of age, you tend to slow down a bit. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a great, great image of Japan. I've been to Japan many times. As I said, I played my final soccer game against Kobe United at 40 years of age. But this one is hand-signed, artist-proof, limited edition, one of only 25 in the world. And what a great, great piece that is. It's created, I'm going to, I can't really show you on the back, but let me. Yeah, I can hear it. It's on aluminum, ladies and gentlemen. So I tapped it very, very lightly there. It is hand-signed, artist-proof, the Japanese theme. So good luck with this one. And if you've not been to Japan, it really is a lovely country. Kobe is beautiful. The food there, oh my goodness. No wonder I went from 147 pounds to over 300. There we go. That's another story. Here is Nino. By the way, I'm on the way back down. Here is Nino. Good luck. 2 minutes.
Well, I think you're looking pretty trim, buddy. I think you're looking pretty trim. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, when we talk about this form of art and what it has commanded out in the marketplace right now, and this artist in particular, having the highest honors that you can get as a photographer, and it's, you know, having all of these other celebrity collectors and royalty and world leaders collecting it, certainly it all adds up to the appeal and the desire and the pricing on these works of art, of course. Yeah, but it's really the art. I mean, it's the art. It's transportive to me, and that's one thing that I really love about art in general, and I really certainly see that with the works of art of Filip Kulisev. Certainly the environmental aspects of it, the protecting our environment, the animals, everything like that is very, very key, very important. I have great admiration for the artist, but just look at the beauty of it. You know, I want to walk down that path. I want to see what's in that shadowed area at the end of this, and it kind of takes you on a journey. That's what he's really renowned for, is capturing this magnificence of these places that perhaps we have visited or perhaps we haven't, but we can put it on a bucket list and it's a place that we want to visit. Now, these works of art, you're just not finding them out there in the marketplace. They're very, very difficult to find. As he takes them, they typically go into the hands of collectors very, very quickly. But, you know, 10,000 is not unheard of for these works of art, higher even 15,000 on a work of art for Kulisev. And there have been a few other artists, as I shared with you on that list, that have commanded many millions for these works of art. So he really does have a unique spot in the world of photo art, Filip Kulisev, and he kind of resides at the top of the heap right now. So if I'm looking to get a work of art in this fashion, who do I want to get it? I want it to be a Kulisev. That's what I'm looking for. So ladies and gentlemen, we are currently at only $180, which wouldn't even cover the frame on that work of art. And look at how he's captured the amazing perspective on this piece as well. You know, it goes into the distance, getting smaller and smaller as you go. He's just got an incredible eye. He is a true artist. He's got an incredible eye. And I've spoken to artists for 30 plus years, and it's really fascinating. You know, I'll talk to them and I'll say, hey, what would happen if if something happened to your hands, if you got in an accident or whatever? And the answer I almost always get is, it's my eye. My eye is most important. It's what I see in my imagination and my eye. And if I have that ability, then I can create magic. And that's what he's doing here. He has created an incredible work of art. This is on a high gloss metallic paper. So it's going to have some reflective qualities too. Like if you play with this in the light, I think you're going to see some really interesting elements pop out from the work of art. Excuse me. Excuse me. Get a little bit of a cough there. So, ladies and gentlemen, here you have an opportunity at a Philip Kulisev. It is an artist proof. If this was a regular edition, if this was an edition of 250, you'd be looking at still being able to get it for under $10,000 would be very, very good. But add about 10% on top of that because it is from the artist proof edition. Coming back to you, Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, for something, this is not produced on paper. I wish I had some sort of metal detector or something. It's actually on aluminum, so don't be fooled that is on paper and you've just got a glass sheet in front of it or plexi. It is not. The ones on aluminum are obviously much more expensive than the works on paper. So I give you the final chance now just to clarify that for you. So I'll give you 60 seconds with Nino. We're going to sell it, but it's not on paper. This is a whole sheet of aluminum. Imagine how much they cost to produce by the artist. It's an artist proof as well. So I can't really do this. John, turn the lights down. I know you're going to lose me, and that might upset a few people, but let's have a look at this. Play with the lighting a little bit, and I'm going to see if we can get any sort of effects on this. Let's turn it down a bit more. Look at the sky there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at these magnificent Japanese trees and the way that he creates them. Now you see it. You see that, John? Have a look. Now you see the metal. It's not on glass. It's not on paper. That is aluminum. Hand signed in metallic, gold metallic pen down here. Let's zoom in by my thumb there. The artist proof edition of 25 in the world. These is no joke. These are thousands of dollars in galleries. Imagine what they cost in the gallery in Monaco. Bidding's in the background there. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, ladies and gentlemen. That's not glass. That is aluminum. Here is Nino. Last chance then. I'll give you 60 seconds because it's a beautiful piece. If you like world-class photography, turn the lights up there, John. Nino, hopefully that helped you as well to be able to see the piece. Turn it down a fraction, a bit too bright there. And that is beautiful. Here's Nino. 60 seconds.
It really does make a difference. It's quite dramatic, actually, when you play with the lights like that. You really do see different elements to it. It's really spectacular. Go to my screen for a second here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll show you a different work of art. It is not a Kulisev, but I'll just show you a work of art. Beautiful work of art. This is an image of Utah, a place in Utah. Let's see, where is it? Let's go through here. Zion in Utah. How much did that sell for? Just over $12,000. $12,000. That's a photograph. That is a photograph, ladies and gentlemen. So we want to make sure that we're abundantly clear here on what is happening out there in the real world on these works of art. So as Richard just said, 10,000, look at 12,200 for that work of art. Let's go back to the piece. Let's go back to the work of art that you were bidding on. So if that work of art there, Zion, Utah, warrants 12,200, which it does. It's a magnificent piece. It's really quite beautiful, as does this. This would be in a gallery. You would be in that same range, 10,000 plus for something like that. Coming back to you, Richard.
Selling now, and it's going. Is there another bid? Yes or no? Another 25? Yes or no? Last call. Last chance. We're about to move on, John. And we are done then. Going once, going twice, certain the final time. You got it. Well done. Thank you very much. So, Philippe Kulisev, look it up. Amazing Planet is his website. What a guy, what a character, and a really, really nice team. He and his wife As I say, I met them over 10 years ago now. Ladies and gentlemen, but coming up now, something I would love to have in my collection. Don't even talk about Nino. I mean, Nino will go crazy for this next piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's incredibly rare. This work is by, as you know, my favorite artist, Salvador Dali, but it's incredibly special. It's a large work. The framing on this is ridiculous. That is, I mean, if you're hanging it, make sure you hang it properly because it's a very valuable work of art. But also, there's a lot of weight to that frame, ladies and gentlemen. So just so you're aware, whoever the top bidder is, that is a statement piece, but it's got 2 catalogue references. The most important one is by Albert Field. So it's catalogue reference by Field, but when we come back to the piece, you can look at all the elements in the background here, all the Dalinian elements, ladies and gentlemen, but here is the important part, hand signed, but even more than the signature. The signature can trade for about $10,000 on its own. But what the medium is, it's produced on lambskin. He did not do many of these. They were a very, very special edition that was done in 1974. They're published by Edition Art et Valeur of Paris. As you can imagine, not many artists have ever worked on lambskin, but ladies and gentlemen, that is not paper. Don't be confused. That is a very, very rare medium indeed, and a quintessential Dali. Look at all the imagery in it, the crutch. That is one of the most important symbols in the world of Salvador Dali. So some great imagery within the piece, and it is from 1974, and it's called La Mer tirée par Java. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Salvador Dali.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of later kind of modern school.
I see, so that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
All right, welcome back. Well, the legend of Dali. I mean, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about Dali. We've already presented Salvador Dali. You got a little brief introduction there on that video. We need to focus on this. And yeah, Richard knows me pretty well. I'm sure when you we put this into the catalog, you could just imagine my reaction when I first saw it. I mean, gosh, this is incredibly rare, and for the many reasons that Richard was talking about on this work of art. You know, earlier today, at the very beginning, in fact, when I was talking about the catalog itself, and I was going through it really quickly, I said there's multiple works of art that could be the premier piece of the entire evening. Typically, in all auctions, there is a premier piece that is highly exclusive, highly sought after, a very coveted work of art. There's at least 5 in tonight's auction, and this is one of them. For me personally, along with Richard, I'm a huge collector of Salvador Dali. I'm a big fan, and this speaks to me in many ways. I mean, there's so much that happens within this work of art, and it's all about this period of time as well that he spent with his hero, with his idol. He was obsessed with Sigmund Freud. He wanted to meet him throughout his entire lifetime. He finally did get the opportunity to meet his hero, Freud, and that was in 1938. It was a very brief visit. They didn't spend an awful lot of time together, and Freud passed away in 1939, so the very next year. Dali was so fascinated with Freud. He was an avid reader of all of Freud's works, and this work of art that you're looking at is Dali's interpretation of Freud's writings from his last work, Freud's last work, which was published the same year that he passed away, which is in 1939. This last book was written while Freud was living in exile in London. And the reason why he was in exile is because the Nazis had raided his home the year before in 1938, and they had taken all of his possessions and his money. So he fled. He was gone. He had to escape. He had to get out of there, and he went to London, where he would only last 1 year and he would pass away. But this is a sensational work of art and a fascinating discussion on art, on theology, on history, and the beliefs of past civilizations. So it's talking about monotheism and Moses, which is what the book was that Freud was writing in 1938. And his final book is about monotheism and Moses and his theories on that. Now, there is a passage from the Bible that accompanies this work of art from Isaiah 66. And the Lord says, "Heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. Can you build me a temple as good as that?" So that's kind of the story that goes with this piece. Now, it is a hand-signed work of art, and incredibly off the charts rare that it is on the substrate is actually lambskin. So it has 2 mediums within it. So it has intaglio medium of etching, so incising, cutting in. Oh, I'm so pleased that we've zoomed in. Look at the tiny little figures throughout this work of art. Look at all of the elements. So that's the etching aspect of it. And then it's got lithography as well, and the substrate is lambskin. So, I mean, this is a very special piece. This belongs in a museum without any question at all. And it's going to be really challenging, of course, to try and find anything even similar to it. But when we talk about this work of art, we inevitably must talk about Salvador Dali and Sigmund Freud. And here's what I would encourage you to do. Go to my screen for a second. Whoever is the successful bidder, somebody's going to get this. This is going to be a showcase work of art in somebody's home. It would be a premier piece in my home, for sure. Read this article. What happened when Salvador Dali met Sigmund Freud? I'm not going to go into the details on the whole thing right now, but it is phenomenal. It is an incredible read, and whoever is the collector of this work of art, I would implore you, learn about that very important meeting that these two had. It was pivotal. And Moses and Monotheism, written by Sigmund Freud in 1939, is what the subject is. Now, it's a little bit taboo, it's a little bit controversial, and I don't want to go into great detail on it right now, but I'll just give you a sort of, go back to the work of art, I'll give you kind of a sort of an overview of it. Freud had a theory. He was very interested in Jewish history, and he had a theory that Moses was not of Jewish origin, that Moses was actually of Egyptian origin. And then he starts to argue about the tribes of Israel and who the founding fathers were, and all of this information about the Messiah and the concept of a Messiah. So that's why I'm not going to get into religion. I don't get into religion or politics here, but whoever is the successful bidder, this is a phenomenal work of art that delves into some really deep philosophical thoughts. Let's go to the auction. Richard?
Okay, well, bidding's underway, ladies and gentlemen, on the magnificent Salvador Dali. Now, this piece is incredibly rare. I've got to say, Nino, it's such a rare article. I personally, if I had it in a gallery, I'd be very, very happy to put that close to $40,000. And if you came and offered me $35,000, I say I'll meet you in the middle, around $37,000, $38,000. I think would be very fair for that piece, just purely because of the rarity of it. Now, this one, ladies and gentlemen, is Salvador Dali's original etching over lithography on lambskin. So we are talking about a super rare article. The title, La Mer Tirée par Yahvé. Double catalogue referenced, ML 732 and field 75/2. The original etching over lithography on lambskin, signed and numbered on the lower right. It is an example of only 250. Number 165 is what we are bidding on here. They were published by the great Edition Art et Valeur of Paris in 1974. It is extremely rare, and ladies and gentlemen, these do not come up very, very often. As I said, we're very lucky that we have, managed to acquire these. I brought the 3-foot ruler, and then I suddenly thought, you know what, that's not going to do it. That is not going to do it. So I brought the 4-foot ruler. Let's have a look at this. Okay, let's double check the dimensions here. I'm putting that in. You've got 37. Let me see. 37, I'll agree with that. 37. And then on the height here, 42. Well, it is very tight at 42. I'm going to call it 43. The only reason we do that is just to round it up to the nearest level, because in case you're fitting it in a certain space. So rather than be a little bit too short, I'd rather go over a quarter of an inch, half an inch, just to make sure. So 43 by 37, but look at the depth on this as well. Ladies and gentlemen, just the depth of this frame. I'm going to put in, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this piece. That frame is magnificent. It's over 3 inches, the depth of the frame. Over 3 inches, just the depth of the frame. What a marvelous piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly a collector's item. John, I saw a little bid came in there, 2,000. Who's in the lead at the moment? California, thank you very much. John, let's dim the lights on this side. Let's focus in on this work. The signature is there. It is from the edition of 250, number 165. But ladies and gentlemen, such a rare item. Etching over lithography, created on lambskin, hand signed by Dali, catalogue referenced. 5 very, very valuable points for you to consider when you're bidding on this. Here's Nino. Nino, is that a rare article, or have I gone crazy?
No, you know as well as I do that we're looking at something that's very, very special, and it's going to take a special collector to have an appreciation, understand what they have before them, and having the means to be able to acquire this. This could easily have been, the whole auction could have been built around this particular work of art itself. It's magnificent in every way. Now, I've given you a little bit of the background, a little bit of the history on this work of art, but when I'm comparing it to trying to get, a market value and trying to understand, what this could actually sell for, what it should sell for, well, there's just none that are available right now. Go to my screen for a moment. So what I do is then I move into etchings, and then I move into lithography. I move into the prints of Salvador Dali, looking for something very rare from that period of time. So what we're looking at here is the 1974. So if we're over here and we're looking, so we got 1972. We've got a few. That's a good one to look at. This is the 1972 work of art, and it is only the one process, which is dry point. It does have some hand coloring on it. This one had an estimate of $15,000 to $25,000. Ended up selling for $93,000. So it would surprise nobody if this work of art here in that kind of a setting would achieve a similar result. But I do want to show you the last time that it did sell, which is over a decade ago. The last time this work of art sold was over a decade ago, and it sold for just over $28,000. Just over $28,000. This is the very same work of art that you were bidding on. And this was at Sotheby's in 2012. So what is $28,000 in 2012 dollars compared to 2025? Somebody do the research for me on that one, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Let's go back to the work of art itself. So getting this in 2025, for under $30,000 would be pretty hard to imagine, because you go back over a decade ago and it was almost $30,000 for this work of art right there. That really speaks to the importance of the piece, the clarity of investors and art collectors that are familiar with Salvador Dali, that actively seek out something like this and what they're willing to pay for it because of how difficult it is to acquire, how hard it is to find. This is a super coveted work of art, ladies and gentlemen. If I had this in my collection, this would be my premier Salvador Dali. This would be the best Dali that I have for a multitude of reasons. At $2,500, we should definitely be at $25,000 for this work of art. Absolutely. And if we were at a Christie's or Sotheby's, they wouldn't even let it go for less than that. Not at all. Let's go to the auction on this. And for the right collector, this is a magnificent addition to your collection. Richard?
You can't get higher praise than that. Thank you, Nino. You can't get higher praise than that. Nino, who's collected Salvador Dali for over 25, 30 years. The first work of art he ever collected was a Dali, hand-signed. In his own words, this would be the prized possession, the most valuable piece that he would own in his private collection. And let me tell you, he's got artwork, having owned galleries, having conducted events all over the world. He's got artwork that would make your eyes water. Beautiful pieces, and this would be his prized possession. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not a sales ploy. That you can tell it's from his heart. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to sell it. 2,500 is bid. 25 going to bid at 2.5 and it's on sale. At 25 and it's going then. The hand sign piece. The hand sign piece, as Nino said, minimum we should be at 25,000 on this hand signed Dali. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we on this show, with respect to everyone, I don't think we really grasp how important Salvador Dali is. This work should never see the light of day under 10,000 anywhere in the world. But it is about to sell. I'll give you 30 seconds. Make your mind up time. Nino, thank you for saying what you just said. I thought it was a very, very genuine thing to say. And I know how strong your art collection is. For you to tell me that would be your prized possession is really saying something. Here's Nino then. Last chance, 30 seconds, and I'm selling.
Yeah, there's the only way I would have a preference on any Dali over this one would be if it was a one-of-a-kind original. But, I don't have those kind of deep pockets in the millions. I'm talking about the millions. But man, oh man, you know what? I would even be tempted, Richard, even with that face in front of me, because of the exclusivity of this, you just can't find them with that lambskin and the etching and the two different mediums that are on the piece and the story behind it and his only visit with his great idol and the resulting artwork that came from it. I mean, history and art is what this is all about. And this is why I'm so passionate about it. And I do say that directly from the heart. That's a $30,000 work of art all day long, ladies and gentlemen. An amazing piece. And, whoever is the successful bidder on this, I'm jealous. I am envious. And I do have quite an extraordinary collection that I'm very, very proud of, but this would certainly be the premier in that Salvador Dali collection. So yes, get your bids in, ladies and gentlemen, on this work of art. It belongs in a museum. Whoever does get it, covet this, pass it down, generation to generation to generation. Go back to my screen for one last moment when you get your final bids in. We don't have a time machine, but if you had a time machine, you could go back a decade and a half. Then you would still be paying $28,000 for it if you had a time machine. Let's go back to the work of art and back to our bidders, and good luck to you.
3.9 with Michael's bidder, 3.9 Andrew, you're the underbidder currently. 3.9, there are 7 of you on the phone, funnily enough, 2 of you bidding. 7 people. 3-9 is bid. 3-9 with Michael. 3-9 with Michael. 3-9 with Michael. 3-9 Michael's bid. 3-9. 3-9. 3-9 is bid. 3-9. 4 is bid. Illinois in the lead. 4 bid with Illinois from Andrew's bidder. 41 with Michael's bidder. Where from, Michael? 4-1 is bid. California, thank you for letting me know. 4-1 is bid with California. 4-1 is bid. 4-1. 4-2 with Stacy's bidder. 4-2. Someone give me 5,000, you might get it. 43, I'll take it. 4-3. 4-3. 4-3 with California. 4-4. 4-4 with Illinois. 4-4 with Illinois. 4-4 is bid. 4-5 is bid with California. 4-5 with California. 4-5 with California. 4-6 I just heard with Beverly's bidder. From? 4-6 is bid. 4-6 is bid. Where from? Michigan, thank you. 4-7 is that? 47 with California. 47 with California. 47. Someone give me 5. I advised you that about 5 bids ago. How much? Are you sure? We're very close to 5. You should go to 5. Up to you. 5 I've got. Thank you very much. 5,000 bid. 5,000 bid. 5,000 with Andrew's bidder. 5,000 with Andrew's bidder. 5 is bid. We're now in 250 bids. 5,000 on the stunning Dali. 5,000 on the rare collector's item. 5 is bid. Illinois in the lead. 5 1/4. 5 1/4 bid. Beverly's bidder from Michigan. 5 1/4 bid. 5 1/4. Now 5-5. 5 1/4. Now 5-5. 5 1/4 bid. 5 1/4. 5 1/4. Give me your best and final bid then. Give me your best and final bid. 5-5 with Illinois. 5-5 is bid. 5-5. Now you can go 750 or just jump one increment. Up to you. That's how to bid at an auction. Let's go. At 5-5. At 5-5. Come on. At 5-5. 5-750. Now they can go 6. 5-750. Another 250. 5-750. Your opportunity, Andrew. 5-750 is bid. 5-750. Andrew, I'll give you every opportunity. I'm selling. Is there anyone else? It's with Beverly then at 5 3/4 last chance. Andrew, thank you very much for your bid. I'm selling with Michigan then at 5-750 on the magnificent Dali. Going once, going twice. You have got the deal of 2025 so far. Well done. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Michigan. Thank you, California. Thank you to all the other bidders, Illinois as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rising art star, also in the surrealist manner from Colombia. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have guessed his name already, Pedro Ortiz Munoz.
The Fine Art Auction Channel welcomes Pedro Ortiz Munoz, the visionary artist behind captivating steampunk masterpieces. Steampunk art has emerged as an influential genre, capturing imaginations worldwide. With its retro-futuristic aesthetics, Pedro Ortiz Munoz pushes his art beyond boundaries, encouraging intricate works featuring gears, cogs, and elaborate details throughout his masterpieces. Reimagining future filled with fantastical inventions bridging the past and present, celebrating craftsmanship, while acknowledging the potential for progress. Don't miss Pedro Ortiz Munoz's extraordinary works showcased on the Fine Art Auction Channel.
His art is really fascinating. It's really interesting. And by the way, I also want to give my congratulations to whoever I'm very envious of who got that Salvador Dali. Boy, oh boy, you did very, very, very well. And I mean that in every sense of the word. Like, that is just an absolute treasure that you were able to acquire. So once again, kudos to you and congratulations. Look at what we have before us here right now, ladies and gentlemen. So we have Pedro Ortiz Munoz, young artist, very, very talented Colombian artist. He was born in 1997. And this work of art and all of his works of art, it's about storytelling. there is stories within that work of art that are almost endless. And as we zoom in and we pan around and we see the amount of work that went into this. Now, this is an original screen print, silk screen, serigraph, whatever you want to call it. All three of those words mean the exact same thing. And it's fascinating to me that he has elected to use the screen print technique in this work of art. And here's the reason why. Silk screening lends itself to texture and density of paint, and you can get a lot of buildup of paint and a great deal of texture off of your substrate, off your canvas or your paper. But it doesn't really lend itself to detail very well. Lithography, on the other hand, does lend itself to detail very well. But he has chosen to challenge himself by doing it in the screen print technique. Now, the title on the work of art is The Sundancers. I saw he had a Sundancer boat in there as well. And Richard said at the beginning, but I concur and I agree. I'm really excited. I'm thrilled to be introducing collectors and perhaps new viewers that have not seen works of art of Pedro Ortiz Munoz and the unique vision that he has within each of his works of art. It's more than just a visual splendor. It's a gateway to these fantastic stories that are untold, or histories that are reimagined, or the unbridled possibility that lies in combining the old with the new. And you're not just getting, collecting a piece of art. You're inheriting a fragment of an alternate reality. It's meticulously conceived, beautifully rendered work of art. It's fantastic that we just followed Salvador Dali, because I see surrealism aspects within this. And, much of what I just said could be applied to Salvador Dali as well. Inheriting a fragment of an alternate reality that is the life of Dali, as is the life of Pedro Ortiz Munoz. It mesmerizes me with a fusion of steampunk vigor and meticulous detail. And that is really what the genre is. It is steampunk at its finest. And I'm just inspired to let my imagination soar, with the stories. And it's a realm where the past intertwines with the fantastical. You got gears and rivets and steam whistles. And it really evokes the Industrial Revolution, but kind of entwined with the whimsy of a dream. And that's where the Dali aspect comes into it to me. And his artwork, as represented by, the work of art that we're looking at here, it's a symphony of complexity and imagination. Monochrome tapestries of airships or castles, mechanical wonders. That's the world of Munoz. And that is how he imparts his vision of the world where technology and nostalgia dance together for us, for the viewers. I love that it's black and white, too. The palette accentuates the boldness of his concepts. It allows all viewers to focus entirely on the story woven within each stroke. And it's an invitation to explore and delve into the details and reveal more with every single look. That's one of the things I love about art. I've got a work of art that I acquired as a child, and I still have that work of art, and it's kind of a fantasy piece in the forest. And, I'm now in my mid-50s, getting into my late 50s. I still look at that work of art and I see different stories within it. That's what art can do. Now, in the realm of steampunk, where mechanical meets the magical, Pedro Ortiz Munoz, he is a visionary artist. And his works, they're not just to be viewed, but they're to be experienced. That's really what it's about. So, embrace the opportunity to own a little slice of this extraordinary world that he has created. For it's in the contemplation of his art that we find new perspectives on the familiar and the fantastical alike. So I really do see this as representing an opportunity for a savvy collector to own an original screen print from an artist on the cusp of huge global recognition. And we've had this great privilege of having Pedro Ortiz Munoz on the show, which was fantastic because we got to learn directly from, the mouth of the artist, where his inspiration comes from, what his background is, and why he creates these magnificent pieces. So his art is not limited by, what the eye sees on a daily basis, like the realists. His imagery comes from his imagination. So his art is as limitless as his imagination. And when we're thinking about steampunk, think about, you're familiar with steampunk, you just might not even know it. That word, by the way, steampunk, was first coined in 1987, and it was a science fiction author, K.W. Jeter, who termed the word steampunk to describe a style of fantasy fiction that featured Victorian technology, especially technology that's powered by steam, of course. And so we started to see it in mainstream pop culture in the 2000s, And you'll see it now everywhere in fashion, literature, film, television, video games, all over the place. But go back in time, think about the works of Jules Verne, Mary Shelley, H.G. Wells, all of these popular science fiction romances, that period of time. It's a genre that imagines how different the past might have been had the future come earlier. It's kind of a retro look with modern technology on it. Some of the films that you've probably seen that would have this genre of steampunk within it, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, The Wild Wild West, The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, Sherlock Holmes, all of these kind of movies, these kind of shows that are just packed with mysticism and retro futuristic gadgets. And for some, it's become a way of life. Steampunk enthusiasts, they call themselves steamers, and they live the life of the steampunk aesthetic. Now, this is an EA. What does EA mean? Approved artiste, or artist proof. So, and again, it is from an edition that was never originally intended to be in the secondary market. Well, I'll talk about that in a minute. Let's go to the auction. Richard?
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the great youth art star, Pedro Ortiz Munoz. What a great character, what a great guy. And ladies and gentlemen, his style is unbelievable. It's off the charts. We had that large original painting here. Whoever got that, congratulations. I mean, that took him nearly 6 months to do. Each original is at least a month to create the original. Then, what you're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, is called a silkscreen print. So I'll just explain briefly in a moment. But let's have a look at the certificate of authenticity. Lot 212A, the complexity of these is extraordinary. Pedro Ortiz Munoz, Colombian art star, born in 1997. He's the same age as my son. My son is 28 this month, so time flies. This one is The Sundancers. This is an original screen print in black ink on wove paper, hand signed by the artist on the lower right and numbered on the verso. I'll show you that in a second. Example is one of only 25 artist proofs from the edition, the private edition of the artist, ladies and gentlemen. But the original paintings, believe me, they take close to a month, even for this size of piece. The detail to do all that, he does it with a very fine ink pen, and it's done by the millimeter. Every square millimeter of the black here, all these characters, a lot of it's based around his travels. He's been to Europe, he's been to Australia, he's been obviously to America now. We had him on the show last year. So his travels in this surrealist manner. A lot of it reminds me, actually, if you ever watched the TV series of Monty Python in the old days, in the '70s, early '70s, they used to do all these cartoonish characters coming on the show at the start of the show, and a lot of it reminds me of those original early drawings, very surrealist, of Monty Python. But these great images here. This is his most famous one. It's actually meant to be his mother, and it is his famous little character, the Wizard. And you would say, well, why would he do his mother as a wizard? Because he said his mother is the smartest person in the world. Well, that's a good boy if he says that. Ladies and gentlemen, hand signed. This is an artist proof. It's got the deckled edge down here. But I want to try and give you an idea. Okay, to do the original is very complex. But actually, Nino, I believe creating this style of print is even more complex, because everything you see here has to start with a piece of art card. He redesigns from the original, and they then have to cut out from the card. Look at the minute detail here. In order to be able to make a silkscreen print, you have to cut away from the card the imagery, and then eventually you'll end up having a silkscreen with a stencil over the paper, and they allow the ink to go through, but it's got to go through all of that stenciling to then be able to do that. I believe the hardest part is creating this stencil when something is as complex as this. I'll just show you the back of it, ladies and gentlemen, so don't miss your opportunity here. Artist proof, one of only 25, and ladies and gentlemen, it's hand signed on the front there by the incredible Pedro Ortiz Munoz. Good luck, get bidding on this one. Let's have a bid. Here's Nino. What do you think of that? Nino, the complexity just to make the silk screen print. Here's Nino.
Oh yeah, unquestionably. I know that you have as well as I have. We've been in print, we've been in ateliers, we've tried our hand at silk screening, at lithography, at etching, at engraving. We understand how challenging, how difficult it is. And you're 100% right. For an original screen print of it, think about the human hours, that went into creating not just the original. In the original, as you said, at least a month, I would think, to create something of this dimension and this kind of complexity, but also on the screen print for all those very reasons that you just shared with everybody without going into great detail on all of the complexities of it. It would take, I would think it would take well over a month just to create the matrix in order to create the works of art that we have before us here now. So it really is, and when you start to put it into that kind of a perspective and you put a price on that, I mean, you're at $200. What are we valuing? This artist's genius, his imagination, his creativity, his skill set, and all of the work that has gone into that piece that we have here right now. Now, when we're looking at his form of art, his style of art, what he's noted for and renowned for, this is it right here. And there's a lot of different elements within that work of art. As you can see, Tulum, you can see over in the corner there. So we see some Mayan influence in the work of art. I see lots of Mayan influence in the work of art. So this certainly is a reflection on many of his travels that have been incorporated into the work of art. Go to my screen for a moment. I'm going to show you some other examples of works of art. I'm just on his Instagram here for a moment. You can see the young artist. You can see the scale of some of the works of art that he has created. And there he is with a familiar face right there. And that was right here at our store. And so when we're looking here at these pieces, I'm just kind of scrolling through very quickly. And the reason I'm doing that is just I want you to see what he's noted for, what he's renowned for. Steampunk, I'm just going to share some examples of steampunk. And this is what steampunk looks like. Here's one that you guys are going to know very, very well. The Nautilus, Jules Verne's, that is steampunk in its essence right there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to the work of art. We're only at $200. Now, remember, it is an artist proof as well. It's not part of the regular edition. And we think about all the work that went into this. Man, oh man, what an extraordinary piece. Good luck to our bidders. Richard, it's coming back to you.
Touch these in galleries under $3,500 in a minute. It's an artist proof. I'm about to sell it. It is about to go under the hammer. There's only 25 in the world, and I'm lucky to have this one here. So let's sell it, John. I'll give you literally, let's give you 60 seconds with Nino, but I've got to move on. We've got 3 more works to come in before the end of the show. Here is Nino, 60 seconds. Last chance, we're only at 200.
Hey, let your imagination soar with this work of art and with this artist, and pay attention to Pedro Ortiz Munoz. Write his name down. Even if this particular work of art is not one that you're drawn to and you're bidding on it right now, write his name down and remember it. And you're gonna know why very, very quickly. He's had explosive growth over the last 6 months, 7, 8 months, and the trajectory is really very, very clear. So when I say pay attention to this artist, I really mean that. Because I know for many of us, you're going to look back on this and go, do you remember when that was, it was under $1,000 in that print? We could have got that for under $1,000. I mean, I'd be surprised, I guess, tonight with what I'm seeing. If this went for over $1,000, it should go for over $1,000. It should go for around $3,000 if it were in a gallery. And all day long, they would be selling at that in a gallery. But write it down. Write the name down and look back on this. This is one of those moments that we have here before you. We don't just bring in unknown artists that that we don't think have an incredibly bright future. We bring in artists that are already making great inroads on a global scale, and we believe in their art. And that is the case here with Pedro Ortiz Munoz. Try and compare him to somebody else. Who else is putting in this kind of work in this form I don't know anybody who is doing that. And for a young artist, I consider him a young genius creating in this manner. Beautiful, beautiful pieces, ladies and gentlemen. And again, let your imagination soar with the stories that are contained within the imagery. Coming back to you, Richard.
Bit of time, but the bidding's coming in now at 550. At 550, get a bit of 550, 550, 550, 6 bid. At 6 bid, and I'm selling. At 600, come on America, the young Colombian art star. At 600 bid. At 600 bid. At 600 bid, I'll take 50 now. 650 bid. 650, 650, 650, and I'm selling. At 650, at 650, 7 bid, 7 bid, 7 bid, 7 bid, 700 bid. Hold the bidding there at 700 bid. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a wonderful, wonderful artist. You don't have to bid. Hang on a second. I'm going to do something to help you. At $700 only, ladies and gentlemen, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to help you out. I'm not going to charge you $700 plus your buyer's premium. I even stopped the bidding there. But at $700 plus your buyer's premium would make it $770. I'm not going to charge you $700 or $650 or even $600. I'm going to bring it under $500 to help you both out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a limited edition. If you want to find out the price, I'm coming under $500, and I mean way under $500. We have literally 4 available. I think both of you are going to want one straight away, so there might only be 2 left. There are 4 available. Get on the phone very, very quickly. I'm dropping it way under $500 to help you with no buyer's premium. Let's play a very, very quick 1-minute video. I do mean 1 minute. Here is a video.
The Fine Art Auction Channel welcomes Pedro Ortiz Munoz, the visionary artist behind captivating steampunk masterpieces. Steampunk art has emerged as an influential genre, capturing imaginations worldwide. With its retro-futuristic aesthetics, Pedro Ortiz Munoz pushes his art beyond boundaries, encouraging intricate works featuring gears, cogs, and elaborate details throughout his masterpieces. Reimagining future filled with fantastical inventions bridging the past and present, celebrating craftsmanship, while acknowledging the potential for progress. Don't miss Pedro Ortiz Munoz's extraordinary works showcased on the Fine Art Auction Channel.
Well, one's definitely gone. I just released the price to the phone team. Congratulations, you got it. $350, no buyer's premium. $350, no buyer's premium. I've done it for under half the price. $700, I stopped the bidding there. Plus the buyer's premium would have been $770. I've got 4 available, 3 available now. You want it? Raise your paddle then. You've got it. Okay, 2 available now. $350, 2 available, Kim. First 2 people to call in. The hand-signed, beautiful Pedro Ortiz Munoz, beautifully framed. Nino, what do you think of that? $350, no buyer's premium, nicely framed, artist proof as well. Here he is.
Yes, stacked on top of that. I mean, you stack all those things together. You get a frame. It's ready to go. It's not a regular edition. It's an artist proof. The regular edition would sell for, $3,000. Then you put a frame on it. So think about all of that, ladies and gentlemen. This truly is a reward and a gift for our viewers for joining us here, for being here. And moments ago when I was saying I want you to write this artist's name down and pay attention to it, I really mean that. I really do encourage you to do that. Because we feel very strongly, and I've got a pretty good track record, as does Richard. When we see an artist like this, we got an eye for it. We know what's coming, and it's coming very, very fast. So take advantage. At this kind of a price, you literally can't get a frame for that. Walk into a frame shop, you're not going to get a frame for $350, but you got a magnificent young artist, an emerging sensation on a global scale. I mean, we put up there the Colombian prodigy for a reason. That's what we feel and what we believe, and what other art critics are saying about the works of Pedro Ortiz Munoz. It's sensational, and there's nobody else doing anything like it. So getting something like this, getting the regular edition for, $1,000 would be great. That would be considered a gift. Getting an artist proof for that price would be just magnificent. Here today, if you've got $350, you cannot say no to this. That's how I feel about it. Back to you, Richard.
Lovely works of art, that's for sure. There's one left, one only, 3 are gone, 1 available. Who's going to get the last one? The artist proof, $3.50, no buyer's premium to help you. Beautifully framed, be quick if you want it. One left only. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to move on with the show, but right now you saw a fantastic Salvador Dali just now, but right now you are going to see the most amazing work. Come to me, please. The most amazing work coming in for auction now, and it will blow your mind. Very, very quickly, let's have a look at the work of art. This is the famous Bacchanal, and ladies and gentlemen, it's the original lithograph with hand colouring from 1967 by the great Pablo Picasso.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge, it's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural centre of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into 2 distinct periods, his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and 2 nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted, with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is really an extraordinary work of art. As you can see, the edition size on that. So this print, this original lithograph was done in 1967. The original painting of this Bacchanal, and this is a theme that has been revisited by Picasso throughout his career. In fact, really throughout his entire career, different scenes of Bacchanal, of this kind of a scene that we're looking at. But this particular work of art, the original done in 1955, this print done in 1967, this is an original lithograph. Here's the big thing, the biggest thing, the really big thing on this, hand-colored. It is hand-colored, ladies and gentlemen. So, original, what does that tell us? Remember, we already know. So this was a 1967 piece. He passed away in 1973. Original means this is a lifetime impression. Done in 67, a few years before he passed away. Original means that he had his hand in the creation of the work of art that you're looking at. Not just solely creating the original painting in 1955, but also in the creation of the original lithograph that you are bidding on right now. So Picasso, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name in the 20th century in art, globally recognized as one of the most important and influential artists of all time. Some would consider him the greatest artist that ever lived, a multi-talented genius. And this theme, very close, personal to him, a recurring theme that we have seen many, many times. Go to my screen for a moment, and I will show you Bacchanal, the original, 1955 by Pablo Picasso. There's the title on it. And there is the work of art that you are bidding on, ladies and gentlemen. Now, looking at an original Picasso, okay, so he's the only artist that has 5 works of art that have sold for over $100 million. Okay, keep that information in mind as well. Let me see, what do we have over here? This This is interesting. This is the same theme. All right, same theme. It's totally different form of art. This kind of shows the genius of him. Here's something, now a keen eye is going to notice this right here. They're going to go, hey, wait a minute, 1982. He passed away. Yeah, that's right. He passed away in 1973. So how do we have a 1982 that's commanding $10,400? Well, it's his granddaughter. His granddaughter, and this was printed in 1982. So certainly it's not an original anything. It is just a print from Marina Picasso, his granddaughter. But still, the appetite for a Picasso is so voracious. Collectors are chasing them so much that they will pay $10,400 for one that was printed 5, 6, 7, 8 years after he had passed away, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, 9 years after he had passed away. Now, the work of art that you are bidding on is, now here's a Bacchanal from 1955. This one sold in euros for 16,000 euros, ladies and gentlemen, 16,000. But when we go back to this, when we go back to this work of art, again, the big difference here is what you're looking at is a hand-colored work of art. Let's go back to the piece. Let's go back to the work of art itself. Let's take a look. Let's take a nice close look. So now you've seen the original there. I've given you a little bit of an example on that. And now you're looking at the quality of the work of art that we have before us, remembering that it's hand-colored. I'm going to repeat that over and over again. I believe Richard probably will as well, because it is of paramount significance, extremely important. Zoom in, let's pan around, let's take a look. You got the flute players, you've got, reveling in the events in the Bacchanal is what we are looking at here on this work of art. The original was done in India ink. It was a gouache on paper by Picasso. He did it in 1955. What's most intriguing about this work is the stunning, the coloration, the quality of the bright periwinkle blue that highlights the right side of this Bacchanalian composition. So we focus also on the grandeur and the celebration of wine and its god, Bacchus, who is basked in this bright, soothing light. And we see the profile of a flute player right there on the left. We just showed that, providing the song, the harmonious song, which our characters are dancing wildly and happily to. So it's a very lush portrait that is inspired by Greek mythology, which again is recurring with Picasso, and he's elegantly and delicately created this work of art. The swift, quick strokes, they add detail to the shading and the hair of our figures, and you've got the thick, bold lines that help anchor them within and set them apart from the background. But the hand coloring, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely extraordinary. Let's go to the auction on this work of art. Richard?
Person in America from Alabama is actually in the lead. They're the only one that have given this some sort of thought and value. So Alabama, your bid of $500, were you to get this, would be without doubt the most sensational Pablo Picasso acquisition in the history of fine art. A hand-colored Picasso. Remember, it's selling to the highest bidder. I can't bid for you. Alabama, thank you for at least opening the bidding. Lot 212B, ladies and gentlemen, is the wonderful Pablo Picasso, Spanish master, born in 1881. And this one is Bacchanal. He was born in Malaga in Spain in 1881. He died in 1973. He lived the majority of his life in Paris and the south of France, ladies and gentlemen. And he had his studio in the south of France. A lot of works were produced there. This work is an original lithograph with hand colouring on watermark Richard Debar paper. So there's the key. There is the key. It is a hand-coloured Picasso, hand-coloured from 1967. When did he die? 1973, 6 years later. So right at the height of his fame in the 60s, this was created. First date, first printing, example 156 of 500, published by Auvent d'Art of Paris on May the 24th, 1967. Now, let's look at that certificate of authenticity. Let's go to the work of art. I just want to show you one last thing before I hand it back to Nino. So here's your certificate. Clearly states that it is a hand-colored work on a certain Richard de Bar paper, very expensive art paper, some of the best in the world. Famous Bacchanal Suite, original lithograph with hand colouring. Created in the lifetime of Picasso. He died in 73. This is the first state. This is the first printing. It was a limited edition. How many are available in the world now? Not many. And most definitely the only one in the world for sale by auction anywhere at the moment. Published by Auvent Dahl, Picasso's publishers in Paris, on the 24th of May 1967. That's what I like to see, Nino. The precision there, that we know how well documented this work is, that we can pinpoint the day, the date, the year that this was created. That is a collectible work. Hand-colored Picasso, you bidding up there? Line 14, you're in. Okay, bidding's underway. Here is Nino. Nino, a very well documented hand-colored Picasso. Your opinion, you're the art expert. I could give you my guide price, but I will leave it to our art expert. I think, Nino, I wouldn't let it go under 25,000. What do you think? Over to you.
Especially in today's market, especially understanding, the appetite on a global scale for Picasso and the new countries, Russia, India, China, that are actively pursuing and trying to acquire the works of art of Pablo Picasso. This is a real coup for somebody to be able to acquire this. That hand coloring changes everything. It changes everything about the work of art. I mean, I can show you guys, and I will, I just, if you go to my screen, I'll show you prints and multiples. And there's nothing wrong with prints and multiples. There's nothing wrong with that at all. They can sell for an awful lot. They are wonderful collectibles. When you got an artist that's selling for, tens, hundreds of millions, then we move to these. But still, even take a look. So, pardon me. I'm only limited here myself just to prints. I'm not showing you any originals. But, what can they go for? Look at some of these prices on these prints. $265,000, $275,000, $1.4 million for these prints, ladies and gentlemen. Now, are these ones hand colored? No, they're not hand colored. Now, some of them have a hand signature, some of them are a plate signature. It's the hand coloring aspect of it that is really, really extraordinary. Let me see, lithographs. We go straight to lithographs. So a minute ago, I was showing you just prints, and that can be lino cuts, it could be etchings, it could be engravings, it could be any kind of a graphic work. But now let's limit it just to lithographs. So only lithographs, and still, again, we're looking at, 65,000, 60,000, 65,000. So to answer your question, what I would price this at, and let's go back to it. Let's go back to the work of art. This is in my gallery. This is in my gallery. It's not going to leave my gallery for less than $25,000. This work of art. And there's no chance. I'm not going to let that go. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to hold on to that. I know for sure that there's going to be collectors of Picasso going forward. Absolutely. He's the most highly collected. He's the most highly traded artist in history. He's the only artist who has commanded 5 times over $100 million. I mean, when you say art, you say Picasso. So to say his popularity is going anywhere except for up is a misinformation. There's nothing waning at all about the Pablo Picasso market. It's stronger today than it ever was, and that is because of the very limited supply that still exists. This is an amazing add to anybody's collection. Coming back to you, Richard.
A large piece as well. Let me just measure that for you one last time. 30 inches across, and then on the height there, ladies and gentlemen, last chance now, 30 by 25, a lovely piece. There's the 3-foot ruler, look, 3 foot on the diagonal, with that beautiful hand colouring in the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, stands to reason this should be making, even here, 7,000 or 8,000 would be low for it. Hand-coloured, stunning piece, his famous Bacchanal suite, and it is about to sell. Last chance now, you've got 30 seconds. I've got to sacrifice it to move on. I've got 2 more pieces to offer you. We've got literally 19 minutes to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, 16 is bid. Michael, you're in the lead. Last chance, 30 seconds with Nino. Nino, can you believe this is about to sell? Here we go.
I can't believe it's about to sell for less than $16,000. I would have expected that at this. Go to my screen one last second here. I'm just going to share with you, and I showed you one example, but I'm going to show you a bunch of examples. These are all works of art by his granddaughter. These were all printed in the 80s. And look at what they're selling for: $20,000, $20,000, $18,000, $16,000, $17,000. That's what they are selling for. That's the appetite for Picasso. But these are not lifetime. These are not originals. Go back to that work of art. Go back to the one that you're bidding on. This is a 1967 lifetime impression. It's an edition of 500. It's an original. Picasso worked on it. Those works of art I just showed you at $20,000, Picasso didn't work on them. His granddaughter just printed them, but they are selling out. You may have seen on that screen, many of them were sold out. Now, I am a true collector. I believe very much in when I am collecting a work of art, I have to hit certain elements. And one of them is the artist better have had his hand in the creation of the work of art. Otherwise, I'm not really interested. This is that. This does fulfill that. This is an original lithograph. This does have the hand coloring, and it is from a limited edition. It's an amazing piece. Bid on this one or regret it. Coming back to you, Richard.
22 with Beverly. 22 is bid. 22 with Beverly. Michael, your option. 22. 22 with Beverly's bidder. At 22. At 22. 22. What would you like to bid next? 23. 23, you're in. 23 is bid. 23 with Michael. 23. 23. Rhode Island bid. 23. 24 with Beverly. 24. Texas, thank you, Beverly. 24, doing a marvelous job as always. Thank you, Beverly and Michael. 25, 25, 25. I've taken Michael's bid. 25 with Michael. Jenny, you'll have to come up, my dear. 26, I've just got. 26 with Beverly's bidder. 26, 26 from Texas at 26. 27, Rhode Island, is that? 27 is bid. 27 with Rhode Island. 27, 28 with Texas, 28 on the hand-colored Picasso, 28 with the Picasso then, 29 is bid, thank you, Jenny's out, 29 I've got Michael's bidder in, 29 Rhode Island in the lead. Texas, your option, 29, 3,000, thank you, Texas, 3,000 is bid, 3,000 is bid, Rhode Island, you have the option, 3-1, I thank you for the bid. 3-1 is bid. 3-1. Rhode Island's bid. 3-1. 3-1. Texas, thank you. You've been a wonderful bidder. Thank you for trying. 3-1 with Rhode Island at 3-1. Last chance now, America. Jenny, you're definitely out. You're sure? 3-1. 3-1 is bid. Thank you, Jenny. 3-1 is bid. 3-1. 3-1. 3-1 is bid. 3-1. 3-1. 3-1, Armando, last chance. I see you're on the phone, but if you don't bid in the next 15, 3-2 with Armando. Good bid, Armando. 3-2. Michael, have you considered a power bid? Maybe 3-5? Have you considered one? Just talking to you. 33 is bid. 33 is bid. 33. Armando, would you like to consider a little power bid? Up to you. 34 with Armando from Oregon. 34 is bid. Now 3-5. 3-4 is bid. Oregon's bid. 3-5 is bid. Rhode Island's bid. 3-5 is bid. On the beautiful hand-colored Picasso. 3-5, 3-6 with Armando. 3-6 from Oregon. 3-6 is bid. 3-6 only, Oregon's bid. You can always jump an increment or two. Go to 4,000. 37, I'll take it. Thank you. Very reliable bidding. 37 bid. 37. 37, Rhode Island. 37 with Rhode Island. 37, Rhode Island. 37, Armando's out. At 37, it's with Rhode Island then at 37. At 37, got a bit of 3-7. At 3-7. At 3-7. At 37, got a bit of 3-7 going to Rhode Island once. Going twice, Armando's definitely out. Last call. You sure? Rhode Island with Michael's bidder. Thank you. Well done. What a beautiful Picasso. Now, John, we're going to have to move to the final lot. It's a very, very important piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's lot 214. And this unbelievable piece, ladies and gentlemen, We're staying in Spain. We're staying with the other master. You've had Salvador Dali this evening. You've had Pablo Picasso just now. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, an artist that has 2 museums dedicated solely to his work. It is, of course, the incredible Joan Miró.
Early in his career, Jean Miró primarily painted still lifes, landscapes, and genre scenes. Influences ranging from the folk art and Romanesque church frescoes of his native Catalan region in Spain to 17th century Dutch realism were eventually superseded by more contemporary ones. Miró's signature biomorphic forms, his geometric shapes, and semi-abstracted objects are expressed in multiple media, from ceramics and engravings to large bronze installations. Miró was drawn to the Dada and Surrealist movements. He became friends with the Surrealist writer André Breton, forming a relationship that lasted for many, many years. The Surrealists were most active in Paris during the 1920s. Their members, led by Breton, promoted pure psychic automatism, which heavily influenced Miró's work. Miró's first retrospective was held at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, to great acclaim. His renown continued to grow both in America and Europe, culminating in a large-scale mural commissioned in Cincinnati in 1947. A large exhibition of 60 of Miró's works was held at the Galerie Marge in Paris and subsequently at the Pierre Matisse Gallery in New York in 1953. As Miró aged, he continued to receive many accolades and public commissions. In 1974, he was commissioned to create a massive tapestry for New York's World Trade Center. Miró died at his home in 1983, a year after completing Woman and Bird, a grand public sculpture for the city of Barcelona. The work was, in a sense, the culmination of a prolific career so profoundly integral to the development of modern art.
That. I hope you enjoyed, learning a little bit about Miró. We are at our final work of art of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a doozy. It is a very, very special piece indeed. There's a reason why we've been saving this one. Now, we're talking about, and you got a little bit of that information from the video there, the artist poet Miró. He was born in 1893. He passed away in 1983. This is a very, very special work. It is a hand-signed work of art. Lina Leclerc is the title on the work of art. Who was Lina Leclerc? Was a French poet. It's actually very telling. We've got the famous artist-poet Miró paying homage and tribute to a very renowned French poet and artist. She was born in 1926. She passed away in 1987. And she collaborated with many artists, not just Miró, but Max Jacob, André Masson, Giacometti, Max Ernst. They would do the illustrations for her poetry books. And this one is, of all of those artists, Miró perhaps is the most renowned and the most famous. And this particular work of art was the frontispiece for the book of poetry by Lina Leclerc that she did in 1968, a 48-page book. And it was this piece right here that was the frontispiece at the very front of that book, ladies and gentlemen. So when we talk about Miró, I mean, gosh, we are talking about an absolute genius. And inevitably, we always hear the same thing from the uninitiated, the uninformed, when they're talking about Miró and they look at a work of art like this. They inevitably say something along the lines of, this is one of the greatest artists of all time, my child, my grandchild. Give me a few bottles of wine and I could do something like that. You're missing the whole point. You're missing all of the point of it. And you got to understand as well that Miró could create works of art that you would swear were a photograph, but they were paintings. That he was a great realist. He could do impressionism. He could do abstract. He could do cubism. He could do symbolism. Anything at all. He was an absolute genius. But this is what was important to him. Always creating art from his own imagination or from memories, expressing his childlike sense of play, experimenting without limitation. His signature abstract shapes, biomorphic forms, pure colors. They all help develop his unique body of art that ranges from paintings to sculptures to ceramics. Museums dedicated to his life and to his work, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when we're looking at this work of art, an original etching in colors, and this one is a fantastic example, we must zoom into the signature really quickly because I want to point something out to you that's really important on this work of art. There's a couple of things that are really important on this work of art. Now, that indentation above the signature is super pronounced, heavy pronounced. That tells somebody like me and Richard, who has knowledge in etchings, a key point. This is very early in the press, in the printing press. That's why it is so crisp. Now, there's also coloring on this that extends beyond, as you can see, beyond that indentation where the signature is. So that has been added on to the work of art. Now, let's zoom out. Let's look at the whole work of art itself. Now, when we're talking about Miro and we're talking about art at this level, I need you guys to be keenly aware of what expectations would be. Now, you got to realize his original works of art, tens of millions of dollars. He sold a work of art for $37 million. This is in incredible, magnificent, pristine condition. It's a very important work of art from the height of his powers, the late 60s, early 70s, when he was right at the height of his powers. It ticks all the boxes. It's thought-provoking. It has that childlike imagination. It is poetry in art that we are looking at, and it does have the process of automatic drawing. That's all there. Now, go to my screen. I want to share with you guys some examples of pricing on what something like this would typically sell for. So I have filtered only on Miro prints. We're not going to look at originals because originals are going to be, high hundreds of thousands and up into the many millions. But we are looking at prints, and we are looking at etchings, and we're looking at lithographs. So these are going to be the two main ones that we are looking at here. Now, if I even just to go over here and look at a lithograph from 1971, what do we have here? We're looking at over 100,000, ladies and gentlemen, $144,000 for that. Let me take a look over here. So now let's go to an etching. All right, 1969. So you're bidding on a 1968 work of art. I'll show you a 1969 work of art. Let's go big over here on this work of art, and you're still over $100,000. You're still over 100. I can't believe their estimate was so absurdly low at Christie's, 7 to 10,000. But it still commanded over $100,000. Let's go back to the work of art, and let's go back to Richard.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, 36 is bid. Thank you, Michael. We have the Joan Miro original etching in colors. Hand signed, Lena Leclerc, ladies and gentlemen. This Lena Leclerc catalogue reference, Kramer work. Anything in the Kramer catalogue now, you cannot find anything by Miro in there of this level under $20,000. No chance. Lena Leclerc, catalogue reference, Kramer 119. It is the original etching, printed in colors on woven paper, hand signed by the artist in the lower right margin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a slight error on this one because our research department in Atlanta, they sent, in Florida, they sent a separate message, and this work, there's a slight error on the certificate because it says, signed by the artist in the lower right margin, signed by the artist in the lower right margin, and ladies and gentlemen, it also says it's numbered in the far left margin, but I'm going to show you something now. Now, John has clarification. John's going to be here as the producer. There is no numbering on this piece. The edition that was made, typically by Miro, is an edition of 75. But for this piece, they only made 15 in the world. They were numbered in Roman numerals. The Roman numerals are not on this piece. John, we have had clarification. Am I correct in saying that this is not part of the edition of 15? This was the actual final proof, hand signed by Miro with no numbering. So there's an edition of 15 in the world. That's it, in Roman numerals. This is the hand signed one from the Kramer catalogue, the final proof. This is the one that he approved prior to them printing the 15 Roman numeral pieces worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just tripled the value of the piece. Here's Nino. I give you 2 minutes. The show's about to end.
These kind of things, you typically go to museums in order just to be able to visit something like this. I mean, those examples that I was sharing with you, and I'll go back to my screen again. I shared two, but I'll share a third one as well, because I think I shared a lithograph with you, but I really want to share etchings and aquatints and intaglios, because that's what you're bidding on. So you're bidding on an original etching, which is an intaglio, so I want to share that. And the years, let's be close on the years. You're bidding on a 1968 one. I'm showing you a 1969 one. Here's a big difference. This one is from an edition of 75. And it's an edition of 75. This was number 67 of 75. It ended up selling for $112,500, edition of 75. What Richard just shared with us, and that information, for a serious collector, you know exactly what that means, that information. That means that this is not from that very minuscule, tiny edition of 15. It is actually a proof, okay? So that is far more important. I'm going to give you another example over here. Let's go over to 1967. So we got 1967, we got 1969. I'm kind of sandwiching ourselves in between. We got the 1968 there. This is an etching aquatint, and this is from an edition also of 75. This one sold even a little higher at $115,000. You're starting to see the story here with Miro. You're starting to understand what's happening with the Miro market and with something this exclusive, this important, this rare, ladies and gentlemen. So that is that's three examples now that I've given you on these works of art. So let's go back to the work of art itself. Let's go back to the piece. We don't have an awful lot of time on this. So if you've got the means, if you have the ability to acquire something really, really, really important, this would tick the boxes, especially if you enjoy the art of the poet-artist of Juan Miro. If you enjoy that style of art, you cannot go wrong with this. It has all of the elements, the whimsical aspects of it, the playful, the childlike, but also the importance, the historical significance, the importance of being the frontispiece for Lena Leclerc's book of poetry, as did all those other magnificent artists, Max Jacob, Masson, Giacometti, Max Ernst, but none more important than Miro, ladies and gentlemen. So now it's even got the double fillet. As we've zoomed in on this piece, you can see the double fillet on that work of art. This is framed in such a manner that the frame is probably well over $1,000 in this case, as is warranted for a work of art of this significance, of this importance, ladies and gentlemen. I dread and I loathe to go away from this. It's such an exciting piece. But I'm going to say goodnight. It's been my pleasure to be here. I hope you guys got some information that was important and valuable to you. Congratulations to all of our successful bidders, and good luck on this work of art. I'm going to see you at a future auction. Good night from me.
Well, Nino, thank you for a fantastic job as always, and everyone appreciates all your hard research. 5 1/4 bid, 5 1/4 is bid. Well, you ladies and gentlemen, we have a bid now, 5,250 on the hand sign work. Don't forget, the certificate is going to be corrected for you. It is not the numbered edition. The numbered edition was 15 in Roman numerals. This is not it. This is the only one in the world hand signed with no numbers. Why? Because it's the final proof that Miro approved, and then they created the 15, only 15 in Roman numerals. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sell it. So you've been a marvelous audience. I'll be here with Ray and Tony tomorrow night. Look after yourselves, and thank you very much for all your support. We'll see you at the auction, and good night, America. Thank you. The bid goes on. Warm welcome to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the auction gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.